Good morning, everyone. It is 10 past and everyone is here and seated, which is wonderful to see. So before I welcome Mr. Richard Kinley from the rugby unit to the stand, I'll start with a little karakia. I don't have a translation for this one yet, but however, this is called A City of Light. We are seekers after a city. We are keepers of hope in the night. With our feet on the ground, we lift up our eyes and build here a city of light. And that's by the Reverend Dr. Malcolm Gordon, who is one of the chaplains at First Church, Dunedin. So, Mr. Richard Kinley, please. Now, I don't know if you're aware, but you have 5 minutes to speak and then 5 minutes for questions. There's a timer on the wall behind me, and in order to speak, you need to press the microphone button. If someone else asks a question, that will cut off your microphone, so to speak again, you press the button again. You don't turn it off. There we go.
Thank you. It's good to be the first interview. It's like a job interview, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm running some today as well, so it's much better to be the first one than the last one. Look, thanks for the opportunity to come along. It's been a few years since I've come along and spoken to council. I've caught up with quite a few over the years. I think it was about 2018 was the last time. So first of all, I'd like to thank the DCC for the contribution that the council makes to sport and rec across the city. Otago Rugby has a really well-established and strong relationship with council, as you're probably aware. We appreciate the support provided for rugby in the community. I certainly understand at times it can be challenging to maintain a balance between providing and allocating our green spaces for both structured sport and casual recreation. However, I know that our staff work really closely with Andrew Kennelly and his team at the council, and we work together to make sure we can achieve the best outcomes where possible for both the council, wider community and rugby and the community. So thank you again. The visit today, I just wanted to take time briefly to revisit earlier pieces of work and discussions undertaken at various times by council and sporting stakeholders in regards to the development of a shared sports house administration base. As I outlined in my submission, the concept of a shared administration base is not a new idea by any stretch, and it's been an item of discussion and shared amongst sporting codes for a number of years. I've personally been involved in discussions and reviews for close to 20 years, and the latest one being the Logan Park Recreation and Reserve Management Plan that was reviewed in 2023, where the subject of a sports house was raised again by a number of the people interviewed. In Otago Rugby's view, Logan Park would be the starting point to explore for such a development, as over recent years there's been considerable investment made, as you're well aware, into the park, to the point now that I would consider it probably the main sporting hub in the city for a number of codes. Otago Rugby would also suggest that any initial conversation or exploration centred on the main user groups of Logan Park, including cricket, football, hockey and rugby, amongst others, with an aim at a later point to widen to other codes should they wish to be involved. And some of the reasons for a slightly narrower approach than we've probably done in the past was having the main user groups of Logan Park housed together would improve communication and ultimately a more aligned approach to maximising the use of the park. Potential to minimise costs in what you'll be aware is a pretty challenging current financial funding environment for sports by sharing roles, resources across a number of codes. Examples could be administration, finance services, and even through to strength and conditioning, possibly even skill development and coach education. Also having a smaller number of sports, as I mentioned, would from the onset would potentially streamline conversations and speed progress. Another point from my submission is the role that Logan Park now plays in hosting regional, national and international sporting fixtures and tournaments. These events bring large numbers of people to Dunedin, which in turn has a positive economic impact on the city. Having a centrally based facility at Logan Park would see improved collaboration between codes to bring further events, tournaments and competitions, while providing potential meeting and training spaces for regional, national and international sporting teams who visit and want to be based at Logan Park during their stay. To use a sporting analogy, Otago Rugby is seeking a hand up, not a handout. What I mean by that is that the DCC would be a key driver in any project and has expertise, networks and existing information that would be hugely beneficial to assist the development of any potential options and costs. Council staff would also be aware of any future plans for existing facilities, along with the potential options for redevelopment or if a greenfields approach was required. Otago Rugby understands that Council has a number of priorities and that access to sport is just one aspect of what makes Dunedin a great city to live in. However, it is important that the future of sport and how it is administered and delivered is considered as part of citywide planning. 51 seconds. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Well timed indeed. First question is from Councillor Wetherell.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and good morning, Richard. Thank you for your submission today. Shared administration facility. Could you please elaborate on the shared aspect of your suggestion? Are you referring to shared lease space?
I know I've only got 2 minutes. I was at Sport Otago for 15 years before I went to the rugby union, and I think it's a combination. I think for those that know Sport Otago, there is a shared desk, a hot desk type scenario for smaller sports. The ultimate goal, working with Paul Allison back in 2000, I think it was that for a sports house concept, was that for the smaller sports that were basically operating from a kitchen table could come in and have a space. That would be the ultimate goal. What we've got at the moment is the major codes are all separated in different places. You've got football in the university annex, who used to be at Sport Otago, but there wasn't enough space there for them. We're in the stadium. Hockey's outgrowing the office space they've got there. So there's a bit of a balance, if that makes sense. So I believe that there would be a number of hot desks. I'm on the Board of Athletics Otago, and we have a hot desk available at Sport Otago for administration staff to go and use there from time to time. So depending on the size of the sport. But I think a facility to enable that to happen would be a starting point.
Just a question, would not at Sport Otago be the right place for that? Would you think it's better to be located at Logan Park, where they're close to the facilities?
Sport Otago, around that area would be ideal. Sport Otago wouldn't be big enough to house additional space. I know that Football South, for example, moved to another space to make it big enough for their numbers, and we're not talking large numbers of staff, but the rugby union, we've got 13 full-time staff, so you wouldn't fit that into the Sport Otago offices at the moment.
Great. Councillor O'Malley.
So just confirming that this is an administrative building, this is not the codes that are down there with their clubhouses, for want of a better term.
Correct, and I know that Council's probably aware of the discussions, for example, with the Highlanders. I do think that we narrow into administration base. I think there's a duplication of training facilities at the moment that can be, there's already discussions around how we work together to maximise the use of gym space and team space. This is around a space for operations to help deliver the community sport to operate from.
Great. Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. So just to clarify, do you have a building in mind, or are we're specifically talking about a new build?
No, I have, this is a starting point. I have no building in mind, and I suppose part of what I included in the submission was working with council. There may be buildings already available that could be repurposed. It's not necessarily about a brand new flash building, or it could be a greenfields approach. I think the time is to have a discussion around what is available, and whilst I talk about Logan Park, there could be other places that could be suitable for a shared administration base.
But if I understand correctly, this has been a topic of conversation for 20 plus years. Surely there's been some kind of, wouldn't it be great if kind of...
Well, so the first conversation when it came up and it got very close was once the stadium was mooted, it sort of disappeared, obviously because priorities became... Logan Park's always been this would be great. It's just never really taking that next step. Now, Sport Otago has some services there for smaller sports. They've got roughly 27 staff in their own office space. So at the moment, the footprint wouldn't allow other codes or bigger codes to come in and be part of that building.
Councillor Wiley. Answer. Very good. We done? Fantastic. Thank you. Oh, Councillor Land.
I assume you're here representing the other groups as well, are you?
Yes, I have had conversations with cricket, hockey and football. They're certainly keen to progress a conversation.
I'm just thinking, for a collaborative approach, it would have been perhaps quite good if they had been represented with you. You know, the few of the heads of those departments that all come in and put forward a group presentation maybe might show that you're really willing to work together. But yeah, just a suggestion. And are you, would say an ideal situation in the stadium, would that be something you'd, I'm not saying there's any room, but.
No, I don't think there's any room. And council will be aware of the proposed redevelopments for that precinct. Once and if they go ahead, I have been informed that there wouldn't be space at the stadium even for us to remain. So there wouldn't be room to grow that for a sports hub. And I think that would be tough to do with the number of events and concerts and different things, to have numbers of tenants. As it is, the current tenants, we exit the building, exit the stadium when there's major events on. So yeah, it'd be a challenge.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you for your
time.
presentation. That's great. So next we have the South Dunedin Community Network, and thank you for coming early, because that means you can come to the table early. Yes, oh well, you're 9:30 in my program, so it's well done. So we have, I think, Eleanor Doig, of course, and Kirsten Gibson, is it? And will Bree Renfrew be remaining on the side? Yes? Because we have a chair if you want, but very good. So, as you know, we've got your written submission, but you've got 5 minutes, and then we'll take some questions. And you just have to press the button whenever you want to speak.
Thank you and good morning. Oh, now I'm going all froggy throat. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning. So the South Dunedin Community Network would like to thank the Council first and foremost for the support financially and for network building and strengthening relationships within the community, particularly that it's provided so far. So with regards to the submission, I'd just like to highlight that the Council's emphasis on accessibility for members of the Dunedin community. So, for example, I've noted in the disability strategy that there's an aim for accessibility and barrier-free access for people to ensure that they feel included and connected. I've also noted that across many of the individual councillors, you guys, in your profiles, that you express values of inclusivity and accessibility and emphasise those. So in saying that, I'd like to highlight the key points from our submission. So we emphasise the importance of having sufficient parking close to the new South Dunedin Library to meet the needs of the South Dunedin community. It's a community with high numbers of older and disabled people. We are also very excited by the new library development and strongly advocate for a free community space to be allocated in the second storey, something like a community hub. The activity and use of the South Dunedin Community Network spaces has already demonstrated its value and need. I've been in the role of manager for a very short time, but in this time I've seen firsthand how extensively the space has been used for a variety of ways. For example, there's a play group that meets regularly for parents of preterm babies, and the space gives the parents opportunities to learn and support each other. There are also numerous adult education classes, and the space is a drop-in place where people can find local information or access information about support. Also in our submission, we express the support for new community housing as much as possible. We strongly urge the Council to ensure that climate change adaptation and mitigation is considered as well. And with regarding funding that is accessible and equitable, we urge the Council to further grow the place-based community development fund and extend it at a minimum for the next 10 years. So yeah, just again, to reiterate, thanks and gratitude for the space that we have, and we'd love to continue using that space.
Wonderful. First questions from Councillor Wetherell.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, ladies, for submitting today. You mentioned parking. Do I take it you would not be an advocate for future pedestrianisation of King Edward Street?
That's a tricky question. Whoops. I don't think we've considered that as an option. I don't think I've heard it ever suggested. I think we are focused at the moment on access to the library. And at the moment the suggestion is that the parking out the back of the library in Rankeela Street is sufficient, but actually that park is pretty well full most of the time now. And we are concerned, like people won't go to a facility if they can't park easily, especially people with disability issues. And so we do, at the moment, what I understand is that that outside area at the back of the new library is suggested to be used as like a usable space, as a patio, which would be lovely, but I think we need daily use of parking space. So we're just putting that out there. I'm sure that there's going to be a meeting about the building design next week, I think.
Thank you very much for that. And one other question I have is that you support the building of as much new community housing as possible. Do you support the funding to build new community housing to come from rates or from modest profits from those who presently pay council rents?
You're a good one for tricky questions, Councillor Wetherell. Quite frankly, I don't care where it comes from. No, that's not true. It's not fair to make so much profit off people who are already on the bones of their bum, to be honest. So I think it needs to come from rates and the whole homelessness thing is an issue at the moment. Can you imagine being homeless last night? It doesn't bear thinking about. And I know that there are lots of things that we can spend money on, but I think a house, somewhere to keep warm, is pretty basic. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you for your presentation. Two questions. The first was, and some people misunderstood the question asked about the community housing as increasing the housing numbers, whereas we were asking about the increase in the amount we charge for the current housing. Do you have an opinion on that?
If you try to live on a benefit with an 11% increase in your costs, that is heartless and impossible. And I've been there. I've lived on a benefit, and I know, like I had $2 a week over. If I'd had an 11% increase, I couldn't have paid it. And when I was working with people in that area, the only way that they could make ends meet was to do something illegal. And it was all around where I was working, because you couldn't keep living on what you were paid. So any increase in living costs for that most vulnerable group is unethical and immoral, and I strongly suggest that you don't even consider putting up their rent.
Thanks for the clarification on that response. And my second question was just to unpack the parking for accessibility purposes, because we had some submissions yesterday that talked about people not necessarily getting around in that area via vehicles. So I wanted to ask if you could unpack the how people get to the likes of the library are likely to get to. So people with disability, are they arriving by disability van, taxi, being dropped off? Do they need disability parking? Can you give us an idea of that from what you've seen?
There's a whole range of people. So there's things like driving Miss Daisy and taxis and things, so that's just a drop off. But there's a lot of people like myself for whom mobility is becoming increasingly an issue, who can drive. And I can't walk. I couldn't walk the whole block. So for me, being able to park close to the library is essential in terms of using it. I mean, some people do walk with walkers, and there's a lot of people in wheelchairs, but there's a lot of people in like myself, and parking close by is just essential.
Thank you for that explanation.
Fantastic. Thank you for your presentation. We're done.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I just say thank you very much, and add to Kirsten, I'm loving having Kirsten as our new manager. Add to that, the South Dunedin Future lot, top notch, absolutely brilliant. Yeah, and all power to the council for funding them and resourcing them, because nothing I've ever experienced in terms of local government has bettered what they're doing. So thank you for that. And keep funding us, please.
Right, so our next speaker is not quite here yet. However, Rachel Elder has very considerately come early. So would you like to speak now, Ms. Elder? Yes.
I just stepped in easier because I crossed the road and it was very icy and I just about went for a skate.
Well, skating is one of those wonderful wintertime activities that takes place around the world.
Oh, thanks for having me early. And I want to address an issue that both Eleanor and the South Dunedin Business Association want me to address, and that is that taking away the 40 parks that were in the original plan for positive properties building means that in fact there will be a lot of pressure on the parking in South Dunedin. Now I'll go back and say that libraries are fantastic places. They're amazing places, especially with mums with wee children. Every 2 weeks I get all my kids in the van, baby in tow, and go to the Dunedin Public Library and get a pile of books about yay high, and they would enjoy those books and posters and tapes for 2 weeks, which is wonderful. We'd spend an hour there and it was like a treasure trove. The only way I could do that is because there's a basement car park there. I couldn't have done it otherwise. So I think I want to thank the DCC for committing to the South Dunedin Library and Hub. And it ticks all the boxes. It's in the middle of a vibrant commercial, retail and hospitality hub. It ticks all the boxes about being visible and in a place where people want to go. But herein lies the problem, and that is all the parks are being used presently because it is a vibrant retail, commercial and hub. And so that's why I'm here today. So for many, they will be able to walk, they will be able to take the bus, they will be able to walk over from other places. But I talked to a tradesman and they've got a property in that area, and he said people can't even park outside of his place to do business with him. It is that congested. So next slide, please. Ah, okay, I do the next slide, sorry. South Dunedin retail business area was not consulted. So there was fantastic consultation early on about the library and hub. And people loved the Veggie Boys area because in fact it had lots and lots of accessible, safe off-street parking for that community. There are 83 parks in that area, of which 50 or so would have been able to be used by the library, enabling great access, but there was issues with that place. Positive Property develops the Wolfenden and Russell site, and the business community were in that plan saw that there were 40 car parks in it. Positive Properties then was approached to do the South Dunedin Library and Hub, and DCC goes on to plan the build for the South Dunedin Library and Hub without the 40 not any consultation of the 40 car parks being taken away. And I have an email I sent to the chair of the Business Association saying, oh, did you realise there wasn't going to be 40 parks there? And he said, you're wrong. Well, I've got the plans, and he sent them to me. So they did not know. So if you look at the demographics for, and the traffic in the area, traffic counts around South Dunedin are higher than George Street. South Dunedin is a high growth area. So you're looking at 11,000 near the overbridge, Hillside Road 12,000, Andy Bay 15,000, King Edward Street 10,000, Portsmouth Drive 12,000. So you're looking at huge numbers here that go through and access the area. There's a huge demand for parking, and the reason I'm here is actually because I did some street art in Rankelia Street car park, and I was shocked. That car park was full pretty much the whole time. And having been a person who loved the library, who had really good access with my children to the library, I was really concerned that the demand for parking will mean that people will drive round the block 3 times and go away. And indeed, I took a photo of someone parking in the area, and I said, and she was looking at me thinking I was some kind of weirdo. So I went over and talked to her, and she said, I said, look, I'm taking photos just to study the area. And they had to go 3 times round the block to get that park.
Have you seen the clock up here?
Okay, sorry. The demographics of South Dunedin mean there's lots and lots of need in the area. So,
have you seen the clock up there?
Yep, sorry.
Because it does, we've come to the limit of the time, and I don't want to go on too long. I mean, it's okay for a bit, but I don't know how far you've got to go. So quite a few slides by the look of this. And so we'll just leave it at there, because I think people have actually read the submission and have seen these slides as we go through. And my first question is, I have a question. Have you done any, you talked about that Rankelia Street Park, did you do any analysis about how long people stay in that park? And, no. And have you done any analysis on the Veggie Boys Park of 83 sites, 83 car parks? Have you done any analysis on how many people use those parks on a regular daily basis and how long they stay there?
At Veggie Boys, that car park is full pretty much all the time. At Veggie Boys site.
And how long do people stay there?
I don't know how long they stay there.
Right, because that makes a significant difference whether they're like leased parks or people that are parking for work the whole day, or whether they're shopper parks. However, to me, there has been discussions at council that once the library is built, then the Rankelia Street car park, where it is now typically a work or leasehold park or longer stay park, will convert to a shopper park, so much shorter term, and then people who are parking for their daily work can park further away. So if that was the case, for instance, that whole Rankelia Street Park was shopper parking, so short-term stays, would that be sufficient to service the needs of the new South Dunedin Community Hub?
I'm really not sure about that, because you've got Hillside Workshop and Kmart going in the area. So the pressure on parks in that area is actually huge, because it's a huge growth area.
People won't be shopping at Hillside.
No, but what happens is the pressure on the parks in the area gets more.
The question was, do you think if there was a shopper park at Rankella Street, do you think that would service the needs of the new community hub?
No, I don't, because of the demographics. Because there's a high number of people with limited mobility, and there's a high number of people who also love to go there to shop. So there's actually competition for the parks.
Yeah, but short term. Anyway, another question. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you, Rachel. With the opening of Te Kaika last week, does that mean that MSD on the corner of Rankelia Street and Hillside Road, is that now closed?
Yes, it is.
So therefore that...
Hang on. So
that will now have an immediate impact on the parking, especially in Rankelia Street, I imagine, because those people won't now be coming.
Yes, it will. It will have an impact, but the problem is the population that will want to use that is the immediate population is 19,000 people. The traffic numbers on King Edward Street and Hillside Road are huge, and the 480 car parks in Pack and Save and the warehouse are often full. So what happens is all the parks near the edge of Pack and Save are actually click and collect. So if people with mobility issues cannot walk often 50 metres, as Eleanor was saying, they need to be able to access both the South Dunedin retail area and the South Dunedin Library and Hub. And South Dunedin has the biggest number of those people. In fact, I did a calculation, 13% of those in that 19,000 have activity limitations. That equals 2,532 people in the immediate area of South Dunedin, and 17% are over 65, which is 3,311 older people over 65 who, as people get older have health issues, and they all want to go there because it's handy, and also because it's got all the services there. You've got Specsavers, you've got all the eye, the hearing, the mobility, the grey power. They want to go there, and they want to socialise as well and go to all the cafes and get out of the house. And a lot of them cannot do it, walk to the bus stop. They have to use private vehicles to get there. And so what you've got is a conflict between the need for that retail area, which serves that community exceedingly well, actually. You've got two eyesight places, a hearing place, 2 hearing places, mobility, grey power. You've got 3 disability services in the area. It is vibrant and alive, and people want to be there, and that's the problem. And the congestion coming in from Kmart, and I talked to someone, 160 staff are going into Kmart soon, and a person said to me, basically, they have to park in the area because they can't bus. And you've got the likes of people saying, well, they're going out to Mosgiel now because the library has heaps of parks that aren't competing with retail, and the same with the Mosgiel Pool. They're loving Mosgiel Pool because it's accessible and safe and they can get there. And so people are saying, we're going to Mosgiel now, and it's true. And I mean, I was in the Rankelia Park car park. I'm doing street art all over South Dunedin, and I see how many people are in that area and love it to bits. And they will love the library. I think it's in the right location. It's brilliant. But there is a competition for parks, and I don't want to see the retail area being compromised because their customers can't go to their places, and I don't want to see the library compromised because the people who need to go there and want to go there can't. And I think to me, that's the only problem. I mean, there's buses, people can walk, people can ride, but it is already a vibrant business and retail and hub, and the parks are being used.
Very good. Thank you very much for your presentation.
sorry for being passionate about this, but I've actually been wanting this library for a long time, and so have the people of South Dunedin, and they really do want this. But they want everybody to be able to access it, and they want everybody to be able to access the retail area as well. Thank you for listening, and thank you for your investment in it and your investment in South Dunedin.
Next, we have Mr. Tom Riley.
Kia ora tātou. My name's Tom Riley. I'm the branch chair of the Otago and Southland branch of the Archives and Records Association of New Zealand. Our points are covered in our submission.
Yes. Closer to the microphone, please. Can you just tilt it down a wee bit?
Yes. Check, 1, 2.
Thank you.
All of our points are covered in our submission, which you may well have read. But I would like to emphasise how pleased we've been to have been so thoroughly consulted, and I'd like to commend the council staff that we've worked with for their sincere efforts to address our concerns. We do, however, have a number of remaining concerns, which I'll ask my colleague Stuart Strawn to address.
Oh, well, thank you. It's not the first time I've been here on this subject. We go back a long way, and we are well used to up to the challenge of trying not to bore you on the subject. Now, the archives of the Dunedin City Council are a great resource and treasure. They go back to the mid-1850s, and they need very, very good care and looking after. They're quite a comprehensive set of archives as well. Now, we have been very much involved in consultation with the staff who've been planning an improved position. As you'll see from the submission, it is where the archives are not ideal, being in a basement with activities and risk factors above, and also shared on the same floor with things like boilers and car parks, and then having to make really a silk purse out of a sow's ear, so to speak. I think the existing staff have done the very best that they can. What has been happening is they've been matching up each element in the standing instructions from the Archives New Zealand Chief Archivist's instructions at each point, and trying to meet them as well as they can. And I think by and large they have succeeded. The main areas of improvement have been the rerouting of the waste and water pipes away from inside the archives areas into passageways and adjacent places. The installation of an effective sprinkler system, which is good. The installation of a air conditioning system, which will maintain temperatures plus or minus 2 degrees centigrade, and of a relative humidity system plus or minus 5 degrees centigrade. The main thing is not so much the absolute temperature and humidity. For the humidity, you really need to absolutely have it between 30 and 60%, and temperatures have to keep it reasonably low, ideally around about 18 degrees centigrade. There will be some seasonal variation, but the main thing is that there are no sudden and sharp variations. One good thing about archives is when they're on mobile shelving, they form a kind of quite an inert mass, a heat sink, which helps balance out fluctuations in temperature and humidity. There are some other improvements which we can note. One is the sealing of the walls and ceiling to prevent water ingress. This is perhaps a real problem. We had a real worry about a flood in the floors above, but that has certainly got better. And and perhaps our main concern is that there is no strong fireproofing of the external walls as far as we can see, and perhaps this is something which can be looked at. But there's no doubt about it that as a result of the improvements which it is proposed to have, and which apparently for which the money is available, then the archives are going to be in a much better position ongoing than they have been in the past. Thank you.
Very good. Now, do we have any questions? Councillor Barker.
Kia ora, gentlemen. Lovely to see you again. So I take it from the presentation that you are happier with the condition of the archives, but you still believe there are some issues to be addressed. Is it the fireproofing and the waterproofing? You need to push the microphone.
The main one would be, for me, would be the fireproofing. If there is a fire outbreak, it's much more likely to be outside the archives than within, and it is much better to prevent the fire getting within rather than relying on the sprinklers to put it out once it's inside. So I can't quite understand the reasoning which has happened here, but anyway, that's the way it has been worked out. So if there was some extra funding available just to make those walls rather more fireproof, I think that would be much better. If you get water damage can certainly happen to archives, as well as sort of direct damage. You can get damp. It takes a long time to dry a place out, and then there is risk of mould and other problems happening. But anyway, that's probably our main concern with it.
So when was the last time that you caught up with council staff? You can see from all the scaffolding there's a lot of work going on the different floors of council. So when was the last time you had a meeting with them, and did they say that they were going to address some of those concerns? You need to push the microphone.
The microphone button.
Yes, I think the last meeting we had was March.
Turning each other off.
One
of you, Chris.
The last meeting was March. We did raise this concern with them, and they said they would go back to the engineers to query them about this, but we haven't heard the outcome of that. Thank you.
And I have a question just about that. So what you're saying is that the proposal that you have in mind, or that you've been told that you think of, is a firewall on one side of the adjoining walls, so to contain a fire within archives, versus what we'd call a firewall, which is just a complete separation between the inside and the outside. So it wouldn't matter which side the fire was coming from, it would be stopped at a firewall.
Our main concern is the fire from coming in from the outside.
Yes, so that would be the firewall. So
that would be the firewall, yes. Yeah.
Either way, okay. Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question about the archives themselves. Is it the case that they're not just dry stats and minutes of meetings, but actually a rich social history? And I asked that question because I was just reflecting as you were talking. I have family history in there, and it is a rich, I would have thought, social history of the city.
Well, it's a huge resource. It's not just in relation to the city itself, but there's also the records of all the amalgamated councils coming in from there, so it extends well beyond the immediate urban boundaries, so to speak. It's a rich source for the housing history. with all the various permits and things like that. A very good photographs collection there. Excellent for plans and things like that. No, there's just a huge amount. It's the best single source for the history of Dunedin, with the possible exclusion of maybe the Otago Daily Times, the back files, or something like that. But
so the tragedy that befell the Otago Peninsula, and I'm trying to think, was it District Council? No, it had another name. I believe the records, were they not, there was a flood and there are no records before 1900.
probably right about
The button, microphone.
Press the button.
Yeah, probably right about that. None of the outlying council records have survived particularly well. I know that with Waikuiti, even things like the boroughs, St Kilda, Maori Hill and things like that. And also the Tyree. I mean, some records survive from all these places, but not nearly as well as those of the main city body here.
And so, just two more things. So, would it be correct that for buildings and so forth, if people want to go back and establish various things when they're doing consents, that history is actually really important? If it's not there, it has ramifications. That would be the case.
Yes,
The
no,
microphone.
that's 100% correct. Yeah.
And so my final question is around the current state of the archives, notwithstanding the protections and so forth.
Do you mean, are they safe as they are, or?
What kind of condition are they in?
They're in excellent condition, but they will not remain that way if steps aren't taken. Yeah.
Thank
you. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you for your presentation. And next we have Presbyterian Support Otago. So we have Ms. Joy Davis and is it Ms. Deb Gelling? Yes.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thanks, councillors, for your time this morning. We'd like to acknowledge and thank Councillor Gary and DCC staff who followed up on our submission last year, resulting in our contact details now being on the DCC rates section of your website. We did have other submissions that are still to be actioned, and they are referred to in this year's submission. We're keen to progress our partnership further, promoting access to our services and increasing the work we do with DCC staff to serve the people of Dunedin. However, we do advise, given the current climate, there are potential capacity issues, and we seek DCC support in advocating to central government regarding these and our ongoing ability to provide the services that our communities need. We note yesterday cost of living crisis was raised by several submitters. We note also, and are thankful for, Council has recently in effect been lobbying central government for increases in rates rebates and in relation to the changes in the disability sector. And we ask that our Council continues to use its resources and influence to represent the interests and well-being of our residents to central government in support of an improved quality of life for all of our Ōtepoti residents. This is a public and powerful way to support the strategic directions that are listed in the current social wellbeing strategy, which are connected people, vibrant and cohesive communities, health and safe people, a reasonable standard of living for all, and affordable and healthy homes. We ask that the Dunedin City Council joins with others in strongly lobbying central government to provide sufficient funding via improved delivery systems for the community-facing services of the not-for-profit sector. Currently, the sector is experiencing delays in relation to confirmation of government contracts, reduction or even withdrawal of funding, causing social service organisations or not-for-profits huge amounts of uncertainty, stress, and for some severely limiting or eliminating their services. These challenges are not new. In our challenges on page 1 of this document, it states that this is one of our existing problems, and that's been around for over 10 years. The current social wellbeing strategy also states that the Dunedin City Council cannot progress social wellbeing on its own. It is hoped that the strategy will provide a vehicle for shared responses and solutions with various communities across Dunedin and with other agencies and organisations. Presbyterian support is a generic service. Our vision statement declares that every person is valued and grows in a safe and strong community. Our practice is to work with anyone who presents, reducing barriers to accessing social services. If we cannot help, then connecting them to a provider who can. PSO currently partners with DCC with the Electricity Fund, in events and wider community support groups, and has partnered with DCC in times of emergency, and our practice manager has served on the Mayor's Welfare Fund. Every rate default, every mortgagee sale affects a family and affects our community. We submit that our residents and their communities would only benefit from us growing our partnership. Our practice manager, Deb, is here to answer any questions, particularly in relation to the board service PSO provides across the city and the province. And the main details of all of that are in our submission. Thank you.
Very good. Councillor Gary.
Thank you for the work you do in these very challenging times. I have a question which is very specific to the budget advisory finance costs cuts by the government. And I know that you provide a service, but I wanted to know around your capacity, because I imagine that you are inundated at the moment. It'd be good to hear the reality of that for you.
Thank you.
Sorry, can you just bring that a wee bit closer, maybe? Yeah.
I'm a little bit shorter.
Yeah. Just bring the whole thing, yes.
Kia ora. It is definitely a challenging situation out there at the moment. We know that Dunedin Budget Advisory Service lost their government funding contract to continue. They have since lost 2 staff and are reducing the number of people that they are taking on board. So that is quite a significant impact for us and for anybody else like CAP, Christians Against Poverty, who are providing that support in the community. With them not being able to pick up the longer term work, we're getting a lot more of those referrals. Those referrals are complex, they're not simple referrals, and they are referrals such as saving people's houses. People over the last few years have been living, they've already extended their mortgages as much as they can. They've already maxed out their credit cards. They've already had their mortgage holidays to try and get through the last couple of years of COVID that we've had. So now we're back into kind of mainstream work. The cost of living has had a huge impact, and there's nothing to fall back on. So we're under significant pressure at the moment as far as that is concerned with financial mentoring. We are trying to keep up with it.
So what's the wait time for people currently?
The way we operate...
Sorry, you have to push the microphone button again.
Keeps going off, sorry.
It does.
The way we operate is that we try and we triage any referrals that are made to us. So as soon as somebody comes through the door, we assess whether there's immediate need or not. If there's immediate need, like their power's going to be cut off, or their house, or we had a car that was about to be repossessed last week that was desperately needed, we will meet with them and do what we can on the spot as quick as we can. We will try and get them into first available appointment, and we can move things around to make that a little bit more available. The wait list for ongoing budgeting can be anywhere at the moment for I think it's about 3 to 4 weeks at the moment to get in for an appointment for that ongoing stuff. We're lucky in Dunedin where most of our social workers are also financial mental trained, so they can do some of that immediate crisis work, like apply for a DCC electricity fund to keep power on, or negotiate some of the, the immediate risks that are there. So,
thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Thanks, Deb and Joy, and thanks to PSO for their tremendous mahi. I guess this has probably been asked before, but it's a question around our staff, and how is, I guess, our staff's engagement with you as an organisation in terms of rate support and connecting you to housing tenants who are in desperate need of support?
Connection, I think, through the years has fluctuated. So at times it'll be really, really strong, and different departments will be really strong. We've always had a really good engagement with the council at some point with someone across there. We occasionally get phone calls from the library if homeless people are coming in and they're worried about that. We've had phone calls from councillors to go and do welfare checks in the community for somebody they're concerned about. We have been, the rates, one of our ex-staff works there, so that's an extra connection. So I think we've had fluctuating. At times it's really good, at times it can be challenging.
Great. So I guess in follow-up, how could that be improved, do you think?
Maybe a little bit more understanding about the support we can provide, and that is ongoing. So if you've got people in housing, where you see there's issues in housing, you can refer to us and we can go in and see them, provide the support that's needed, do an assessment. Yeah.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you. I'm aware we're getting very short on time, so I have two questions. The first one's just about budgetary advisory services. So the contract was cut with them, but does the money remain in Dunedin with another provider? Is that correct?
At this stage, we have heard that we've been successful in being able to continue with funding. We don't know who the other providers are yet. That hasn't been made public.
And my second question, Joy, I noticed that you were waving the strategy around and it's dated 2013, I think. Are you involved in the work for the refresh?
I'm on the Social Wellbeing Advisory Group, so in that level I am, yes.
So in your opinion, are the bones of the strategy good, or do you think we actually need to do a whole lot more work and things have changed since it was written?
I think the context has changed completely to where we were and how we wrote it and who we consulted with. And I know that staff are really aware of that and working really hard to broaden that out. And I'm really encouraged by that. But I think the priorities are still very valid.
Great. Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Joy. Good to see you. I'm sobered by the statistics that you provided in your submission, and I see that the top three issues have shifted, with safety being the number one thing. I wonder if you could elaborate a little bit on what the safety issue is that makes your clients feel unsafe.
I think one of the largest issues that we've got in relation to safety at the moment is relates to housing and relates to cost of living. We've got people living in violent situations who have nowhere to go, and if they do go, they have nowhere to be able to support current living situations. If I may, we had an example of an older person who bought the home in conjunction with another family member. The family member passed. That left that person literally looking for somewhere to live because the family all wanted that home sold, and her share of it, I think we were looking at perhaps an apartment at one of the retirement villages or something, because there was no way. This woman was in her 80s, so this sort of thing is going on, and they just. Another example of this woman rang us and concerning about accessing the food services, and further conversation resulted in us finding out that she didn't actually have any running water in her home. And this is another elderly person living in part of our city. And we've got a lot of situations where children are moving back into the home of elderly parents, and that's often not a good outcome as well.
Very good. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Yes, I won't mention what it's like with teenagers. It's lovely to see you again, Joy. I was wondering what services you've got for the homeless. What do you, and are you? How would you say it? You know, at the moment, would you say it's ranking it on? You know, how bad do you think it is?
We've done several snapshots over the years around what that looks like, and every time we do, it's between 30 and 40 people we have coming through our doors every month. it varies from people who are living in transitional housing, people who are about to be evicted and nowhere to go, people living in cars, and now of course we've got tents popping up all over the place, which I know is causing significant issues. Housing is something that a lot of people refer people to us for because they think we can fix it. We don't do any more than what other agencies do, but I think we do that and we do care about it. So we are really strong and avid supporters and tend to be on most of the housing networks that are around to try and have something shifted in that space. I don't know what it's going to look like moving forward, but we're continuously just trying to find people safe housing. If they haven't got safe housing, we're providing bedding and what we can for people who are living in cars and scenarios like that, which is not great either. But there are only limited resources, and if there's not the housing available, it's a struggle. But we continue to support those people and get them to come in and do what we can.
You have quite a lot of community housing, is that correct?
No, we don't. We have just housing as a component of Presbyterian support, and we have 4 houses, and those 4 houses are currently tenanted.
Great.
The Enliven section of Presbyterian support, which is our aged care facilities, some of them have cottages, and yes, but that's separate to, we're here for talking about, these services are under Family Works. So PSO is Enliven with its aged care and Family Works with its social services arm.
Great, thank you. Councillor Wiley, here's a quick question.
Yeah, just a quick question.
Quick answer.
The DBAS money, Dunedin Budget Advisory Service money, I understand MSD had awarded another contract with that funding. Is that not correct?
We haven't heard if there is going to be another provider by MSD with that funding that you're talking about in relation to the Building Financial Capability contracts. We don't know. We hope there is another service that's going to be supported with that money that has come from DBAS, because people deserve the right of choice. It's too much work just for one agency, and we actually need to be supported to do this mahi.
Yeah, through my chair's role at Dunedin Community House, I understand there has been another provider awarded that contract. That money is staying in town, but with a different provider.
Good. Thank you. Yeah, we don't know. So, thank you very much for your presentation. That's great, and exhaustive answers. So next we have Irene Skur from the Peninsula Community Board. Is that right? No? Good morning. You just press the button and
push the button.
5 minutes.
And good morning, everybody, and thank you. It's a long time since I've presented to the esteemed council, but it is something I've always been interested in, and I congratulate you all on the effort you make to have fair decisions. I'm here to support the Targ Peninsula Community Board submission, and just briefly, that Tomahawk School site that they've mentioned, 11 years you've had it in your hands now. I always envisaged it would be a play area, a close to the city picnic area for families to go. The bus goes right there. But there's not even a walkway being put between the sports field and the school area. Virtually nothing but a little bit of planting has been done in the 11 years that you've held it. And I think that that's a waste of a wonderful established flat recreational area that could be used with minimal cost. And I'd like you to consider that. But really my issue was with the funding of the safety issues that we brought up on the Portobello Harrington Point safety improvement area. Just a little bit of background, because some of you will not be aware of this. The Otago Peninsula wished to have a community board, and that was not granted by the DCC Council at the time. They said that the peninsula didn't have significant differences, but it does. And when the delegation went to Wellington to the Local Government Commission, the community board was allowed to be put in place. And that in 2002 was the start of the community board. But one of the reasons the council turned it down is they said they're all independent villages out there and they'll never work together. Well, the community board was the thing that unified all of that area. We started with public meetings, we started with a survey that went out, and the thing that came through, there was too many lights, there was more lights, there was too much tourism, there wasn't enough, there was blinking wild cats, and there was pet cats, there was all sorts of issues were brought forward. But the thing that unified everybody was the safety issues of the road. And that's what we started working with council with. And we knew it was far too big a job to make it as a whole, so we brought it back to be itemised of the areas of most importance, and they were the safety issues so that the children could feel safe to walk to school. The road was narrow, it was a two-way tar seal road with no verge, there was nowhere for people to walk, and that's what we started with, itemising it as safety issues. Then that started, and we were basically satisfied with how it was progressing. Then change was brought about, and that was in the 2013, when you was reprioritised. There was compromise made. But right from the beginning, I stood at those public meetings and working on behalf of a commitment made by the council, said that the safety issues would be addressed. And they had to work really hard with the townships down of Harwood and Harrington Point and Portobello and Otakau to say that yes, your concerns of safety would be met. We were prioritising as we went, but the commitment was there. So the council made a commitment, and on the community board we made a commitment. And really the basic reason I'm here today is if you don't fund and acknowledge the commitments that were made, my integrity is in doubt, and I don't like that.
Do we have any questions? Councillor Gary.
Thank you for your presentation, Irene. And can you just remind us, you were the first chairperson of the newly established Otaka Peninsula Community Board, and for how many years? Could you push the button?
You have to push the button every time to speak.
You think I was a beginner at this? Yeah. I was the inaugural chairperson, and I was the chairperson for 9 years. And I think the community board has, since that time, had very sound grounding for the leadership that has been shown and the people that have taken on since then.
And so during your time, which bits were completed or underway?
The first part that was completed, which was not exactly what the council wanted. They wanted to start at Vauxhall and work their way down. But safety around McAndrew Bay was the first one that was highlighted, and that was the one that was it wasn't always, just as a quick aside, I was up on the farm one day out on the four-wheeler and got an urgent phone call from John Bellamy saying, come down here immediately. And he said, I'm standing in front of a digger that's going to take out all the vegetation around the McAndrew Bay beach. So he stood in front of the digger. I got down there about 20 minutes later and also stood in front of the digger and told the contractors to stop. They said they had instructions from the council engineers, so it took us about an hour to get the council engineers down there, and said that the community wanted the ethics of the feeling of the community to keep enhancing what we had. We didn't want that destroyed. And any of you have been down to that Macmay beach on a hot summer day, it is packed with families with little children because it's safe for little ones to play. We worked there, and then we worked through other safety issues, and we've now reached the stage of Broad Bay and Portobello. But there's still, I think you heard yesterday, and I'm not sure if you're all aware, but we talked about it the years ago when I was on the community board, that piece of land through the cutting at Portobello is owned by the Education Board. Now that's more than 15 years ago, and nothing has been done to address. It won't be a simple fact, but it has to be addressed. And if Portobello School come here, they could easily put a set of double gates across there and charge a fee to get down to our wonderful albatross colony.
Councillor Vincent-Pope.
Thank you. Thank you for your submission. You list the 3 areas that were committed but haven't been completed or begun in some cases. Is that in your preferred priority order?
The first one is definitely the Otakau one, round the fisheries corner. The second one would be the cutting at Portobello. And although it is quite exciting going down the desert road because it's on sand and it goes up and down, and it needs to be fixed at some stage, but not at the moment.
Great. Thank you, and thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Now, at this point, I move we adjourn for 10 minutes to have a cup of tea and have a break. We come back at 10:30. Seconded by Deputy Mayor Lucas. All those in favour say aye. Carried. Colleagues, if we can take our chairs, we'll get underway. Do we have Bernadette Newlands present? Very good. So, welcome back everyone. We'll resume, and if you can come to the desk, you have 5 minutes to speak, and you just press the microphone button in front of you whenever you want to speak.
Kia ora koutou. My name is Bernadette Newlands. I live on the peninsula in Broad Bay. This perspective I want to speak about today is around Te Aka o Tākou, the Peninsula Connection, and I'm really here in my with my perspective as retired principal on the peninsula. So I've been very lucky. I've had a long career in education, and 36 years of that has been teaching at Portobello for 10 years, then Broad Bay for 8 years as principal. I was deputy principal at Portobello Broad Bay for 8 years as principal from 95 till 2003, when I then moved to McAndrew Bay and had the good fortune of being principal there for 18 years. So I guess I'm pretty familiar with the issues around children walking safely to and from school. The peninsula is a wee bit different to town. We don't have a lot of footpaths. So if children are going to walk to school, they tend to have to walk, when we walk around, not on our lovely walkway, but the rest of the place, we are often walking on roads. And so, of course, that is a real disincentive for parents letting their children walk to school. Previously, you know, people wanted their children to walk to school, but it was unsafe for them to do so. So, of course, there were an awful lot of cars that arrived at the school gate, and very much of those times between 8:30 and 9:15, and then again at pick-up time. And so the term chaos at the school gate is not just a term, it is a total phenomenon. You know, the number of parents that back into other cars, and the risk of a child walking behind a car and getting bowled is very real. So I've been part of supporting this walkway over the years, and it's been such a credit to the DCC that this project has come to fruition and been the vision has been realised. To see children being able to walk with their parents safely to school, or scooter along the walkway, or cycle along the walkway, has been amazing. And living out on the peninsula, you just see that at all times of the day. It's not just getting to and from school, it's the ability to enjoy the environment and be out on that walkway with friends and family over the weekends and in the evenings. So to me, it's very important that the benefits that I've seen at McAndrew Bay School, mostly when this was done, and then as a resident of Broad Bay and seeing Broad Bay School students as well, it's very important that that is completed fully and that Portobello School gets their part of the Peninsula Connection fully completed. There's some wonderful work that's been done in Portobello, but it's not quite finished. So that really needs to happen. My other perspective would be I fully support the sequencing of Ōtākou first, then Portobello, and then, of course, the linking. My reason being that, you know, mana whenua have gotten behind this project and supported the harbour having that reclamation done, which was probably a little bit uncomfortable. You know, I know some people were unsure about that, but they have supported it, and I understand from the ODT and from talking to people that you know, they had been previously going to have Ōtākou done as part of this project much earlier, but sequencing needed to be changed and they were moved far down the list. So I think it's really important that that doesn't translate into not being down the list, but actually not being on the list anymore. Ōtākou carries a lot of tourist traffic, it's got some tricky corners, it's got all sorts of issues down there. And it's really important that if a promise was made, that a delay would be made, but that the project would happen, it's really important that that promise is kept from my perspective. But I think Portobello School also needs to be helped to have the same facilities and safe walking around their village, as McAndrew Bay and Broad Bay have too.
Wonderful. Thank you. Now, do we have any questions? Councillor Hurlan.
Do you realise that probably every one of us around this table probably wants that to be completed, and it's the government that's pulled the funding?
Well, I'm pleased to hear that everyone does, because you should be very proud of what you have achieved with what you've done. I guess I didn't know that the government had pulled the funding, but I hope that they would listen to pressure from the Dunedin community and from the Dunedin City Council to understand that this project is consented, it's planned, it's been consulted about, it's ready to go, and that it's important that it is finished properly. I guess my mother always taught me, if a job's worth doing, it's worth doing well. And this job is really worth doing well.
Great. Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you. It sort of leads on from the previous question in the context of Waka Kotahi pooling its co-funding for cycling-related infrastructure. We've had many groups around the table with competing desires for the city. Some yesterday railing against a proposed large rate rise. What would you say to the ratepayers in terms? What would you say to convince them that this is a good spend of the rate take?
Well, in terms of the
microphone.
Thank you. In terms of the rate take, I know it can seem like this is very much a facility for Peninsula people, and you can look at the population base, but you know, I noticed that it's the whole of Dunedin City that is using this facility. You know, when we walk from Broad Bay to Portobello to have a coffee, the number of cyclists that are there from the city is huge. And I also think it's wonderful for the city in terms of tourism. So that brings money into the city as well. So I think it's an asset for the whole city and is worth, I know, you know, we need to raise rates. We all understand that we've got a big rate rise coming. But this is something that is really worthwhile for people's well-being, for a life-enhancing quality of life that it gives to the city. So I would see it as worth prioritising and worth spending money on.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you. I'm just following up on, because I think a lot of people are sort of unaware of the funding relationship. So it was almost 57% co-funded by Waka Kotahi. So I see you're proposing to break it up into 4 sections, and I think that's sort of where it's going. Because if we do it ourselves, it's basically 2.5 times as expensive as it was up to every other kilometre that we've done. So coming into that, I think when we're trying to balance things out, it would seem unlikely that we're going to come up with the money to do the whole lot at once. And you've prioritised, I think, the same priority that almost everybody else has in the area, which is around the Fisherman's Wharf area. That's correct, right? Yes. Great, thank you.
Great.
Yes.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you. And next we have Lindley Edme. So, yes, the microphone's already had its button pressed, so you just press that every time you wish to speak.
Cool. Kia ora tātou. My name's Lindley Edmeads, and I'm here to speak, to call on the DCC to continue providing funding for Te Whare o Rukutia. I am a lecturer in creative writing at the university, and I'm also the current editor of Landfall, which is New Zealand's longest running and most prestigious arts journal that comes from Dunedin, Ōtepoti, proudly. So I'm speaking on behalf of the literary community and also trying to bridge a divide, the town and gown divide, which continues to occur. For me personally, I'm a writer, but I'm also an academic, so I've constantly got one foot in both camps. So that's why I've kind of put my hand up to come along today. So I've had several dealings with staff and professionals associated with Te Whare o Rukutia. I've been invited to run workshops there with Ōtepoti Poetics. I've hired the space as a venue for literary events, and I've also attended several literary festival and musical events in the space too. And on every single occasion, I was always very impressed with how professional, how seamless and how thoughtfully managed the space was. In particular for the Dunedin Writers and Readers Festival events, which we have every 2 years. Festival goers are regularly visiting Dunedin from out of town. And while we do have the space up here at the DPAG, which is a welcome and brilliant space for such things, there's obviously a demand for more. And the Whare o Rukutia nearby in this central space means that we can offer events on a much higher scale with several events happening in parallel, which is really the kind of global standard. Oh,
No,
is it working?
it's all right. It's working again. Temporary.
And then I also, I guess, want to speak back to the Dunedin UNESCO City of Literature status. Obviously, it's a huge drawcard for bringing tourists into New Zealand, into Dunedin particularly. And as a writer, Dunedin is the place to be for me. I'm also currently working on developing a Masters in Creative Writing, which will start next year. We've just gone through the process of the various many bureaucratic processes that I have to go through to get that up and running, which will happen next year. And also going to Iceland, to Reykjavik next month to attend a conference where I'll be actually a delegate of UNESCO City of Literature, which Reykjavik is also a city of literature. So I'll be speaking on behalf of Dunedin, and I'll be waving the flag, and I'll be saying, come to Dunedin, come and study literature here, come and learn how to be a writer in Dunedin. So I guess to quote the DCC, the strategy that the DCC adopted in 2015, the Aratoi Arts and Culture Strategy, to make Dunedin one of the world's great small cities with arts and culture at its core, I think, to utilise, to keep Te Whare o Rukutia up and running is absolutely integral for our culture and community. And actually after this, I'm going to Otago Girls High School to speak to some year 13 students. After being at an event at Te Whare o Rukutia, where I was sitting in the audience, it was a festival event, and the person behind me said, "Oh, excuse me, I think you're the editor of Landfall." I said, "Yes, I am." She said, "I'm a teacher at Otago Girls. Would you mind coming up and talking to my students sometime?" So actually today, just coincidentally, I'm going up to do that in the next hour or so. So again, a great community building space needs to be continued to be funded.
Fantastic. We have a bunch of questions. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Will the Masters be along the lines of Bill Manhire's course, something like what he was doing?
Yes, short answer. It's built on something called the Iowa model, which comes out of the University of Iowa, and it's a workshop model. It's a capped, limited number. In the first few years, it's a pilot scheme, but it's 12 students, and it's workshop based and it's intensive. Myself and Liam McIlvenny, the crime writer, and Amanda Martin, who's actually a playwright and a world-renowned playwright. She works at the university. So the three of us are developing various strategies for teaching.
Fantastic, sounds great. Can I just say that Council doesn't want and doesn't think that Te Whare Whakatia will close because we've got...
Hello, excuse me, Councillor. No, questions. So
yes,
anyway,
I'm getting to my question. If your concern is that it might close, how would you feel if other people were managing it and it had a change management but was still going?
I think that would be fine. I think it's more having the resource at our disposal. Yep.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Lindley. I'm sure the people of Reykjavik would appreciate the weather here in Dunedin today. You're specifically here speaking in support of the literary community, so I guess my question is, and I've asked it in a roundabout way to others, what would the loss of Te Whare, if it's not funded by us or another, mean to that community?
The loss would be substantial. I mean, recently I was hosting a writer from Scotland, and we didn't have any money, well, very, very little money. We can't afford to host events like that in the Public Art Gallery. So Te Whare o Rukutia was perfect. It was, middle of the range. We weren't in a pub, we weren't in a cafe. It was a professional space. There was lighting, there was sound, there was everything that we needed. but we didn't have to make it a ticketed event. It was $250. So it's hugely affordable. It's hugely accessible, both on foot for traffic, but also for people that can't afford to come to literary events.
And would you agree it's sort of central as well to our status as a city of literature?
100%. Yep, we need places like this. We need spaces like this.
Fantastic. Councillor Gary?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Linley, thank you for your presentation. I'm interested in picking up on a comment you made around this is the place to be for international writers. And we heard a lot yesterday about the creative ecosystem. Last night I was at the Hocken for the welcome to the fellows, including the Robert Burns Fellow, etc. I wonder if you could comment on that ecosystem and Te Whare as part of that a little more than you have, and about the attraction of Dunedin as a whole.
I guess there's quite a few layers to that. Dunedin as a whole, as a destination, is a fantastic place for international and national students to come. I'm kind of forgetting the separate parts of your question.
Around the creative ecosystem in terms of writers.
Again, it's that kind of middle of the range destination location space for meetings such as festival events, where we don't want to be sitting in a pub, we don't want to be sitting in a cafe. We want a professionally managed space that we can use, because otherwise we run the risk of it actually being a little bit embarrassing, I think, for writers and festival goers to come to Dunedin and come to paid events where they're ticketed and then find themselves in a bar or a cafe where the sound's not right, it's not professionally managed. If we're going to be on an international stage, we need to step up into that space.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Kia ora.
That's great. Kia ora. And now we have Mr. Gerard Wilkins. Yep, and so you just have to press the button when you're ready to speak, and yep, there you go.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. My name is Gerard Wilkins. I speak to Te Awa Otakau, the Peninsula Connection, the bike track, etc. My background is a long-time peninsula dweller, interested in seeing the peninsula and developments on behalf of Dunedin. And I speak to it as a long-time vintage cyclist, exploring the peninsula over many, many years on bikes with family and so on. And also as in my role as Professor of Medicine, as a health advocate from Otago University and Hospital. May I firstly deliver a strong degree of praise for what's happened on the peninsula and the development of the walkways and bike tracks around the entire gem, which is Dunedin Harbour. So I lived on the peninsula since the early 1980s. Effectively, the citizens of the peninsula were denied access, really, to the water of the peninsula. And in fact, it was dangerous to have children there. They couldn't even wait safely for a bus, effectively, at any point down the peninsula, with few exceptions. And what you've done is you've created access to the peninsula and its tourist attractions and its amenities for the whole of Otago, and for that matter, for the rest of the world as tourists. And in a way, you've created your own problem. You've set such a high standard in what's been done that its outstanding natural beauty has added to the peninsula. And there's not very many man-made things that you can say that about, frankly, sitting in a natural setting. There's now just one bit left to do, and I'm just advocating that you don't forget it. Historically, the plan was to start at the far end and to work back, and I'm pleased that you did it the other way around for various reasons, but we must not forget that we owe the Otakau end of the peninsula a completion. So there are 3 pieces there left to do. You're aware of them. It's the bus stop area around Allison's Corner, It's the around the school at Portobello, and then the sort of ill-defined inland bit that connects the end of the peninsula. Yeah. I see two issues really here, and I speak to these very quickly. I think we need to complete it because, in a way, that was the promise. And secondly, in failing to complete it, and I don't mean in a rush, in time, eventually, you remove what has created, in a way, a danger. By making it so safe and so accessible, you've enormously increased the number of people who drive there and the number of people who use it as an amenity, running, cycling, pushing prams, all over it, as someone who lives there. And so now there's 2 or 3 places that are left where actually it's become more dangerous because no one expects a bike to be in the middle of the road as you come around a corner in a ridiculously narrow part out towards the end. So I remind you that in completing it so well, you've in a way made a problem if you don't complete it. So mostly I'm not here to annoy you. I'm here to remind you that you need to complete this job at a high standard. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have questions. Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. I just want to try and tweak out the time frame that you were referring to, that you realise it can't be done immediately, but the words you used were in time and eventually. If you were to put a pin in a date or a time frame, would you be able to do that in terms of what you think is an appropriate time?
I think you're managing risk, and so therefore, as soon as possible. If I were to say what are the dangerous bits, it's the 2 short sections rather than that inland piece. Not that many people use that inland piece in a walking sense, and most cyclists that are on that piece, there's enough width there and it's straight enough that that could, in reality, be slightly more on the back burner. But the cluster of problems in Portobello and out towards the Allison's Corner end, where there is poor visibility coming around corners, very narrow areas, abrupt change from having cycle lane to not. Those are the bits that I would emphasise that probably need attention sooner. And I wouldn't presume to know your financial state and therefore set a timeline. I'd just say in a timely manner.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
Yeah, thanks for your presentation. I mean, you're hitting the same themes that everybody has hit. And one of my questions would be, if the government comes up with money, will we be, as a community, able to come forward and front up for that? Because about 2 years ago, or in the middle of COVID, the shovel-ready money came up, and we put that application in, and we were quite literally standing there and didn't get it. And it's been recognised that maybe the community could have, and this council itself could have made more noise at the time, we probably would have increased our chances. So if we go forward in funding this at the moment, we're 100% funding every section, but there will be government cycles of money coming through periodically. What do you think about the idea that we go with the most obvious dangerous areas to start with under our own bat and then start getting ourselves lined up for whenever that kind of funding comes back around?
So I think the most important thing that I'd like to see is the ongoing undertaking that you wish to complete it. So the answer to that is yes from me. Yeah.
Very good. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and nothing wrong with vintage cyclists, by the way. You've reminded me of a question I'm going to ask because it relates to what happened on the Te Aramoana side of the Otago Vine up to Port Chalmers, where for years we had this ridiculous situation of a beautiful cycleway that ended at St Leonard's, which became busy and then threw people out onto a state highway. So am I correct in thinking what you're suggesting is fairly analogous to that? We're, in one sense, attracting people onto something which in itself creates, ironically, a greater danger of.
You've suddenly made more people go on the road, so you've amplified the danger. It's exactly the same thing. So anyone who wanted to do a cycle ride there had to climb up into the back streets. All the bird name streets became, and pretty grunty hard work too, but quite good for us health-wise. Yeah, exactly the same phenomenon.
Okay. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your continued advocacy, Jerry. I wanted to ask if you have any comment as a health advocate on the benefits you've seen to date.
Wearing my professional hat, anytime we get people out doing moderate levels of activity that they can sustain over a lifetime pattern, we are doing the community an enormous favour. So we add years of life if people remain active over their life, and we in fact diminish healthcare costs. We decrease the number of rest homes that are needed, because quality life years extended is what happens with exercise. Cycling and walking are the kind of target low impact things that we should be encouraging mass use of, and you've done that. You've done that very well by this development.
And have you seen, as I've seen, people out every single night walking their dog in numbers?
It's extraordinary. Even in the dark.
Microphone.
Yeah. It's extraordinary, isn't it? Even in the darkness, there are people out there walking around. Yeah.
Great. Thank you very much for your presentation. It's very informative. Thank you. All right. Now, next we have Dave McPherson and Jane Stevens. Oh, just you. Very good. So you have 5 minutes. There's a timer on the screen. Just press the button, which you have, when you want to speak.
Thanks very much, and thanks for the opportunity to make this presentation. I'm a resident out at Otako. Some locals still pronounce it Otakau, but we're trying to educate them. Look, 3 and a bit years ago, when we bought our property out there, we inquired what the status of the road and cycleway out past Portobello would be, because we could see the bit going up to Portobello, Broad Bay, etc., was under construction. We were told that that was next on the list, and it was in the council's long-term plan at the time. That's since been removed in a funded sense, and that's why the main reason I'm here this morning. There was a commitment in 2015 to complete that road out there, but what we have at the moment is an absolute mismatch of and mess really of partly completed cycleways, partly safe roads, and parts with no cycleway, not even any walking area, but people using it. They're encouraged by the excellent standard of the facilities up to Portobello, and they see bits of it past there. It's like one of those dashed lines that hasn't been filled in, and it alternatively encourages and discourages people from using that. And the bits that have no extra cycleway width or shoulder even to walk on in some cases are actually quite dangerous, and we see people walking on the road, cycling on the road, buses and cars, if they pass and they happen to be alongside someone who's walking or cycling, literally have to stop for people walking on the road or cycling on the road in many cases. That's not a safe situation. The bit of road immediately inland, but it's called, or desert road as some of us call it, in between Harwood and Otako, is actually an 80k zone. There's 5 different speed zones. That's the only 80k zone, and it has no shoulder at all to walk or cycle on. You have to cycle or walk on the road if you're going down there, and many people do. It's a tourist route, it's a recreation route, and it's not safe. That's all I'll say about that. I briefly want to mention at Otako Golf Course Road itself, which is a bus stop, there is no bus shelter, even though there are 60 to 65 residences down that road, many of which are like ours are lived in full time. A whole lot of new bus shelters have been put in other areas. There is zero in that area, and several people have commented to me that they are discouraged from using that, especially during winter and other sort of rainy periods, because you have to wait quite a long time sometimes for the buses. The timetable for them is erratic in the area because you're right at the end of a long run. No fault on the buses. They're good when you can get on board, but if you have to wait, you're going to get soaked there because with the lack of shelter, and there is room to put shelter and a parking area in there. So we really think for our rates that we put in out there, we're entitled to slightly better connections. There's no alternative road past Portobello, no alternative route. If you want to go out there all the way to Taiaroa Heads, Albatross Colony, Penguins, so forth, you have to use that road, and it's not in a fit state. Some of it is also very old and a bit decrepit and gets washed out every time there's a high tide with a little bit of rough water, especially round past Otako Wharf. So there's all sorts of problems in that area, none of which are absolutely major, but which need to be part of a program. Originally the program that we had in 2015 we'd suggest. Thanks.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Mayhem?
Thank you very much, Mr. McPherson, for your submission and for coming to talk to us today. I just wanted to ask you a little bit about your comments around community housing. So you've acknowledged that there's a living affordability problem. Would you speak some more about the housing rental increases?
Those comments were in response to... Thanks, Councillor O'Malley. Those comments were in response to your questionnaire. They weren't the main part of our submission, but in principle we think that, myself and my partner think that housing costs and social housing should go up no faster than inflation, and if they're going faster than that, they become more of the affordability problem.
I agree. You should be encouraged that lots of people have come to speak to us about the Peninsula Collection. I see at the start of your submission you say that it is not ethical to restrict comments to a maximum of 500 words, but I just wanted to point out, it's not really a question, did you know you've attached photos at the bottom, and you could have attached your whole submission as an extra. You could have written 20 pages and just attached it as a submission for next time.
But a number of people actually made a comment to us a number of people made a comment to us when we were getting submissions forms organised that they had been put off by the fact that there's only a very small section for writing that. It's not clear in there. Yes, you can add things, but it's not clear to, especially to newcomers to the process.
Or not online as well. Yeah. Microphone, Councillor. Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. Next question is Councillor O'Malley.
I thought you were going to move on to the next item.
Next question.
Thanks for your presentation, Dave. My question is actually around the bus stops. I'm attached to the Waikawaiti Coast Community Board, and that community board got, I think, 3 stops put into the Waikawaiti area as the advocate. So I'm just suggesting if you go to your community board, you probably will get them.
We have been once to a community meeting that the community board ran, Portobello, and raised that with them. I'm not sure whether Paul has raised that with the council or not.
I would go back and check because Alistair Morrison was driving that pretty hard for up there, and we got the stops up there. Yeah, thanks. That's it, just a comment really, but I think a good place to go. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Benson-Pope.
Just further to that, where exactly was it that you wanted a bus shelter?
At the intersection of Otako Golf Course Road and Harrington Point Road, which is it's sort of in the middle of the bus shops on either side, about 1 kilometre from each.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
I was just going to say a comment you made earlier about people who haven't got a computer is that they, of course, can come in and make a presentation. So, yeah.
Thank you. And no further questions, I think. So, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
And next we have Colin Brown of the Taieri Trails Group.
So, good morning. And what I want to talk about is really a subset of the presentation you've already heard from the Dunedin Trails Network Trust yesterday about the need for administrative or funding to support the administrative aspects of getting our cycle trails going. So I take it as granted that you're already aware of the economic value that cycle tourism brings and the health benefits associated with people my age and your age getting on bikes and getting out there and everything else, particularly since e-bikes. And Councillor Walker's there's nodding his head, as you know. So just to report that since I last spoke to you a year ago, we have finalised a route between Mosgiel and Outram as the first part of getting our way all the way to Waihola. It's different to what we proposed initially. As we investigated that, it became more obvious it was more technically it was going to be very challenging and therefore expensive and slow. We have a new route. I'm sorry we can't actually publish it yet. We've got the landowners agreement and other agreements, but we just have a few technical issues just to sort out before we can go public with that. So the problem we have is that before we can get shovel ready, we need to deal with all the administrative costs, the resource consents, the designs for small bridges and underpasses, the easements being registered on titles and that, a lot of which actually involves paying your staff to undertake their processes around granting those easements and granting those permissions and granting those resource consents. And so we can't go forward until we can get shovel ready, and we can't get shovel ready until we can find a way of funding the administrative and paperwork costs. And what we're suggesting and asking for is a part of what the Dunedin Trails Network Trust are talking about in terms of a bigger picture, is that we have 50,000 allocated to enable us to pay for those costs so that we can get going forward. And we're also going to be asking the Regional Council for the same. Now, I know you've got an unenviable task. You've got more people turning up here looking for things to have money spent on them, both in the short-term urgency, long-term investment in the future, than is actually available in the bucket. All I'm asking is for a part of that funding that you do allocate be allocated to providing the foundation that we can go on and provide that economic and social benefit we get from cycle trails when we get a chance to actually build them. That's me.
Very good. Do you have questions? Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks, Colin, for your continued advocacy in this area. My question relates to progressing in the context of some of the issues around accessing the land. And it comes out that the public meeting I was at about a year ago, it was rather testy, and you did very well on that day. Have those issues largely been addressed around what was on the day seemed some fairly valid concerns?
Yes. That meeting you're talking about got hijacked a bit by a few people telling, let's just say, had a different version of the truth to what the reality was, and it mostly affected stage 2, which was Mosgiel to Waipori, which would be the last stage we build. I can say that that has also been resolved, and we've got landowner agreement around being able to go all the way from Mosgiel to Outram and then on to Waihola. So that's all been sorted. The route we're now talking about doing to get ourselves to Mosgiel is different to what was proposed, and we've got landowner consent for that all the way through, which is different to what we had in that meeting when we had. Yeah, we've got a new option available to us that wasn't available then.
A question about the bridge, State Highway 87 across the Taieri River. You're talking of a clip-on onto that bridge. Have you discussed that with Wakakatahi, NCTA?
Yes, we have. We've actually, they have come back in writing and given approval in principle for a clip-on bridge, saying that yes, it's possible, it's engineering shouldn't be an issue, and we're currently applying for funding support to pay for the actual design costs for that.
Great. Because that was a bigger expense of the previous idea, or the track plan.
Yeah. So just looking forward. Eventually, it'll cost us about just under $5 million by the time you allow for inflation and that to build this. Like it's which some people say, shit, that's a lot of money. Others say, well, in the context of some of the other trails that are built around the region, it's actually reasonably priced, and certainly from a value for money thing, and resource will be good.
Councillor Mayhem.
Mr Brown, I wonder if you're aware of the design work that's been done for the coastal cycle connection, and that was Hamish Seaturn, and he's the person that did the Alps to the ocean, and very much involved in the downhill, Signal Hill. I just think he would be, do you know, he's a wonderful person with the design.
He is a wonderful person, and yes, he's also been the one that's been heavily involved in doing this. He did our initial feasibility study, he did the follow-up design for the current trail that we've got going. Yeah, very capable person.
Excellent. There we go, we appear to have covered it, and congratulations on a tighter track, tighter trail that looks more feasible. Thank you. And thank you for your submission. And next we have Ed Stainsby. So you have 5 minutes. There's a timer on the screen. You just press the button on the microphone, which you have already. So you're ready to go, and you'll need to press it again when you want to speak again.
Okay, thank you. Kia ora koutou. Thank you for giving me the chance to speak today. I've never done this before, so anything could happen. I'm an Ōtepoti Dunedin resident who enjoys experiencing the arts in our city, especially music. I'm a gig goer. I've been to lots of music venues in New Zealand and the UK, from the Royal Albert Hall to the Hanover Hall to our beloved Crown Hotel here in Dunedin. But not everybody can go to the Crown if you're under 18, and amazingly not everybody wants to go to the Crown. But also, as has been well documented, the Crown may not be here forever. So Dunedin needs an inclusive, all-ages performance space. And in my view, Te Whare o Rukutia is a space that really works. As a regular gig goer, you can get a sense of whether a venue is going to be good or not as soon as you walk through the door. Does it look and feel right? Has it got a good ambience? Later on, when the artists take the stage, you can assess the sound quality and lighting, the visibility of the stage from the audience. Lots of things go towards making a good venue, but I'll be honest, when I heard that the Dunedin Community Gallery was making way for a new performance space in Te Whare, I wasn't sure if it would tick all or indeed any of the boxes. That's the view of a young Ōtepoti Dunedin musician who's now making her way in Wellington. I'm conscious that these are extremely challenging economic times for the city, but I also feel that it's important to support creativity and the arts for the wellness of the city's population. And it's true to say that a vibrant cultural scene can itself boost the economy and the international status of a city. Coming from the UK, and long before I met my Kiwi wife, the first time I ever heard of Dunedin was in a musical context. I heard Dunedin bands before I heard of Dunedin. But of course you all know this. As you say yourselves, Dunedin is famed for its musicians and artists. And I do believe that there is a genuine commitment from the City Council to support live music and the arts. I just wanted to add my voice and say that I hope you will provide the necessary financial backing to allow the continued existence of Te Whare o Rukutia. It's a ready-made solution to our current lack of venues, and to support it seems almost a no-brainer. That was going to be the end of my bit, and then I got to thinking about the proximity of Te Whare to the Octagon, the irony of us sitting here discussing the survival or otherwise of Te Whare, a cultural hub, a place for all, and in my view an oasis of civilization, us sitting here on the edge of the Octagon, which for many people has become a a no-go zone on weekend nights, a place of vulgarity and violence, a place of fear, no exaggeration. So I think part of this is a question around what sort of city do we want Dunedin to be? Do we just want, frankly, the horror of the Octagon, or do we want to include civilised spaces such as Te Whare o Rukutia? I think we at least need to try and find the right balance. So I'll finish by summoning up the spirit of the mighty clean. Anything could happen, and it could be right now. The choice is yours. The choice is yours. Please support the existence of this excellent facility in the annual plan 2024-25. Thank you.
Thank you. I fully expected to have a rhyming last line. However, Councillor Walker. Yes. All Councillor Walkers can speak now.
Thank you, Dave. You are such a regular gig goer that I see you regularly at gigs. A lot of people have been in to submit on this, but a lot of people from the artistic community, so it's interesting somebody comes along talking about the music. And my question's around that, and I'll use a song title from Joy Division, Atmosphere. Were you like me when this was first mooted as a music venue? You were pretty, like me, reticent, but since have been turned around, because that's certainly my view.
I was gobsmacked when I walked through the door. I just couldn't believe this was the same room that I'd walked into as a gallery. I couldn't believe what had been achieved. I thought it was an incredible achievement, and I thought this is great for the future of Dunedin, sort of creativity, arts, culture and stuff like that. This is something that's going to really work for the city, and I hope it still can do.
And I guess further than that, I think I know the answer, I'll ask it anyway, but do you think in terms of the work the Save Dunedin Live Music group have done and working with our council, that this is a key and fundamental part of a solution there also?
I couldn't agree more with that statement. Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely something that fits with the Save Dunedin Live Music and all the initiatives that are trying to sort of move forward with music and culture in Dunedin. I'm completely on board with that.
And final question, if I may, and we come from the same old country, do you, like me, get thoroughly depressed when you see artists flying across the world to New Zealand and the venues at which they play stops at Christchurch?
You're lucky if they get to Christchurch sometimes. It's quite often just Auckland and Wellington and maybe just sometimes Auckland. So, yeah, I'd love to see more people. And, you know, this would be a venue that I think established artists from around the world would be happy to play. I think it's a great venue.
Fantastic. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. I think the question around that site is more around the management of who will manage it in the future. Could you see that site being that, I agree, I think it looks fantastic the way it is. Could you see that being run maybe by the Save Dunedin Music Group?
I'm very aware of Save Dunedin Music, but I'm not sure what their capability would be in terms of running some. I mean, I know that there are people involved with that who are probably speaking maybe already or to come, who are very capable in terms of sort of the production of sort of live music, and they might be prepared to do that. I know there are already people who are running or have been running Te Whare who are also very capable. So I think within Dunedin there is the capability to do, whether that's Dunedin Music Live people, I don't know yet, but potentially.
Very good. Are there any further questions? Very good.
Thanks very much.
Appear to have covered it. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Now, who do we have now? Well, I'm looking for Ingrid Rodding, but
she isn't here.
Who is here?
Warren Herbert.
Sorry?
Warren Herbert. But last I heard, probably we're going to bring someone over.
It will be fine. Okay. So we have Mr. Warren Herbert here. Mr. Warren Herbert, would Would you like to come to the desk, please? That would be great.
Yeah, you push the button.
Yes. When it's red, the button's on. So you sit down there.
Yep.
And the button is on. So you should be able to speak.
Okay. Push it now.
It's all red. Now it's.
Okay.
There we go.
My name is Ron Herbert. I live at 94K Kettle Street. My objection is to the amount of the rent increase that I have received. It's going up about $14.50 per week. I've been with the council reps for 33 years. I find that this latest increase is the biggest increase I have had in 33 years. The other thing I'm concerned about is the compost bins, the small ones. I don't have anywhere to put them, and there's no room on the beach for it. I find it unnecessary for the amount of compost that I will make. It's not worth me even having one. So, okay, that's what I got to say.
Is that it? Fantastic.
Yep.
I'm sure there'll be some questions.
Okay.
Are there any? Councillor Wetherell.
Thanks very much for coming along, Warren. Do you get any rental assistance in regards?
Yes, I do.
But you just have to push the microphone again.
I went to the welfare after getting the letter, and even they say that the biggest baseline, that was quite a lot increase for them to say that. I'm not sure what my extra amount will be as yet.
I'm pleased you went along. That's the first start anyway, and I sincerely hope they fix up any shortfalls. Thank you.
Very good. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr. Herbert, for your presentation. I'm just going to ask you a quick question. When we last set the rentals, we set them against as relative to the superannuation, which I think we probably need to look again when we go back through this time. Is that your form of income at the moment? How do you get your money? Are you on the super?
Yes, I am.
That's basically your income, right? The super.
Very good. Are there any further questions? No, we have none. So, short and sweet. Like your presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, so we have no one else waiting at this stage, and there should be someone here any minute. Well, 11:35 on the schedule, but we have we heard from them? Do we know? Yes. So we're just sorry. Well, we've got rather than an adjournment and everyone vacate, we've got 7 minutes to wait before the next person comes. So if they're not here by then, well, we could. We'll have a 5-minute adjournment. Second, Councillor Walker. All in favour, say aye. Carried. 11:35, ready to recommence, and exactly on time. Do we have Ingrid Rodding? Ingrid Rodding, so we'll recommence the meeting. I don't have to do anything other than that. Are we ready? We need one councillor, sorry? The gong, right out. Yes, it'll be fine. I've got Lynn. That's right. Okay, so excuse me, audience, people in the gallery. Yes. I was going to say. So we'll get underway now. Thank you for being here on a timely fashion. Ms. Rodding, the Dunedin Swim Coaching Board, Swim Dunedin. Please, you have 5 minutes from now, and just press the button on the microphone, which you've done already. Away you go.
Thank you, everybody. Thanks for accommodating us this morning. In order to succinctly put our message across, we have prepared a short presentation.
Swim Dunedin, we're the envy of New Zealand swimming, because we've got a model here that's really working well. It's about all swimmers working together in an environment where they nurture each other, and that's the beauty of Swim Dunedin.
We try to do a lot of skill and technique development, and the earlier we can start that, the better. So to be able to have our children coming from our clubs or local learn to swim programs into a competitive swimming environment where we take them from development and progress them all the way is really, really important.
I kind of got into swimming for water safety reasons when I was really young. I have been here my whole life. This has been my training ground forever. There's never been anything different. What got me into swimming was just the Learn to Swim program we had here at Moana Pool. Swimming's a huge part of my life.
It's a world-class program. The number of kids that come through here is insane. It's just an awesome program to be a part of. So from an elite point of view, you know, Swim Dunedin fares really, really well. Qualifying 3 swimmers for this year's Olympics is testimony to that. Last year's World Cups, we had 4 swimmers on the team, and one of our best age group years as well, national age group results. So we're in a good place. We're not just here coaching swimming, you know, we're developing young people.
Swimming, you take away so many life skills from it. Swimming just changes lives. It's a water safety skill, it's an everyday thing, you know, we're protecting our people. I've created friends for life through this program, and I think that's such an important part of it.
And it's pretty much made me into the person I am today. We just need to be able to provide the most space possible in the pool, and the Dunedin City Council here at Moana Pool have done an outstanding job at helping us with that. We're trying to do a lot of things in a small space, and we just need to keep going and be able to afford to pay for our pool hire, and also, you know, optimise that pool hire with really good coaching across the board.
Your support has already given so much to us, and there's 3 Olympians from Dunedin for swimming.
Let's just keep doing what we're doing, and let's do it better.
It's about enjoyment and just involving the whole community.
I think swimming is just, it's such a vital life skill, whether it is the actual action of swimming or everything that surrounds it. You know, it's been a massive part of my life and a massive part of everyone's life in Dunedin. You know, Moana Pool is such a hub for many different people, and for the continued sport, which is really awesome.
We've got over 200 members on our program, and they're all very motivated young people who are not just learning how to be great swimmers, but learning how to be good, independent people, ultimately interdependent people who are good at making decisions, take responsibility, trying to be the best they can be. And I think you've got to support a program that can do all those things and give people not just a great swimming career, but a great life. It's a pretty good investment.
Thank you very much for your support over actually the entire time that Swim Dunedin has actually existed, and for making these services that we deliver possible. We are obviously very open to the discussions of how funding could look over the next 5 years. We are looking for 5 years of funding, just noting the Olympic cycles. One of our biggest areas is obviously lane space hire, which you fund us for and then we pay back to you. So we are open to those discussions. Do we have any questions?
Yes. Councillor Gilbert does.
Thank you, and thank you. That was very succinct, as you said. I've got a couple of questions. First of all, and forgive me if I've looked through your written proposal 3 or 4 times searching, and I can't actually find the number, and I may have overlooked it. You say you're seeking 5 years of funding, but I don't actually see a number.
Fair call. We did discuss putting in a number, and then we said, what if you want to give us more? So we didn't want to set a ceiling. We have previously, thankfully, been funded up to between 40 and 50k a year. As I said, that really comes back in lane space hire, which is our biggest cost to you. So you fund us, we pay you in lane space, obviously for Moana Pool.
So New Zealand education system hard at work here, somewhere between 200 and 250,000 over the 5 years.
Ideally over 5 years, $500,000 would be nice.
Right. And the other question I've got is in terms of other funding sources. Are you able to kind of elaborate as to what other funding sources you have?
At this point in time, we do not have other funding sources. We have been very frugal with our money, very clever with our money, to make sure that we have a small little pocket for a rainy day. Olympics counts as that rainy day. Without DCC input and funding, Swim Dunedin has a very limited lifespan going forward. We would have to then get a little bit more creative on private funding if we didn't get council assistance. We don't see it only as funding though. We see it as a little bit of ownership within the program and obviously within the athletes that are heading off to good things.
Sorry, yeah, I just pressed the button, so you'll need to now. No, go for it.
Right, so I'm Jonathan Duncan, also on the board of DSCB. I've been on the board for 8 years. I don't know if many of the councillors realise, but the DCC and Sport Otago were original partners of setting up the Dunedin Swim Coaching Board, and the original agreement was that lane space, it almost works as a rebate system. So we obviously get X amount of lane space that would be chargeable at the current charge rate, and then obviously that's then rebated from the council. So from a financial perspective, it doesn't really impact the DCC's balance or P&L in any way, shape and form. I don't think there'll be any other group that would have taking up 8 lane spaces at this period of time. We've also got over 200 members, and they're also paying full memberships to Moana Pool. So I think over the last 12 years, our goal was to achieve some world top swimmers, and we've managed to do that through Erica being a world champion. She's managed to get a gold medal recently, and we've got some national coverage just recently. The Swim New Zealand Olympic team was actually announced in Dunedin. That was on national TVs, I think TVNZ and News Hub. So we're getting some really good coverage for Dunedin, and it's inspirational for the next generation of swimmers. Thanks.
I have other questions, but I'll leave it. We've got very little time, so I'll like.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks, guys, for coming in and for the very substantial submission. I also had the question on mine in bold, 5 years funding, how much? And this being a budgetary process, never be frightened to put that number down. My question is one I've asked of many groups coming in, and if you've been listening, you're aware there's lots of groups asking us for lots of money for various things, and lots of people asking us not to spend any money because of a rates rise. Olympian name dropping aside, which you're very lucky to have, and we're very proud, what would you say to the ratepayers of Dunedin in support of the programme you're asking us to potentially fund $500,000 for?
I think realistically the ratepayers are going to be paying a lot less for a very necessary and vital service with funding. We have, as we've said, 200 swimmers, and that's coming from not only the elites, but as any other sports program, you find that the the junior levels, the feeder levels, so our D squads, C squads, B squads, are what make the higher level training and facilitation possible. We put our fees up end of last year for the first time in 4 years. We are exceptionally competitive for the fact that, at the level of swimming, the number of times a week that you can attend. I think anybody within the program without us having funding assistance and without us having a partnership with the council, would definitely feel it within their own pockets, having to potentially take that hike. Or the levels of coaching would obviously have to suffer in some capacity.
Thank you, Steve. I realise we're out of time. I'm also a ratepayer, and I'm looking at those rates increases and a little bit shocked by that as well. So I understand there's a lot of people out there going, what are we funding? And it's got to be value for money. I think the key point here is that we get charged for lane space and then you give us a rebate. So it doesn't impact your financial statement or position at all. And you're not going to get another group that is going to be hiring 8 lanes for 3 hours a day. So I suppose that's the position. It's not going to cost the ratepayers anything.
I think also to note that those 200 people, in addition to paying Swim Dunedin fees, pay Moana pool hire or membership fees, which the DCC takes on top, obviously, of those Swim Dunedin fees.
All right. Councillor Barker, very quick.
Thank you. I thought we were out of time. So I'm just checking that you don't want actual cash, but you want the lanes rebate to continue. Is that what you're asking for?
That's correct. I mean, we're open to another arrangement, but when we were initially set up 12 years ago, that was the arrangement and the SLA with the DCC. Yep.
And if you look at the budgets that previously we have provided and will gladly provide again, that is our biggest cost, is land space.
Okay. And quickly, Councillor Wiley.
How have you grown in the last 5 years?
In which way?
Participation numbers.
So we were averaging around 150, 160 as swimmers in participation, and we're averaging around 200 now, just over 200.
I anticipate you also get a boost of new people coming and joining, because you seem to be in that sweet spot where a lot of good media and growth.
Yes, absolutely. We're working in close conjunction with the DCC Learn to Swim program as well. So essentially, DCC own and run that program, and then they filter to the kind of development performance pathway.
I think also important to note is that we are a feeder and a training service for most of the other Dunedin-based aquatics. So be it water polo, be it surf life, majority of athletes will train with us. Yes, 100.
Right. Oh, sorry. I want to re-clarify. We originally had 5-year funding cycles, so we had that assurance of every Olympic cycle. Having it on a 1-year cycle doesn't add that assurance. It doesn't add, the length of time that we can add to getting professional coaches to deliver professional services in our swimming.
Great. Thank you very much, and thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. And next we have Cheryl Neal and the Portobello School.
Kia ora, ko Balawaho. Thank you for letting us talk to you today. The senior students at Portobello School are very concerned about the following areas of Portobello roads. Firstly, the area known as the cutting, which goes from Allens Beach Road past Portobello School to the bus turnaround area in Lower Portobello. This area is very busy before and after school. It is very narrow for buses, trucks, and cars. They often speed through here, even though the speed limit is only 40 kilometres per hour, during school drop-off and pick-up times. There dangerous and the school car park is directly on the side of the main road. We ask that this bit be widened and a footpath included as originally promised in the 2020 long-term plan.
The area of Harrington Point Road from Portobello to Ware Road. There is no footpath or safety blocks as there are in other parts of Harrington Point Road. Many people walk along this road. It is unsafe, very busy and very close to the water's edge. Once again, cars, trucks and buses speed along here, leaving walkers feeling vulnerable and concerned for their safety. The section from the cutting to the bus turnaround is very narrow, and people walking or biking can only do this on the road. There is no footpath or shoulder or safety blocks. Vehicles coming up the hill from Harrington Point are coming out of a 70-kilometre zone and often don't slow down enough by the time they drive past the school.
The attack.
You can move the microphone towards you.
Yep,
Yes.
thanks. The Otago bus stop, or what is known down to what is known as Fisher's Corner, needs to be widened. At the moment, it is unsafe for buses, walkers, and cyclists. The bus crosses over the centre line because the road is too narrow. All along this stretch of the road, it is slowly disappearing into the sea. This road leads to the Albatross Colony, which is a very special place for Dunedin. This area desperately needs attention. Also, some of our students live down there, and they can no longer walk along the roads because it is unsafe to do so.
Thank you.
We think the footpath on Allens Beach Road needs to be extended all the way up to Treetops Drive, as children live up there and it is unsafe to walk along there as there is no footpath. It is a widely used road. Many people travel along here to go to Allens Beach, which is a very popular Dunedin destination. We know that you all care about us, and we hope you listen to our concerns and are able to complete these important areas of the Otago Peninsula. Thank you very much.
Very good. No. Anyway, very good. So, do we have any questions, councillors? Councillor Mayhem.
I wonder how you travel to school. Any or each of you can answer.
I walk from my house. Most people bike, walk or scooter.
Some of us go on the school bus, but otherwise walk or go on bikes or scooters.
Most of them crossing roads.
Some of us go in the car as well.
Very good, thank you. And Councillor Gary has a question.
Kia ora, and thank you for coming along to present, and it was a great presentation. I wanted to know, do you all live in Portobello? How many of you live in Portobello? Put your hands up. Okay, and this young man, you caught the bus, so whereabouts do you?
I live in Harwood, and I don't always go on the bus. I sometimes walk. So we walk along the very thin walking path, and I just think it's very unsafe.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? I think not. Great. So, Councillor Witherall.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It was absolutely fantastic. Do I take it that some of you have to cross Portobello Road before you get to the footpath to get to school in the mornings?
Yeah, most of the time, yes.
Because I know there's no real crossing there, so you just look out and run quick, I presume. Now, I'm looking at a photo here from the hall around to Portobello, and there's mention in the submission that footpath access would be really good. I presume you're talking about the side of the... Not the harbour side.
Sorry.
Not the harbour side, but the Coronation Hall side. just looking at the amount of land that's available there, which could be slightly problematic, looking at the photo that you've supplied. Would you want more of an access or a safe crossing to get to the other side, or would you prefer the footpath to run along from there to Portobello, from the hall?
Councillor, do you mind if I answer that? Only because that was in our submission, but it's not there now. Yeah. Oh, was it? Okay. So you may be aware, but there is going to be a broadwalk put along that piece. So when we wrote that, we forgot to include that, and so I thought it was irrelevant. However, once that's done, I'm anticipating that there will be a courtesy crossing, like the one we have in Portobello, put from Coronation Hall to the broadwalk. Thank you.
Very good. So we've exhausted questions. Thank you very much for coming along today and presenting us with all that, with all your stories. That's really good. Thank you, and I hope you have a great rest of your day. The bus. Now, well, okay, look, I move we take a recess for 5 minutes. Does someone second that? Seconded Councillor Wiley. All in favour say aye. Carried. Okay, so welcome, ladies. So we have Frances and Carol, is that right? So Ms Edwards and Ms Taurua Macready. Excellent.
Kia ora, Mr Mayor.
Kia ora.
And councillors. My name is Carol Taurua Macready, and besides me is Francis. We are both tenants in the flats at 26 Ethel Street. So primarily we are speaking in regards to the possible increase of the rent, which at the present time is $135, and which will be going up to approximately $145. I think it's either next month or in July, but somebody can correct me if I'm mistaken.
It'll be July.
Pardon? Oh.
Sorry about that. No, you're fine.
Sorry about that. It was July, was it? Thank you. Now, I wanted to raise some issues regarding this, and I think one of these is that I feel that at the present time the rent increase is possibly rather high for the state of our flats. We are still the only block that does not have double glazing for our windows, and being about 200 plus metres above everybody else, our windows tend to become very wet, very damp, and leak water down through the inside of the window frame. So every winter we have problems with moisture. In addition to that, we have had issues with tenants that have presented challenges to us and have caused a great deal of stress, and so I wanted to raise that issue as well, and the quality of the communication between the housing department and ourselves. So with your permission, Mr Mayor, I would like to raise those issues. And firstly, I apologise for being late, but we've had problems with parking. The problem with the tenant is that the tenant was under the care and oversight of the mental health services. Unfortunately, this tenant has either not engaged with the mental health services or has been left to their devices and has caused extremely high stress and tension for the rest of us living at 26 Ethel Street. We have had a torrent of verbal abuse plus physical abuse. We have had to call the police numerous times. We have had to lodge complaints and concerns to the housing department. And to be honest with you all, we are beginning to get stressed out ourselves. The person has presented with antisocial behaviour, resulting in our facilities having to be cleaned at least 5 times by our contractors, Kushler and Wakeman. And we've got to this point with this particular person that it can't continue. And we are asking some sort of, maybe some sort of remedial action in regards to that person, and also to the double glazing for our windows. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, do we have any questions? Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you for your submission, Carol. Do you have a heat pump in your flat?
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, we do, but the point is that every time we have a heavy frost, a dew, especially, the water comes in through our window frames, goes down the window and consequently pools at the bottom and onto our windowsill. And I'm fortunate that I have a dehumidifier which I can turn on. I don't know about the other tenants, if they've got a dehumidifier or not. But the problem has been ongoing for some considerable time, and we've heard that the other units have got double glazing in them, and so why can't we?
Sorry. Did you know? Thank you, Mr.
You only
Mayor.
press the microphone when you're ready to talk. So, no, if you leave it, Councillor Mayhem will press her microphone and she'll speak, and then when you're ready to speak again, you press your button.
My understanding. Did you know that it's only usually when the flats are vacant that they are able to be upgraded? Otherwise, it would be imposing on you where you would go during that time. I live in an old cold house, and I crack the window each day, and I use one of my tea towels to mop all the condensation off the windows, and then I find it's all evaporated by the mid-morning. Is that something you would try?
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, I would also switch on my dehumidifier, but the upshot of it is that we were told that there was no further money in the budget to get these windows double glazed, and yes, it would be an imposition on me if the double glazing went ahead, but that's one of those things, Councillor, and I'd be prepared to endure that if I can get double glazing into my flat. I hope does that answer your question?
Very good.
I'd like to say something. So when I moved in, my oven didn't work, and I can't use the shower because the hose is broken. I have COPD, and it's causing me serious issues. So it's really important to me that I be able to shower. It wasn't fixed before I moved in. These issues were present when I moved in. And I'm really grateful to have a house to stay in. I am. And it is cheaper compared to elsewhere. I moved here from Gore, so I know what you mean when you're talking about old buddies, you know. Because I lived in one for almost 30 years. I know what it's like, but you don't expect it when you move into what looks like a reasonable house. It's not an old buddy that we live in now. It's for all intents and purposes, so I would have thought that the maintenance would have been better. I feel sorry for my housing manager, I do, because he gets so many complaints. And some of the tenants have been so outrageous. My son came to visit me, and he was told by another tenant that no monkeys were allowed. It's the sort of thing that Jeff has had to contend with. Yeah.
Okay, we've got a couple more questions, so we'll try and be quick. Time. Councillor Eklund.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just getting back to your double glazing, have you spoken with the housing manager in relation to the windows that you've got as to whether they can be double glazed?
In response to your question, Councillor, yes, we have spoken, and we were told that there was no more money in the budget to cover that.
The reason I ask the question is I see that you've got steel framed windows. They're not aluminium, obviously not wooden, and steel framed windows are a much bigger mission. You have to pull not just the frame out, but a lot of the surround out and actually replace them with, a total new fit out. And so, has that been discussed or explained from the housing manager?
In response, No, it has not. So this is the first time. Thank you for raising that issue. We have steel frames, and no, we have not been told as to the extent of the work that would be required to remove those old frames and to install the new double glazing. We've only been told from the housing department that there was no money in the budget, and that was it. Does that answer your question?
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you so much for coming along and for talking to us. Do you have, we get information that you have an annual satisfaction survey. Are you aware of that survey and do you fill it in?
In answer to your question, yes, I do. I am aware of the satisfaction survey, and yes, and usually it's a great long screw of writing on the page. Thank you, Councillor Barker.
And my next question is, are you aware of, because we can only ask questions, not make statements, but are you aware of the council's commitment to upgrading all of our own accommodation to the Healthy Home standard?
Yes, we are. Yes, we are. And I applaud that initiative very great much, because our flats, I think they would date back to at least the late 1950s, 1960s. And yes, there has been work done to them. We have the new heat pump, but I'm having problems with my own personal heat pump at the moment, so we're due for a survey. I had a message left in my mailbox earlier this morning, and I think the fire alarms and the heat pumps are going to be checked and maintained on the 13th or thereabouts of May.
And what made you come to council to submit? I know there's the rent rise as well, but it was at those large concerns that you have about the place that you live in, that it's not safe, warm and healthy.
In response to your question again, Councillor, I spent a lot of time at the university. I'm studying at the university. I've never been to a council meeting before, so this is my very first time I'm presenting, so yippee! And it's great to meet you all, although I do know Councillor Vandervis, and now I know Councillor Mayhem, so it's good to be here to be with you all. And I'll be honest, and I'll say that I love my little flat. It's an absolute godsend. I came down here to Dunedin in 1986, and I shifted into my flat in 1996, and I just love it. But there are one or two little issues that need to be looked at, like the windows, and also we've had problems with ground maintenance with the contractors. In fact, last year we had one lot of contractors responsible for the upkeep of the grounds, and unfortunately they were rather lacking, and the grounds were quite unkempt at one stage. But overall, I enjoy living at my flat, so thank you for providing those flats, and they do fulfil a vital service in the community.
Okay, and lastly, Councillor Houlihan, who's got a very quick question.
Thank you. Under the Residential Tenancy Act, you're entitled to contact your property manager if you have issues with, like for example, if your shower head is broken or you've got other issues, in your flat, like is there mould being created because of that condensation on your window? Is that what's happening? There is, okay. So that is a Healthy Homes issue. And I believe we were updated recently that we were told all the council flats had the work done on them for the Healthy Homes to get them up to standard. So if that's not the case, you're well within your rights to contact your property manager and tell them that you want those things fixed. If anything isn't working, as a tenant, that is your right. Don't ever feel you can't ask that, because you're entitled to ask.
Thank you, Councillor Houlihan. Yes, we do, but sometimes the communication between us and our housing manager can be rather problematic. There can be quite a delay between us sending messages to our housing manager and his response back to us. So we sometimes have to chase up a response.
And how long is he taking to come back, or he or she taking to come back to you?
It can be a matter of days, but once we've caught up and touched base.
Yep.
But here's the other issue. Sometimes when we've spoken to our housing manager, it can be a length of time before the actual repairs are completed. And this has happened more than once. And I concur with Francis regarding the mould on the windows, because I've often seen that myself, and I've had to clean it off. So, yeah, that's why I'm pushing for the double glazing, even if it does cause an imposition. I think it is an essential part of getting the flats up to house warming standard.
Right.
And sooner rather than later.
Fantastic.
Is your shower fixed?
Hello, Councillor.
No.
Councillor, it's been covered. Now, I think we've heard we won't be fixing any of those things from here, but it's really good to hear about them. And thank you for your presentation. And you can be sure that there will be some kind of follow-up, because you've come along and presented us with all those things. But thank you very much for coming along, and thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councillors. It's been a pleasure to meet you all.
I'd like to just say something. I didn't introduce myself properly. My name is Frances Rakimakiri Edwards. You're probably not aware, but I'm a rangatira, not just Ngāi Tahu. I'm the Ngāi Tahu princess, but I'm also a rangatira of many other iwi. My correct title is Te Areke Nui, meaning a chief of many iwi. You spoke about the healthy homes. I helped write that all the way back in 1990. So it's taken a long time to get it to here. Part of the job of being a rangatira is if it doesn't work for me, then it doesn't work for anyone else. So yeah, that's why I came, to speak for all those other people. Thank you for hearing me out.
Ngā mihi. Okay. Thank you. So thank you, ladies.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. And next we have Ms. Sally Dicey.
Kia ora koutou. A few familiar faces. So it's quite refreshing for me to be here and speaking in a personal capacity at a council hui. So I'm here on behalf of the Tomahawk or Ocean Grove community. I've lived in that area for almost 20 years in a couple of different spots. And so our kids were toddlers when the old school closed. Does everyone know exactly where Tomahawk and Ocean Grove is? So the school closed in 2010, so 14 years ago, and that site's been sitting empty pretty much since then. We've watched the old school buildings degrade and then eventually get taken down, and now we're watching the tarmac in the area that the kids use for skating and things like that slowly degrading as well. So there have been a few proposals over the last decade or so, or even since, probably over the last decade, for things to happen on that site, and for various reasons, some of them have fallen over. But in the last 5 or so years, not a lot has happened, and definitely not a lot from the DCC end, I'd say. But I think now is a really good time for something to happen. And I say that because we've got a few big subdivisions happening out our way. The new subdivisions will contribute a total of about 78 lots to the area, which is really significant. And just off the top of my head, I can think probably of about another 5 or so infill, probably about 85 lots, 85 new houses in the area. You got a question, David? Councillor? Sorry. Oh, sorry. I was waving so enthusiastically, I was going to let you cut in. So the site's also getting more and more popular. It's quite incredible on a summer day now how busy the area is with our beaches. So we've got a lot more people coming into the area to recreate as well. We've also got the Grants Braes football grounds there. And we've got the relationship between the community in Tomahawk and Grants Braes is a really good one. The community is able to use that facility, the actual football club rooms, really easily. So at the end of last year, after a few community meetings, we put a survey out to the community. Got a great response from that, 85 responses. Pretty clear that everybody was in favour of that site being developed as a recreation hub. It makes a lot of sense. There's good parking, there's good access. And you would have seen in the submission the results of the survey and some of the ideas in there, including working with the football club around a junior field, as well as things such as a basketball court, pump track, etc. There was also a petition that was only open for a really short time, so there were 130 responses in favour of the development of the site. I think there would have been more if it had been open for a bit longer. So I think it's a really good time to kick this one off again. The community is pretty mobilised and keen on making it, supporting it to happen. So what I guess I'm asking is not something in the annual plan specifically for the development over the next year, but for staff to really kind of work with the community and come up with a strong, clear proposal so that it can be included in budgets for future plans.
Fantastic. We have a few questions, I'm sure, starting with Councillor O'Malley.
I mean, I might Councillor Vincent Pope was in. And thanks very much for your presentation. I'll just ask mine and get to you. I remember the 2018 activity that started because it was part of looking also at community halls in the area as well, I think. And I wasn't aware that it just stopped, but it looks like it just stopped. Is that what happened? Oh, yeah, you got it.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think that one may have centred more on what to do with the Lagoon Hall and the football club rooms, less potentially about the old school buildings and the school site. And I think we've been, as a community, we've been bounced around various times, even with those two facilities. I think at one point the property team were keen for the community to take over, or the football club to take over the football club rooms. So I'm not sure if that was so much about the old school site.
Well, sorry, was landscaping done for that area? Because I remember Grants Braes were looking about putting training fields on part of it, and I think that's when the decision to demolish the buildings occurred. But it never really went beyond that, did it?
No, and the decision to demolish the building was because, lack of maintenance meant there were roof leak, meant those buildings weren't worth keeping any longer.
Right. Councillor Vincent Pope.
Yeah, thank you. My question was similar around the lots of proposals that I recall coming across the table, and I'm disappointed to know they haven't happened. But in terms of the work you've done recently, I mean, I think it's very timely because of the points you made with the extra influx of residents. Are you all united, or is that you've got the feeling the community is united about what they actually want done?
As much as the community is ever going to be completely united, I am aware that, this will impact some of the neighbours who are immediately adjacent to the site. And we did get people coming along or one person at the one of the community meetings said, oh, it'd be nice if we could make sure that people don't access the site along Luke Street, that they access it via the football grounds. So it was interesting that they didn't come in opposition to the idea, they just wanted it managed in a way that it didn't bring a lot more traffic through. But on the whole, I've only had positive responses so far. Yeah.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, it was the same question around unity, actually, just people being people. It's just something, I guess, to watch for as things hopefully progress, including the brave person in your survey who wants it turned into a dog park.
All right. Are there any further questions? We've covered it. Thank you. And good luck. Yes. That's great. Thank you. And now we have Mr. Nigel Westbrook, I think. Yes. So, yes, once you're ready, you just press the microphone whenever you want to speak. So.
Thank you. Well, greetings, everybody. Your worship, the Mayor and the people of the Council. My name is Nigel Westbrook. I'm a citizen at 48H School Street, Kakarai, Dunedin 9010. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity and time to present the submission to your committee. I am simply one of 950 tenants in the City Council rentals. I want to begin by saying how very grateful we all are for the provision of this social housing by the Council for the elderly, the disabled, and those people who are of limited means. This is a valuable community service. It is truly appreciated, and we're very proud that the Dunedin City Council provides this service to its citizens. However, because of our limited means at this stage of our lives, we are very sensitive to any increased costs. It is widely accepted that New Zealand superannuation is barely enough to live on if you own your own home, but it is not sufficient to live on and pay market rents, or for it to be progressively devalued through inflation. The annual rate of increase in New Zealand superannuation has just been reduced from reflecting the average wage increase to the lesser rate of inflation, which was 4.66% for last year. Like the majority of tenants, my only income is New Zealand superannuation super. In my case, my weekly rental equals 36% of my weekly New Zealand super. The cost of living increased last year from 4.66% inflation rate amounts to $22.22 per week. Your proposal to increase the rent by 11% of $20.35 would result in this compensation for the annual increase in the cost of living be almost completely used up on the rise in rental alone. I submit that the annual rental increase should only relate to the portion of inflation contributed to by the annual rise in rental costs. The rental cost amounts to 36% of my income. Thus, the statistical calculations, 36% of the 4.66% cost of living increase, would give the figure of 1.7% as the amount that I receive to cover the proposed increase in rent. Any rent rise, greater than that will lead to the present value of my superannuation being steadily eroded each year. The figure for the increases in rents last year was 4.5%. However, we believe that this market figure should not be applied directly to social housing due to the need to support its primary social service role. The excessive rises in house prices have led to exorbitant market rents. Thus, it is important that those requiring social houses are not exposed to a ruthless drive to maximise return on overvalued housing assets. For the social housing provider, the large capital gains in the balance sheet help to offset the additional costs of housing service. Should not be market driven, but take account of the limited ability of the elderly and disadvantaged on fixed incomes have to bear in annual price increases without intensifying their serious hardship. I strongly oppose the proposed 11% rise in our rentals on the grounds that it is excessive in regard to cost of living increases provided by the annual inflation adjustment made to the New Zealand Super. I propose the rental rise for 2024 be reduced to 1.7% on the grounds that this is the amount of rental increase provided to ensure New Zealand superannuation pensions are not degraded by annual inflation. Thank you for your kind attention and consideration. And I have two other comments I'd like to make, but I perhaps should answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you so much for your submission, Mr. Westbrook. I wonder if you were aware at the council meeting, some of us were opposed to that rent increase, and I very strongly felt that the increase should be no more than 3%. I wonder, I'm not sure what my question is. Were you aware of that?
I was aware it was moving.
You have to push the microphone button again.
I was aware that it was moving indecently towards an increase of 11 or 18%. Yep.
We are living in a cost of living crisis, and everyone's feeling the pinch, isn't that right?
And I feel it more than I have ever felt it in my life. But on the other hand, I have wonderful hospital services and wonderful services from this group here, and I really appreciate it.
Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you for coming along today. I'm wondering, how many years have you lived in your council house?
I was fortunate to be invited to occupy it at February last year.
Very good. We appear to have no further questions. So, Mr. Westbrook, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you, everyone. I'd just like to make the other two comments that I have noted down that I mentioned.
Sure.
Please listen to our people and volunteers in this fabulous Dunedin community housing. Any variation or omissions that I've created are to be treated pro rata, and I refer everyone to the book, No More Throwaway People, a cooperative imperative by Edgar S. Kahn, and I believe it's a must-do, 3%. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, now we have one more waiting in the audience. So, Ms. Jo Miller, would you like to present to us now before we go to lunch? And you're probably familiar with the system, but you can just tilt the microphone towards you and press the button when you're ready to go, which you already have, so take it away.
I'm ready to start straight away. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon to you all. Very nice to see you all again. I'm asking you on behalf of our people in Grey Power, and also those who are finding it very difficult to have the cost of living, make their lives reasonable in these day and age, and probably more so now with so many going to be laid off in their jobs, to have a wee think about this year. Please use this year prudently. We don't need long-term plans. We can come back next year and talk and discuss those, but we would ask you to look at the small things that do need to be looked at that possibly you could do in this year. In my submissions, I mentioned a couple of things, one of them being the suburban berms that we've got around the streets. Honestly, you cannot get two cars down the street, my street and the streets beside me, in weekends or in evenings. It's one-way traffic. We've got huge berms that could really be cut back and ease that parking problem. So I know it's going to cost money, and I expect that every time we do something it costs money, but we could see some value for this, and that's what I'm asking for, to be looked at. Whatever you're going to do, we the ratepayers can see the value that's coming out of it and how it's going to benefit us. I want to talk a wee bit about the new rubbish containers. I could be wrong, but I understand they're trying to nationalise the way that rubbish is collected throughout this country. We have, in this case, now got a one-size-fits-all. I had a member who rang the council and said, I don't actually need the little bin that sits on my bench, thank you. And the reply was, well, if you don't want it, he said, I have a compost bin under the sink. And she said, well, don't worry. Well, he said, whoever it was, a council member said to him, well, don't worry, just use it for something else. And he said to me, is that logical? He said, why would I pay the council rent for a bin that I can use? If I wanted a bin for something, I could go and just buy it and pay it for once and won't be paying rent every year on it. And I said, well, perhaps there may be ways that we can look at it. So I have put a suggestion to council that they do a survey after 6 months of the new rubbish collection. I am prepared to put it in our magazine, which goes out to, nearly 1,000 people now, so not so many households, obviously about 700 households, and put it through there so that we can get an estimate of exactly what usage these are being made. It may not help the council in cutting back costs, but I am wondering whether we could start looking at having a user pays system rather than a one-size-fits-all. And it may well be that we can pro-rata the costs of that, which would ease it off for those who are struggling at the moment to make their own way. I also want to remind people that the minimum wage that's been set is $23.15 an hour. A superannuitant who lives on their own, their hourly rate is $12.98, and a married couple is $9.98 per hour. We are well below the living wage. And I can tell you, I know from a fact that people who've spoken to me, who've been able to save money over the years, are subsidising their life to about $5,000 a year. That money is going to run out sooner or later because we have no way of replacing our savings. So I'm asking council if they would also consider, rather than penalising people who are late paying their rates, could you look at it on a case-by-case basis and perhaps take into consideration a person's circumstances? We have got a huge number of people here, especially in the South Dunedin area, who live pension day to pension day. And I honestly believe they try their best to pay their bills. They do what they possibly can, but the concern is they've got to pay their rates on time or get penalised. So I'm asking council if they would give some consideration as to how they would administer that penalty and whether there's some way there could be some leeway. What concerns me is people being told, don't worry, you can defer your rates. They do not understand that by deferring their rates, they are actually, I'm over my time, sorry, they are actually being penalised by having compounding interest on that rates. Thank you, and I apologise I didn't watch the clock.
That's right, you've done well. Thank you, Joe. Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Have you followed up on have you followed the motion around the rates rebate that I put?
Yes, we have. I'm a bit confused about it because it looks as though you're asking for an increase in the rates rebate, where our policy is to try and get the threshold of the rates rebate altered. When you add a couple's pension, it's looked at on the gross, not the net right there, and it's almost reaching the ceiling rate of the threshold. I know when I worked mine out last year, I could get $25 back. So it's really penalising. It's a great. Don't want to knock it under any circumstances because a single person can actually get the whole of that rates rebate, but a married couple, it's almost impossible for them to be able to get even a part of the rebates.
Oh, sorry, I cut you off. And that was my argument, that the model is broken and that it needs to be focused on, it needs to be focused on senior people. For that very reason, the income of two superannuitants would make them ineligible for the rebate, and we end up not always allocating all of that money. The average amount that a person receives on a rebate is $580, so people weren't receiving the full amount anyway, and we've written a letter to Simeon Brown and suggested that the focus needs to be on senior people and superannuitants, that they should take priority, and that threshold shouldn't be the marker, it should be superannuitants.
Thank you for that. Yes, that is one of our concerns, because people are concerned if they're not going to pay their rates, they're going to have to sell their houses. Now, we all know that there is no way a superannuitant can get a mortgage, and we are now even in the situation where a person who wants to downsize, buy a section and build a smaller house on it, can't even get bridging finance from the bank until their house is sold. So they can't even do that.
All right. Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. I just have a couple of qualifying or clarifying questions. The first one is based on an assumption, hopefully possibly erroneous, that the vast majority of grey power members' income is the super. Would that be a fair assessment?
That would be a fair assessment. We do have grey power members who are working because we have no age limit on that. But my philosophy is that if I can keep it going out for what it is now, it's going to be there for the future. If we lose it now, we won't have it in the future. So that's how I look at things. So with that in mind, then I'm also aware that
as part of the written statement around the community housing rental proposed increase, the status, the statement in here is that we agree that with the rising cost of property and maintenance, this is acceptable. So that is Grey Power's position as a whole?
The members that I've spoken to who've come into the office, and they've been quite a few recently because it's our renewal time, a lot of them have said that the rent has gone up. Only one in that time has actually complained at the amount that it's gone up, but the rest of them said that they appreciate that it's going to have to go up, and also the fact that the ratepayers that are in their own homes are actually helping to subsidise their homes. So the majority that I've spoken to, there are a few who aren't happy, but the majority I've spoken to are quite accepted it. And
my last question, there's a comment in here about Aurora. You've got a couple of questions in there as well. Has Grey Power submitted to the Aurora hearings that are coming up and or coming to speak to it? No, unfortunately, I didn't get it in time. I was away up in Wellington at meetings and missed the deadlines for the Aurora one. But we believe ourselves as a group in our committee discussions we've had that we think the short-term fix of selling it is better than the long-term. Perhaps it might be all right. And that way, what we do want is an undertaking from the council. If you sell Aurora, the money from that will help defray some of the increases in our rates in future.
Yes. Wonderful. Councillor Benson-Pope. Okay. Are there any further questions? No. In which case, thank you very much for your submission. And
thank you, and you'll be pleased to know I didn't get started on the parking in South Dunedin. But I do have to tell you a little story that I think is quite hilarious. Took months to get the seat back on the southern side of King Edward Street at Cargill's Corner. I wandered along to get the bus the other day, and where's the seat? Well, would you believe it's behind the barricade that's on the footpath around the new library that's being built. So after getting no help from the regional council, because nobody will answer me up there, they don't know me as well as you do. And you let me talk, they don't. And so I contacted the city council, and there's a gentleman in the city council taking it on board, and he is looking after it. So once it goes back out on the right place where it should be, where we can sit on it, I shall be acknowledging that through the council and not the regional council.
Thank you. Thank you. And you can be sure that we'll also look at the parking in South Dunedin as well. Thank you. And with that, I move we adjourn to lunch. Now, we'll go to 12:40. So 1:40. Sorry. Yep, till 1:40. Do I have a seconder for that, Councillor Walker? All in favour, say aye. Against? Carried. Sorry. Shall recommence. Once. Yes, look, we'll have so a few apologies. Councillor Ackland and Councillor Vandervis are gone for the afternoon. Oh yes, and Mr Gilbert is gone, so that's 3 away. And Councillor Barker will be late back, stuck in traffic. Maybe trouble finding a park. So, in the meantime, we shall get underway. And our first person for the afternoon will be Mr Michael Ethorn Gould from the Dunedin Gymnastic Academy. So you've got 5 minutes to speak. There's a timer on the wall behind me. You just press the red button as you have every time you want to speak, because if a councillor speaks, that will cut yours off.
Okay,
so
thank you.
You just press to start. You don't have to press to turn it off. So, okay.
Okay.
There you go.
Mr Mayor, councillors, we appreciate this opportunity to talk at this year's annual plan hearings on our proposal for Sidey Park. I'm going to speak to you today about this proposal, and then Marion Maxwell will talk to you a little bit about DGA. At the 2022 annual plan hearings, Council directed DGA to work with staff to evaluate possible sites for a future facility development. With Parks and Recreation staff assistance, a long list of 14 sites were considered for future building development. This list was then narrowed down to 3 for future consideration, and from the short list it was determined that Sidey Park was the best fit. Sidey Park has limited recreational value due to its size and because of safety concerns, especially around the unfenced border with the Caversham motorway. The site is large enough for our building footprint. The land is owned by the DCC, and additionally, changing its use will not affect other sports in the city. In partnership with Parks and Recreation staff, DGA contracted GeoSolve to do a preliminary analysis of the site. The results of this analysis determined that the site is suitable for a building of the size we would ideally like, but that it does need to be treated as a hail site. The site was a landfill until around the mid-1960s, and as such contains uncontrolled fill. Additionally, further investigation needs to take place to determine the most suitable way of building on the site, to minimise subsidence, to look at groundwater seepage, plus surface drainage and slope stability, especially around the motorway. DGA would like Council to fund this additional geotechnical work. This is because we believe the results of this investigation will be valuable to know in itself for the Council, regardless of whether the Council agrees to support DGA building on the site in future. Additionally, because the land lies within the legal road corridor, it will need to be converted to a fee simple parcel for any future development. DGA would ask that Council undertake to start that process as well. If this work can be done, then DGA plan to come back to Council for the long-term plan hearings next year with a full proposal. Thank you. I'll pass it over to Marion.
So I want to give you a picture of Dunedin Gymnastics Academy on a normal night after school. We have somewhere between 120, 130 children coming in the door after school between our 2 facilities. We can often have 3 different classes working on the floor together, somewhere between 40 and 50 children. And although our coaches operate the space as best they can, there is not enough space for safety. We have a lot of overlapping. We don't have the height in our current facilities because they're industrial buildings for trampolining. So we have a lot of safety issues. It's also very cold in one of the gyms, which means the children have to train with sweatshirts on, which is not the best for gymnastics. So, you know, although we have somewhere to go, the facilities are really not fit for purpose. Also, one of the rents has gone up substantially at one of the gyms, so we're having to pass this fees on to the parents. It's now around a 200 plus for a recreational gymnast a term, and our senior gymnasts pay up to $1,000 per term, which is a lot. So if we had our own facility, we could halve our operational costs, we could open it, reduce our fees to our parents, and we would allow more children to come on board. The other thing too is we have Gymnastics New Zealand have a new child safeguarding policy out, so we have to address the issues within our gyms, changing facilities and toilets and that type of thing. Where we currently are at one of the gyms, you have to go across the actual matting to get to a toilet, and also with the competitive gymnasts, they only have a toilet to change in, and so there's very little privacy, and so it really doesn't meet our needs. And one of the other things at the one of the gyms is we have very steep stairs to get up. It can be extremely difficult for older parents to get up the stairs, and we have so many children waiting at the top of the stairs to go onto the floor that there's very little space, and it is a safety issue when you're trying to keep 40 to 50 children still, while they're waiting for their class. So we work with a lot of difficulties. But in the future, we look forward to this site. Sidey Park looks amazing. It looks perfect. We just want to go for the next step forward. We have the people, the passion, and I believe, economic times aren't great, but we're here for the long haul, and we really just need to get this cracking. Thank you.
Thank you. A question from Councillor Walker to start.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Marion and Michael, for your written submission. It's very useful. I was amongst the group of councillors that came to visit your facility, which was very eye-opening, but did make me feel very unfit. Michael, in terms of the 50,000, or Marion, what are your options if we don't decide to fund the 50,000?
Well, we would basically have to go for a funding grant. It's a lot of chocolate to sell for 50k, but we're just prepared. We've just got to try and make this happen, because we're doing this for the children. We want a facility that is going to take us to the future. We're identified as a regional hub for competitions, but our facilities are lacking, and we don't want to lose that. We've got all the feasibility studies done, so I believe we've just got to go through the process. We have to happen. I've been in gymnastics for over 20 years, and it was obvious 20 years ago we needed a facility, and we really, really do.
Thank you. So, second question, I've asked a number of people. If you've watched the past couple of days, we've had lots of people asking us for lots of money, and lots of people asking us not to spend a cent. What would your message be to the ratepayers in terms of the benefits that would accrue to us as a city and a region agreeing to fund this money for you?
I see the benefit for the children. Gymnastics is a lot of young girls, young women. There's supposed to be a big focus on keeping women in sports, and gymnastics does that. And there are a lot of people that have been through gymnastics in their lives, and people see the benefit. Children come in, they're uncoordinated, they leave in a better condition. It's great for the mental health. You have all these smiling, happy little children on the floor, and they stay, and then they become coaches. So it's a real asset to the city. We haven't had a artistic national competition in Dunedin, but this is the sort of thing we could do if we had the right facility, which brings more people into the region. We're also going to serve Otago. We're going to be able to let other clubs come in and have their competitions there, so it would really open up the whole thing. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
Yeah, it's just a side question actually, but I noticed with your building footprint there, that's quite close to where the Caversham Tunnel cycleway is going to come out. Has there been any discussion with council to make sure that you're leaving space for it?
No, we haven't talked to council about that yet. This is very much at the preliminary stage. The placement of the building footprint at this stage is not concrete in any shape or form. It's possible that that whole sloping area may need to be rebuilt if you get a large building on there. There will be constraints about how close to it you can build to. So it's certainly something that needs to be considered, yes.
Thank you. Councillor Witherall.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you for your submission and advocating for your support. I have a question around savings, and from your earlier comments, I presume you don't really have a lot of savings. And do you have a funding plan for a possible new facility?
Last year, in the brochure that was submitted to council, there was some work had been done, that's before I come along, on a funding plan, contact made with funders. But to get started, it's very clear that we have to have council on board before we can go ahead with anything. So we're very much looking at this as a stage by stage.
Right, so from that I take it that if you do if it is possible that we find a site, or this particular site is suitable, you'll be coming back to council looking for some form of help in funding the new facility.
Yes, well, I think it was last year it was proposed that if council couldn't come up with the 3 million, that whether they would service a loan, which was to be approximately at that stage 280k per annum for 20 years. And I think that was put before council.
Thank you for your explanation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan. Sorry. That's okay. And Councillor Benson.
Thank you. I recall your previous submission. I've just been reading the GeoSolve report with you that I hadn't got to. What's the status of the land? Is it currently a reserve, or is it? What's the title? Is it a reserve? Does it have reserve status?
I believe it does have reserve status. Yes. I think it is zoned. I did read it was zoned residential A.
Okay, wonderful. So thank you very much for your presentation. That covers it. Okay. And is Ian Griffin? We don't have Mr. Mike Hammond here, do we? No. Very good. Mr. Ian Griffin, we do. So, welcome, Mr. Griffin. And the timer's on the screen behind me. And your button's already pressed for the microphone, so take it away.
Okay. Kia ora koutou katoa. As you know, my name's Ian Griffin, and I'm here to speak today on behalf of Tuhura Otago Museum. Let me begin by thanking the ratepayers of Dunedin for their ongoing investment in our institution. We truly value that support. In your draft budget that you're considering this year, the museum levy is flatlined, so that means no increase in funding for the museum. With inflation now running close to 5% per annum, and projected increases in costs for insurance, salaries, power and heating, this is effectively a budget cut. Now, unlike similar institutions in Auckland, Christchurch and Wellington, we have to generate significant commercial income and actively chase grants and sponsorship simply to stand still. We're already looking at ways of cutting costs, but honestly there's not much left to cut in terms of our costs at the museum. Now, our museum is a beacon of knowledge, curiosity and inspiration within our city. Our research shows that in 2023, 45% of our visitors were from Dunedin, with half visiting more than 5 times. Ours is a forum where generations come together to explore, learn and marvel at the wonders of our world. From the youngest minds taking their first steps into the realms of science and discovery to the seasoned scholars seeking deeper insights, Tuhura is a sanctuary for all who seek to broaden their horizons. But behind every captivating exhibit, every engaging workshop and every enlightening presentation lies a need for support. Recently, thanks to the pandemic and other things, the challenges facing cultural institutions like ours have only intensified. Yet, despite adversity, Tuhura has not just survived, but we've thrived. We remain steadfast in our commitment to serving our community, and this year we expect a record 400,000 visitors. But it's not only about the people who visit the museum. I'm immensely proud that we partner with the city on initiatives like the Matariki Ahukanui Dawn Ceremony, the rollout of night sky friendly lighting systems, and many other events like the recently highly successful Wild Dunedin Festival. We actively promote Dunedin as a destination of choice. I've come back from Wellington last night, where I spoke about our amazing auroras to the Royal Society, at a public meeting with several hundred people present. My team at the moment are working alongside DCC staff to promote Dunedin at the Trends Tourism Conference in Wellington. We know that success is a team game, and we hope you view us as part of your team. That's why increased funding for Tuhura is not merely an investment in a building or an organisation, it's an investment in the future of our city and its people. It's an investment in the education of our youth, the preservation of our heritage, and the promotion of lifelong learning. It's an investment in fostering a sense of pride and identity within our community as we celebrate the richness of our past and we embrace the possibilities of the future. Oh yes, it's also an investment which repays in spades. A recent economic impact study for the museum demonstrated that for every dollar the council invests in the museum, they get a return of nearly $6. That's nearly $20 million of economic benefit every year. With increased funding, Tuhura can not only survive, but thrive as a dynamic hub of discovery and exploration, opening new doors of knowledge and understanding for our community. Now, as stewards of our city's resources, you hold the power to shape the trajectory of our much-loved museum. As you can see from the numerous submissions on our behalf, people in the city care about our institution and its future. I urge you to consider the profound impact that not increasing our levy will have on the vibrancy, accessibility and sustainability of this invaluable institution. I urge you to invest in Tuhura. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan has a question.
Thank you. I assume with the agreement the museum has with Central Otago, Dunedin and Waitaki district, the areas around there, that that's free, allows them by paying that percentage free entry to the museum. Is that correct?
Well,
microphone.
Forgive me. In the Act of Parliament, it doesn't actually talk about charging or not charging. That's not actually written down anywhere.
Well, my next question is for people who are outside that area, do you have any charges? You know how sometimes you go, if you're a local, you get them for free, but other times, if you're not, you pay. Do you run anything like that at the museum?
Our business model is that we...
Sorry, microphone.
Our business model is that we charge for admission to Tuhura, the Science Centre. And if we had two sets of charges, firstly, that would be incredibly complicated. But secondly, it's already hard enough to kind of get money out of people to go to Tuhura. To actually introduce new charges, I think, would significantly reduce the visitation at the museum.
Could I ask what other councils pay into the fund for the museum, and have they been paying?
Our institution is funded through Central Otago District Council, the Clutha District Council and the Waitaki District Council, as well as Dunedin City Council. By far the majority of our funding, something like 93% I think, comes from DCC. The other councils, Central Otago, pay what is agreed, as do Waitaki. But for many years, I've been director for 10 years, and my understanding is for longer than that, Clutha District Council have not agreed to pay an amount of money, and they've gone back to a formula that is defined in the Act of Parliament. So they pay significantly less than some people would say that they should. There's a debate about this. I'm not going to speak for them. And that money has to be picked up by DCC as a result. That's all written down in the Act.
Oh, you're saying under the Act it says it reverts back to us, does it, if the others don't pay?
That's right, yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Wiley.
Thank you, Mr. Griffin, and job well done to you and your team, because it is a great asset for the city. But one of the things I'm exploring is whether there is going to or should be a charge for international visitors in particular, or those from outside of Dunedin that do not contribute to the museum in any way, whether there should be an entry fee. And I get your answer to part of Councillor Houlihan's question. But when we look at how all our facilities work on that basis, do you think a charge across the board with the art gallery, Toitu and the museum could apply?
Well, my understanding is this is something that's being considered across the country, not just across the city. I know Te Papa are potentially looking at charging for international visitors as well. I think in our case, it would make our business model more complicated because we already generate income through selling tickets to the Science Centre. So we would have to have a whole other set of tickets that we'd have to sell, and explaining that will get quite complicated. I'm not saying it's a no or it's impossible. I'm saying that it makes the actual value proposition that we're offering a bit different to the one we offer now. If you look at the numbers, if we have, it looks like we're going to get just over 400,000 visitors a year to the museum this year, which is great. At times, relatively few visitors are from international countries, but let's say 10% of those visitors came, just as an exercise, 10% of the visitors came, that's 40,000. If we charge them $10 a head, that would be about $400,000-ish, which is about the same, you could say, as the amount of money that we're looking for an increase in the levy this year, which is a 5% increase. That being said, I don't know what international visitors would pay. I don't know whether they would pay $10, so there's a risk there that I would really want to kind of explore with my team before committing to it. But certainly, I can see, there is an argument that international visitors should pay when they visit institutions in the regions. Although I would note, having lived in the UK and having lived in the States as well, if you go to Washington DC, admission to the Smithsonian Institution is free. The British Museum, there is a donation that you make, but it's still free if you want to go through the doors and you don't want to pay. So again, I'm not arguing one way or the other, but I'm saying that there is a debate about this internationally.
Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Dr Griffin, thank you for your presentation. I wondered if you could tell us how the advocacy to central government, given the national treasures that are at Te Hura, and I had the good fortune at one of the events to see the Moa Prince, for example, and there are many other treasures there. So would you like to comment on the advocacy to central government and how that turned out, how successful that was?
Well, advocacy to central government is still a work in progress. Obviously, under the last government, we weren't particularly successful getting the funding. And indeed, the last government cut a significant fraction of the money we could apply to, the Curious Minds money and the participatory science platform money was cut during the budget cuts at the end of the Labour government, which has a follow-on effect. What we're doing is trying to engage with the new government. The museum has had a bunch of exhibitions funded under the old scheme, and they've been all over the country. So on the 21st of May, we are taking them all to Parliament. So there's going to be 6 exhibitions in Parliament. We're holding an event inside Parliament on that day, and we've invited all of the MPs and a lot of civil servants, those that are still around, to come in to see the exhibitions, and we're making the case that these exhibitions are powerful tools to explain science to the public. And we're going to say we think this fund should be brought back, and we think museums like ours should be funded to do that. So we're actively trying to chase the money where we can. And of course, on top of that, we're also engaging with the new ministers at the Ministry of Culture and Heritage, Ministry of Education, because all of those people potentially should be funding us, I feel, because we do programmes of national importance.
And the response thus far from the Minister?
To be honest, it's been too early to get that. So our full-on process is now starting, now that we're past the 100 days and into this next period. And our job is to try and get some funding into Budget 2025 if we can. But we can look at the government, and they're cutting all over the place at the moment. So it's a tough time to try and make that case. But I think there is a case to be made.
Very good. Councillor Witherall.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you for your submission today. Do you have a plan if funding is not increased? And if you do have a plan, what would be the immediate ramifications?
We are already planning for the situation, because obviously we're an institution, we have to plan. In terms of the options that we have, the biggest potential saving that we could make would be in staff. Our staffing is, the salary bill for the museum is the largest bill that we have over the course of a year. It's just over $5 million, I think, last year. So that would be an area that we'd have to look at very hard. It's not something we choose to do because we actually do run a pretty tight ship at the museum. And in some areas, we've got about 14 people working in our collections team, and that's for 1.5 million objects that are of national importance. So I'm not going to go and, my job is to try and protect that to the extent that I can. But in terms of, electricity bills, power bills, they're things that we can turn off lights and we can do things like that. But the collections have to be kept in particular conditions. So you wouldn't want the collections to be in freezing conditions, for example. So there are some fixed costs that we just can't cut back, and that's why I think, from our perspective, it's obvious, but saying that a zero increase in levy, yes, we can try and work harder to generate more income, but we're already amongst the most successful commercial museums in the country. So it's going to be tough for us if the levy isn't increased.
Councillor Hulan.
Thank you. I love that idea, taking exhibitions to Parliament. The only thing I'd say is, how much is it going to cost you to take all that? Is that quite a large cost?
We actually have some money left in the exhibition budget to be able to do that. So it's not funded by the ratepayers of Dunedin, I hasten to add.
Right. Thank you. And so we've covered all the questions. Thank you very much, Dr. Griffin. Thank you for your submission and coming to join us today.
Thank you.
Now, next we have Robin McLean from the Harrington Point Community Society. Push the button again, because that's right.
It's worse than Zoom.
It was already on, so you turned it off. But.
Ahi ahi Marie, good afternoon. My name's Robin McLean. I'm here with Brian Shanks, Clark McLean and Heather and Barry Clough, and we are some of the committee members from the Harrington Point Community Incorporated Society. We've come here today, all the way from the very end of the peninsula, might I add, because this is important to us, and as a community we wanted this message to be heard. We want to be able to walk and bike safely to our neighbouring communities, Otako, Harwood and Portobello, and beyond via the wonderful Te Aka Otako bike and walking path. Sadly, there are 3 unfinished parts of this bike path, and all 3 parts impact our ability to safely bike outside our community area. We have a lot of children and retired aged people in our community. The footpath that was new as part of the project that we currently have is very well used and much appreciated, as we can safely walk around the community even with the constant tourist traffic through to Tairoa Head, which is very much mostly wide camper vans and buses. It is not safe for most of our community to continue either by bike or on foot along the stretches of road that do not currently have paths. This means we are isolated unless we are to take our car or the bus, and as a community we want to be able to safely bike and walk past Fisheries Corner. Portobello is our closest shop and cafe, and many of us would love to be able to use safe, active transport along a bike path all the way there. As it is, we simply cannot safely make that journey. Currently, many of us drive with our bikes on the car to Portobello, and then we can enjoy a bike ride. One of our locals who couldn't be here today does bike that road, as he is a reasonably confident cyclist, and he said it's really unsafe. Through near misses, he's learnt how to navigate the tricky corners, knowing when you need to look out for traffic in advance of getting to certain sections. And often it's traffic coming towards you, because they'll catch up to you when you're on a hill and then they're on top of you before you can safely get past that bit. So it's always due to the tight corners blocking the vehicle's vision. His main concern is that effectively what the new bike path has done is open up a wonderful piece of road to everybody of all abilities. But through those 3 incomplete sections, cyclists who want to do the whole thing, or community members who want to get to a certain place, who aren't quite at the level of cyclist ability that someone who used to bike right down to Taiaroa Head was, they're getting trapped in tricky areas that are really unsafe with no bike path and without the skills or the experience to be able to manage those situations. We have a few examples of scary stories from our community. When you're biking from Harrington Point into Portobello past the school, it's very dangerous as cars coming the same way as you can't see you till you're slow on the hill and they're right on top of you. Murray, our brave cyclist expert, has worked out a safe place well before Portobello to look back down the road to make sure that he knows any cars are coming his way, so it would be safe to get up and over the hill. Once biking from the golf course to Fisheries Corner, one of our local cyclists had a camper van travelling slow behind them because it's impossible to pass, and an impatient car behind that camper van then tried to overtake the camper van, not realising there was a cyclist in front of that camper van, and of course an oncoming car turned the corner and came towards them, which meant that that overtaking car had to pull in very closely to the cyclist. You may argue that speed limits have been changed to make the roads safer. However, we cannot ever trust that a car is going to go the required 40 kilometres, as so many do not. We also wish to add that the places where the bike and footpaths currently terminate are not in the safest locations. Many of us have had dodgy moments when a bus or camper van is heading towards the albatross colony at Fisheries Corner, fast enough that you don't really know that they're there until they're on top of you. There's no way you can go onto the road with children biking with you. It's just not safe enough. Also at Gills Corner by Harwood, where the bike path begins again, is not always a safe place to join back onto the bike path when you're going towards Portobello. Because from the left-hand side of the road, you can't always see oncoming cars. So we are asking for Council to complete the remaining sections of Te Awa Otako as per the original consented designs, and to do this in the following order. Firstly, Otako bus stop around Fisheries Corner. Secondly, Portobello Township past the school to the bus turnaround. And thirdly, the inland section to Otako bus stop. We're here to answer any questions you have, and more importantly, to show you how important these connecting sections of bike track are to our community. Thank you for listening to our submission. Kia ora.
Thank you. And we've been asking a lot of questions about this already, but there is one. Councillor Walker.
Took the words out of my mouth. There's been a lot of submissions on this. Thanks for coming along, Robin. I think I could write the book on near misses on bikes. Your submission backs up pretty much, I'd say, 99% of other submissions in terms of the order. Is there any, are you getting any sense in the community that there's anybody particularly against that? And second question I've asked everyone, I don't know if you were here earlier, we're getting a lot of people asking for lots of money, lots of people asking us not to spend anything. How do you, what's your commentary to the ratepayer on the benefits of us prioritising this in a big competing basket of other things?
That's politically savvy.
Yeah, I'm Brian Shanks and I'm from the area. The things that we can't understand fully is that when they started doing all these improvements, they started at Taiaroa Head end and they went round and then stopped. And the part of the road that we're talking about with the bends and the narrowness and the actual condition of that road is really dangerous. You know, right? Talking about Murray, that's my brother. He's a good cyclist. I cycle that area too, but I'm not as good as he is. And if you've got a car travelling the same way as you and a car coming the other way, there's no room for that, especially after having the conditions further down round McAndrew Bay and things like that. It's wonderful. And I can understand why it hasn't been finished.
And just to add to that, our community is already quite close because of the work we did fundraising for the Save Our Beach campaign. So there's been a lot of talk, and there is a lot of talk if you've ever been a local from Portobello out, about these 3 problem areas, and it is a problem for everyone. I think the order of those is right, and I haven't heard anybody disagree. If you do disagree, it's because of the location of your home, which a lot of us have talked through that too, but if you think of a wider community good, then we agree with those options, especially being able to get safely to the golf course is important for a lot of our dog walkers and people that play golf, but a lot of our community to get to a little bit further round would mean a longer walk. And I think the inland section should be last, because of the seriousness of the Portobello township too. Yeah, so I haven't heard anybody in our circles disagree with that order, and we've shared it with all of our members and as much of our community as we can. Your second price on the money one, I think that's why you guys get paid the big bucks, isn't it? We understand, and I think that's why we're here today, because we are a small community and there are small numbers of people that live past Portobello. But this would make a huge difference to the way that we can be in our communities. So I think if you're thinking from a safety perspective, both for all users of the bike path, including tourists, it's a good thing for funding, but also thinking about community well-being and how our families can enjoy it and use that space on an equality basis, as we watch everybody when we drive down the bay, everybody else using the footpaths from all over those communities, and then sort of feel a little bit shortchanged at that end when we can't go too far past our own doorsteps.
Good. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you for coming in to present with your perspective. I just had a question following on from your statement, Robin, around you may not know that Wakakatahi's funding criteria is often based on population, and you acknowledged the smallness of the size of the population. But you've talked about tourism numbers. Could you talk to the increase in traffic with the Taironi project being finished and the difference that has made in terms of being an attractive...
Oh, sorry, absolutely. And Brian, interrupt me if you can. We are joking now, because when the car park was built at that reserve, I think a lot of you have been down there, we thought, God, you'll never fill that. And now we joke at how often it is full. There's very few nights when there's not at least 1 or 2 camper vans staying over in that space, because they can, and it's beautiful. So the busyness of our area has exploded, I think, with the new reserve and the new beach. And many people, whenever I'm walking the dogs, I always ask whoever's on the beach, like, where are you from? And they've all come from town, and it's the best place to swim in the ocean. And, you know, we get these amazing stories of that people are coming as a destination location down there. So maybe local tourism, as well as the camper vans. We also, I guess, enjoyed that lovely COVID period when the roads were closed or there weren't so many tourists, and that's definitely back now with the wide camper vans and the buses. And if you get 2 of those coming and there's no footpath, you don't want to be there. So, you know, we don't even bother with our young families and with our animals like walking dogs to go past Fisheries Corner. It's just walking up and down many times.
Thank you.
Good. Councillor Hulan.
Thank you. This is probably to you, Brian. Do you realise that Waku Kotahi, which is NZTA, funded 57% of that project? So the 70 million that was spent on that project, 57% of that was paid by them. And what's happened is, and that's probably the answer to your, well, it is the answer to your question, is that they've cut that funding. Thank you.
All right. And we appear to have exhausted questions, so thank you very much for your presentation.
Kia ora.
Right, now I don't know who... Right. Okay, so next speaker is Kim and Matt Morgan.
Slideshow on here. Hopefully this will stay where it should. Kia ora koutou, thank you so much for the time to speak today. Make sure I get this to keep me on track. I'm here to speak both for myself, for us, and for several dozen community residents out on the Otago Peninsula. And because I submitted on 3 different things since the long-term plan has been deferred, I want to simply start by tautakoing the fellow professional artists who will be speaking to you about the urgent ongoing need for a performing arts venue, as well as operational funding for Te Whare Urukutia so that we don't lose yet another space. And also I want to tautoko Mana Whenua and the outlying communities on the Otago Peninsula who have every right to expect the DCC to honor their commitment to finish the Peninsula Connection and the safety upgrades there. What I'd like to use my time to do today is to talk to you about our growing concerns about increased development on the Otago Peninsula as a very sensitive area. Now, we're all aware of the Otago Peninsula's draw in Dunedin. The council page features it prominently. It has its own web page. It's the source of the first private charitable trust in New Zealand, and much has been made of the connection between ecology and tourism dollars. So certainly as a draw for a place to live and as a place to visit, we know how important it is. My concern is born out of some discontinuity between the 2GP, and this includes the second variation, the FDS, which has just been ratified, and existing things on the ORC. We're confident that conservation projects on the Otago Peninsula are very visible and supported, but we're worried what might happen to communities under some of these new regulations. And as a personal example, which is the only way I can talk about this, this came out of a notice that there were going to be 4 houses raised next to us and 13 put in their place. I promise you we're not going to waste your time talking about the 2GP regulations. We're working with council staff to address those concerns. But in digging into that, we've been made aware of some much larger conversations that need to happen about the Otago Peninsula and how development is treated there. So, we are out in Broad Bay. We've been fortunate enough to call this our home for 12 years. And while I think that what we want to talk about affects the entire peninsula, I'm going to focus on our specific area and property just because that's what I know. We're the midpoint of the peninsula. We have 292 homes, a primary school. And before anyone wants to dismiss us as NIMBY or anti-development, we are not. We recognize the need for more quality housing in Dunedin. In fact, we have 102 consented lots going into Broad Bay. So more than 1/3 of our current size, we already have consented for greenfield expansion. So there's going to be development out there. Our concern comes from township and settlement, how we're qualified under the 2GP, and what is appropriate under the variations. And as I watch my clock dwindling, pardon me for going fast, I just want to get a few ideas out there. This illustrates that not all townships and settlements are alike. We have harbor communities like Broad Bay. There's Brighton, which is a coastal community. There's inland communities like Outram and Allenton. They don't all have the same needs, but they're all given the same classification under the 2GP. Our house in yellow there, you can see, sits very close to a reserve and the water. This section is noted on the 2GP, which determines all current planning decisions as having some hazards, but it misses a lot of things that are on the FDS and the ORC maps. In particular, the FDS map is going to note a lot of wastewater, stormwater, and potable water, 3 waters constraints that aren't mapped on the 2GP, and I've been told by planning may or may not play into whether or not things are consented in our area. We've also found a Bermuda Triangle of ORC hazards that aren't reflected on either the 2GP or FDS of an alluvial fan, landslide, and liquefaction potential. Developing out there is a hazard to the people who live there and to the new residents. We're very concerned about that. So while our concerns came out of the usual amenity and character concerns, and those are important to us, we're equally concerned about the ecology, the impact on the reserves, which we've submitted on, the vulnerable community out there of people as well as wildlife, infrastructure, roading in Three Waters, which isn't up to it, and if this fits with the DCC's agenda for resiliency in the face of climate change. If you look at that image and you remove all the green, suddenly we're left with hardscaping and so many things affecting the harbor. It's going to be a dramatically different landscape, and we're going to lose both the ability to live there as well as the tourist appeal of bringing people in to see it. And I see I'm at time, so I will simply wrap this up by saying there's much more to say. I'm not an expert in this area, but I've learned a lot in the last 3 months about these various plans, and it is my hope and intent to continue conversations with council and with people who are experts so that we can have a productive conversation about how to handle future development in sensitive areas like the Otago Peninsula. Thank you.
Fantastic. Do we have any questions? Councillor Walker.
What else would you like to say on this?
Good question. This isn't about a single... Sorry, there you go. They reminded me to do that. This isn't about a single development. This is about development in areas all around Dunedin, but I can only speak to the Otago Peninsula. I think that Dunedin absolutely has addressed and will continue to address the housing shortage, but a lot of things are being approved now, putting the cart before the horse, even more capacity than may be immediately needed. The hardscaping in particular is terrifying to us, what all the concrete would do, the stormwater runoff, how it would go into the bay, what it would do to the flora and fauna. I think this is an environmental disaster that is brewing if more careful regulations aren't put into place, and it can't just be on a case-by-case basis.
And correct me if I'm wrong, did you say you'd been talking to us? And if that is the case, have you been satisfied with the response and feedback?
I have thus far. I should say we are very much in progress. So we've been dealing with people in planning. We've talked to some general managers, even council CEO. They are very aware of our concerns, but it's also very early in the process. We're trying to get ahead of this. And again, it's not just about what we consider to be the horror on our doorstep because of what it would do to the environment and the reserve. But as I dig into that, I realize the entire peninsula is vulnerable. And I think if we can start the conversation with council, we can get in front of it before choices are made that can't be undone.
Okay. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Matt and Dr. Morgan, for your presentation. Can you tell us, are you engaged with other people in the community, or is this your personal and you only submission?
Thank you very much. I'm smiling because this has indeed become a community-wide endeavor. It started with numerous residents who were around a proposed development who were very concerned, but then as things do in small communities, word got out. We've had a town hall meeting moderated by Paul Pope that had 125 people at it, the majority of whom were against intensified development. We have 50 to 60 people on a current email list and in close communication who very much want to be kept in the dialogue and to know how they can have an impact and have their voices heard. So even though I'm here to speak to it, it may seem like it's my own personal crusade. It very much affects the entire community. Well, the majority of the community. I have to say there are some people who would be thrilled to have very intense development, but our experience has been 75 to 80% minimum of the community is very much against this, and vocally so.
And finally, did you experience the same level of concern with the 102 lots in the two other subdivisions?
I know that there has been in past, if you're asking us personally, originally we were not a fan of the greenfield development. Oh, it's going to be a pity to see houses there. I have evolved on that, and I understand the desperate need for housing, and I would much rather see homes, and I think it's far more responsible to see homes on sections of certain sizes rather than cramming in duplexes to maximize as much money, because that's going to have a far worse environmental effect. So while personally we weren't thrilled with the greenfield development when it started, I now welcome it as the alternative to this, and I recognize that we need to grow there and across the peninsula, but to do so responsibly, not just as quickly as we can.
Thank you. And we appear to have exhausted questions, so thank you for your presentation.
Kia ora. Thank you very much.
Right, now, Rosa Anderson-Jones. Great. If you just press the microphone button each time you want to speak.
Yeah. Kia ora everyone, Rosa Anderson-Jones here. So I'm part of the group from Broad Bay and the wider peninsula. I have some notes I'm going to be reading off my phone, so just so we can get this done. So I'm here to follow on from what Kim has said, but to discuss my concerns that the 2GP plans do not safeguard the Otago Peninsula's unique ecology, and that the impact high density housing could have on tourism and the environment. So I'm here to talk a little bit about the economic issues that could arise from this as well. So this is largely anecdotal, this first part, but I visited the Gold Coast last month and Noosa as well. And I was shocked at the intensification of development on the Gold Coast. Yeah, it was lovely. So high-rises, as we know, have existed in the Gold Coast for a long time, but now nearly every single little Aussie brick villa has been demolished, especially around Burleigh where we used to live. And if it's not already a new development, there's one set to be built. And in addition, these coastal areas have had significant erosion and are under huge threat for future climate change issues. Many locals now express their dissatisfaction living there, and Surfers Paradise in particular is filled with many empty commercial spaces. Upon further research, I found a 2022 article that spoke to Professor Paul Burton, the Director of Cities Research, who had deep concerns about development in the Gold Coast in relation to climate change, flooding and the damage to coastlines, noting that if they knew then what they do now, they'd not be doing the same thing. They'd really be looking at it differently, especially in their vulnerable areas, noting that climate change measures are very expensive, difficult and impractical after the fact. We then visited Noosa, another local hotspot, whose council have taken a very different approach to development in and around their national parks and marine areas, and in turn they have continued to flourish for their ecotourism. And this triggered me to look into what measures have been set in place in Noosa in particular, and what we could learn from them in Dunedin. So here's a snapshot of the 2019 Noosa Environmental Strategy, and their council's tagline is "Different by Nature." And their strategy clearly proves that their commitment to protecting the environment is reaping economic benefits while maintaining satisfaction amongst their thriving community. So if we think about Dunedin as a business, our main pillars are ecotourism, natural environment, especially along the Otago Peninsula, being a really, look at all these images. Look at our websites, it's just the Otago Peninsula everywhere. But also, another thing to note is our unique architecture and heritage buildings too. So what concerns me is that the pillars of how Dunedin promotes itself and our key areas of growth and profit are under jeopardy with 2GP. So you'll see a few quotes here, as I noted, just from some of our key marketing tourism websites, specifically pointing to the Otago Peninsula. So, the Otago Peninsula should be carefully considered before we allow higher density housing to occur. Firstly, for its environmental sensitivity. It's home to unique ecosystems and species, many of which are vulnerable. High density housing increases the risk of habitat destruction, pollution and other ecological disturbances that could threaten our natural habitats. Preserving the natural landscape is essential for maintaining biodiversity, ensuring our resilience against environmental changes. Secondly, the development also needs to be considered for its impact on coastal and marine ecosystems. Intense development can lead to significant environmental degradation, including water pollution and shoreline erosion. And coastal development often results in increased runoff and sedimentation, which can devastate marine habitats. And also just looking at fisheries as well, like they're both important ecologically and economically to our region. Lastly, the natural beauty of Otago Peninsula is a major drawcard for tourists who contribute significantly to our local economy. The introduction of high density housing could degrade these scenic views and landscapes, reducing the aesthetic appeal and potentially diminishing tourism revenue. So maintaining the character of the peninsula is crucial for sustaining and growing our tourism sector. All right, so the elephant in the room. How do we balance the need for housing with sustainability, culture and heritage? Dunedin's wildness has been a guiding principle that served us well in terms of how we market ourselves to the world, and we have thrived because we are different. And it's great that the DCC is creating opportunity for medium density housing in the city where appropriate, but to extend this to vulnerable seaside towns should not be the intention of 2GP. So while recognising the need for additional housing, it's crucial that development in Dunedin or further development is in keeping with what makes us unique and doesn't directly contradict our strategic goals. I'm at time. I'll just scoot through these quickly. I have had a good look at lots of actionable ideas from Noosa and other sustainability focused towns. So there are a few points there. I won't talk to those today, but my wish is to really find a way to balance our approach to development that considers long-term ecological and community needs, to call for community involvement in planning decisions to ensure development respects local character and environmental integrity. And in the case of the Otago Peninsula, I really do want to stress that we must protect its ecological, economic and social value to Dunedin. Here's what we know and love about Dunedin. This is a pretty intense image here of the ponds, Western Sydney. And this is my biggest fear, that 2GP will turn Dunedin into this, especially down in Musselburgh. Obviously it's an exaggerated image, but yeah, I just want Dunedin to remain a vibrant, attractive and sustainable city, because that's why I'm proud to live here. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Councillor Mayhem has a question.
Thank you so much. That was an amazing presentation. I wondered if you might be able to email your slides through to one of our GSO, and also Kim's slides as well, just so we can look at those with a little bit more time, because it's obvious you've put a lot of effort into that. Is there anything else you'd like to say about your area? I know you ran out of 5 minutes.
Yeah, I think it's just really a matter of, obviously, like Kim said, I didn't know that much about 2GP, and having something like this within your community does force you to look at things in a different way. But it is a bigger picture for me, and I could have actually talked also about heritage buildings. I rent my business in a building that Ted Daniels is the landlord for, so I've had a few conversations with him as well about that. Yeah, and there's this grey area, it seems, between heritage spaces in Dunedin and then our homes that have special character, which are again a really important part of Dunedin. And I know that there was the Marilyn Webb property that was demolished, and I just think that's such a shame that we can't look at ways to intensify our development or protect those buildings, because we're not Christchurch, and I'm sorry for Christchurch, but they had to redevelop for a horrible reason, but we get to look at things in a different light, and I think there's a way to do that differently. And as Kim showed, there's 102 consented sections in Broad Bay right now, and that's just little Broad Bay. So there's opportunity to do it sustainably and thoughtfully and considered, that doesn't change Dunedin for what's so important about Dunedin. And I lived in the Gold Coast for a while and didn't last long there. It's like, get me back home for all of these reasons. Yeah. Cool.
Thank you, Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you for your presentation. Are you concerned that there's going to be like 100% conversion to high intensity housing in the township and settlement zones?
Yeah, I'm aware that township and settlement does have its own criteria, but it's still quite amazing what can be done there. So I know if lots can be purchased, if there's that 45-degree angle from 2 metres out from the boundary line, 45 degrees up, but from what I've heard from builders, if developers purchase whole lots, like 4 to 5 in a row, that only equates for the end 2 sections, so they can actually jam a lot in. And that's why, although this looks dramatic, this ponds image, it's not that far off what we could see happening down in, like, Rafferty Street, for example, and Musselburgh. I've seen some of the articles in the paper about it, but I actually did a drive-by down there as well, because my partner's parents live in Rewa Street. And I was like, not one single house along here is dishevelled, or they're all beautiful old homes. And it's just quite upsetting. Even a 31-year-old can see it. Yeah.
And I don't know if you'd be aware that an attempt to put protection of houses built before 1940, I think it was, wasn't it, was struck down by the Environment Court. So we did try to put that protection in place, and it got struck down at the Environment Court.
Yeah, well, I don't know who's making those decisions, but they just seem super, short-sighted. Yeah, but cool, really great that there's been support there. But what else can we do?
I think the thing is, it's a matter of whether or not, when the calculations were done for providing extra houses, there was extra houses zoning, and then a percentage estimate of how many would be converted, and that it's all down around the 5% number. It's not 50 or 60 or 70% perceived. And I guess the issue would be, if it plays out differently, then there'll be variation 5 of the district plan to correct that bad play out. I don't think that that's intended by anybody's means.
Yeah. Right. Councillor Vincent Pope.
Just a question. Are you aware of the wider issue, not just on the peninsula but elsewhere, where various groups in the community are objecting to the existence of significant landscape areas and significant natural areas because it affects their, view of the world, and that current government is actually scrapping the requirement or removing such areas from a lot of district plans?
So am I just aware of that happening? Is that the question? Is that in relation to making it a council decision to choose? Was that the article that came out about a month or so ago?
In the rural sector in particular, but there is a lot of protection of various kinds in the 2GP in respect of significant natural landscapes and natural areas. In parts of Otago already, the government has said they are going to override.
Microphone, sorry, Councillor. Microphone.
To override those decisions and remove those protections. So I'm just alerting you to, given what you've said about your concerns, I'm alerting you to another bigger elephant that's coming at us.
Thank you for the heads up. Oh well, we're pretty, we're a cohesive group out in Broad Bay, so thank you for the heads up. We'll keep doing our research.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. So can I clarify, you are concerned that the peninsula could become another surfers paradise? Is that what you...
Sorry. No, obviously that's an extreme example, but looking at the development, it's not just high rises there. Have you been recently?
Not recently, although I'd like to.
Microphone.
I'd like to go to Noosa.
Nice. Well, there's some pretty affordable flights to jump on, I would say. But it's not just high rises, and I was very, very aware of using that image. That's why I also have this ponds image here. But it's just an example of the comparison for me within Queensland. and New South Wales is just looking at what Noosa has done compared to what the wider Queensland had done. And there was in the where is it? In the strategy, I'd really recommend having a look at it. They made the point of historically Noosa has chosen a different path to others in southeast Queensland, and today we reap the benefits. And that's kind of what I want to point out, is they really stood their ground with that when there was so much pressure on them. And today you go over there and it's so obvious that, you know, they're thriving, not only within their tourism sector, but there's a really wonderful local community there that's thriving too, whereas the dissatisfaction of living in the Gold Coast is so stark. So that's kind of the point I was trying to make. I'm not concerned that we'll have high rises on the coast, but regardless of how high they are, excessive development still places a really big risk on climate out there as well, and our erosion, which, I mean, look at this, erosion's already a problem in St Clair and Brighton as well. So yeah, it's just something to note.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm just wondering, I grew up on the peninsula, so I know the issues there well. I was thinking about our environment strategy and whether you as a group would like to have some input into that. We are redoing it at the moment. And I was very interested in what you said about the Noosa environment strategy. Is that a newish strategy that they changed their path, or is it a...
From what I understand, definitely not an expert in this, but that there was a Green Council in, I think it was the 80s, maybe 86, and they started this off, but it's constantly being looked at. They are aware of like the increasing housing pressure there as well, but they always want to make sure the environment comes first, and it's just a really great example. The other thing that Noosa does well is they have a biosphere marine, I don't know the terms, but a friend of mine's actually looking into it for Dunedin as well, for the peninsula. But it's a part of, I think, the UN and the Biosphere Reserve. Yeah, so that's what they also do there, which, with my points that I didn't really get to look at, they have the living foreshores that they do really well. So it's kind of looking at ways they reintroducing native planting and all that sort of stuff along the coastline to limit erosion. Yeah, so it's really worth looking at this, and the buffer zones and the protected areas as well. So they have like high risk areas that they really protect from development. Yeah, cool. Very but good. Yeah, we'd love to be involved if there's an opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we're done with questions. Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. Kia ora.
All right. Now, do we have Karen Bourne? Yes. Okay, so there's a timer on the screen. You've got 5 minutes, and your microphone's on already, but if someone asks you a question, you have to restart your microphone.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr Mayor and councillors and anyone else. My submission today, which I am assuming you've all read, is a fairly simple one. My name is Mrs Dusty from 405 Gladstone Road South, Mosgiel. My real name is Karen Bourne. Mrs Dusty is what my 3 brother-in-laws call me, because I have a dusty house and I have a dusty car and I live on a dusty road. Now, speaking to the roading department, I don't qualify for any their latest auto sealing initiative because I'm considered too far away from the road. I have 2 25,000 litre water tanks that I get the water off my roof from. But that's not true, and I welcome anyone out to my place in the summer. You can see the dust rising depending on the speed of the vehicles. It comes over my oak trees and lands on my roof. Now, from my submission, you'd have read that my main concerns are health and safety, and the main one is the dust, which is visibility. You just can't see cars coming if there's a lot of them. There's three other health and safety issues, and the one I've been reading about is PM10 levels, and that's a measurement of fine dust particles that come from dusty roads, and they've done work in Northland as to how bad these levels are. They actually affect your health in respiratory and cardiovascular areas, and I would like to see the council measure these, or the roading department, in the summer. Particularly, this road is really busy on Saturdays and Sundays. The JT's golf course attracts a lot of young people. They play there recreationally because the other golf courses are mainly sort of membership based or something. The other two health and safety issues I have, which I'm not sure if I put in my submission, is the way that town drivers drive on country roads. We that have lived in the country for a long time, I was originally from Balclutha, tend to stick to the left of the road and drive a bit slower, while some people from the town just go straight up the middle because the car tracks are straight up the middle, and then at the end of our road there's a sort of a Humpty Dumpty bit. And one day there is going to be an accident there, even with the auto sealing that's been placed there, because you can't put a white line down the middle of the road. Now, the other health and safety issue just came up on Sunday, late Sunday afternoon. At the moment, if you're out on the Taieri, you can hear guns going off all the time. It's a bit like World War I or II, you would imagine. It's duck shooters. Now, it was particularly loud. I heard about 14 in a row, I suppose. The neighbours' horses were running around hysterically, so I got in my car, being Karen, having a name like Karen, and I went down to see and talk to these guys. And I had to wait about half an hour, and it was dusk by that stage. Now, do you people understand the layout of Gladstone Road South? It goes in a straight line, east to west. Then there's a railway line, about 5 metres. And then there's your Wirio stream, which is anywhere from 2 to 5 metres on the north side. And so these guys were shooting in the stream area. And I said to them, this is an aside, I said, are you related to the farmer that owns this land? And they said, no, we don't need to be. We can shoot on any stream or river in New Zealand. I said, well, I'm not so sure about that, not when it's right next to a railway line, which was from here to Mr. Walker, I think, and then our dust road over there. And at that stage, cars were coming down. It was Sunday evening from JT's golf course. And I said, you can't see what's walking or who's coming along there. And they said, oh, we're not shooting in that direction, we're shooting over the paddocks. Well, they'd already scared a lot of cows along the thing, but that doesn't matter, that's beside the point. So I rang Fish and Game the next morning, and they said, yes, anyone can shoot along the Wirio stream, but they need permission because from the landowner, it's only the large lakes and rivers that you can shoot without permission. I think it's something to do with the King's Chain or something. So I said, well, I think it's dangerous. And they said, well, no, the rule is if they get permission, they have to shoot over the paddock. And I said, well, what if the duck goes that way? Because you're supposed to shoot ducks on the wing. And they said, well, they shouldn't shoot it. Well, I don't know if you people have had much to do with duck shooters, but they get a bit excited, and if they've had a few whiskies or whatever, it's not safe. And I spoke to some of the neighbours, the owners of JT's golf course, and some of the others, and they're not happy about this. But anyway, that's just another issue with our road. Now, the two other things I want to speak about today are the council or the roading committee or whoever it was suggested to us that we have this auto sealing. I think I quoted it wrong in my submission. I think I called it Q sealing. But and it's, oh, am I up? Oh, shoot, okay. Okay, it's going to cost us $10,000 each, so we're not happy about that. And someone from another council said we shouldn't be asked for this money. Big pardon?
Was the other council volunteering to pay?
No, this was...
Sorry, microphone.
Can you hear me? Right, yeah. No, it was just someone that worked for another council somewhere in New Zealand.
Very
Said
good.
it was highly unusual.
Very good. Do we have any questions? Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you, Karen. And I know your road well. My husband travels on it regularly. I live on the Torrey, so I know what the issues that you have with the dust. But you said you had two things, so you've mentioned one thing. So you had one other thing that you wanted to mention that you ran out of time for?
I wasn't trying to be cute, but so I sent this letter to the council. I got this short letter back, and I didn't acknowledge my 223 petition that I got signed, which I thought was pretty upsetting actually. I just felt, oh, there they go again. And the other thing was policy. It wasn't, see, I don't know how councils work. And it said they had no policy to tar seal further roads. And I don't mean to be rude, but it seems to me sometimes the council spends money and they don't have a policy, like, well, you know, 13 million for the race course and some playground down George Street, which was 600. And I just think when health and safety is concerned, I'm not knocking buying these other things, that it should be looked at. And the other thing, sorry, was the speed limit. I asked for a reduced speed limit and I kind of was fobbed off again. Oh no, it has to go to a meeting. Well, when there's danger on the road, I don't care what central government's doing, I don't care. It should be put down to 80 or reduced until the matter's looked at.
Because it's currently 100, isn't it? Yeah, thank you.
Very good. Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you. Just in respect of your concerns about the particulate material on the dust, have you talked to the regional council about the air quality issues? It's there. I mean, I'm not dodging the issue, but we don't. We can complain, but we have to complain to them because it's their responsibility.
Is that to do that auto sealing?
No, air quality.
Oh, no, I haven't spoken to anyone about that yet. Okay, so I need to speak to the regional council. Right, okay.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
Thanks. I've just actually, to your comment on speed limits, it was about to go down until the election, and the new government policy statement on transport basically nixed it, so it has to be revisited, unfortunately. It was out of our hands.
Okay, so the road, the speed limit gone down on Riccarton Road, was that before the election?
That was another that was 6 months beforehand. That was another activity done. It's done generally once a year, but the Riccarton Road one was actually an outcome of a court case that went to the Court of Appeals, went to Environment Court. But the last round of speed limit reviews was about September, and we were about to come in with the changes when the election changed, and a lot of the rural roads were going to come down quite a lot. We're still there. We're going to go back to it again. So I've heard your comment. I can take that as an additional request for our 80k zone.
Right. So when you don't know when that might be, when you're going to revisit it?
In the next few months, like quite soon. Yeah.
If someone gets run over or hurt on the road, to me, the fastest thing we can do is to reduce that speed for a start. You know.
Yes, the time.
So the consultation thing will kick in, and we're talking about how to get the consultation up again now. Now we've got the direction from the government as to what to do.
Righto. Thank you. I think we've covered all the questions, so thank you very much for your presentation.
Okay, thank you.
And next, do we have Kay Payne?
Well, good afternoon, Mayor Raddick and councillors. I'm Kay Payne, and thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of Karen Bourne's submission to 24-25 annual plan. My husband and I have been residents of Gladstone Road South for 20 years next month, and we were told when we moved here in 2004 that the road was down on the ceiling on the then current 10-year plan. I presented a petition with 95 signatures from users of this section of Gladstone Road South and spoke at a submission hearing in 2013. The disappointing outcome being no more road sealing for 10 years, which would bring it to 2023. I'm passionate about seeing something permanent and satisfactory applied to the surface of this road, hence being here again today. I've submitted 2 videos. I'm not sure how anything works here, but thank you for your help. So these next 2 videos here was of traffic diverted along Gladstone Road South due to a temporary closure of the main highway for the purpose of to show the volume of traffic during the short duration of the video and to suggest this is the sensible detour for motorists if and when necessary if the surface of the road was improved and dust-free. Diverting traffic via Outram, as happened recently, not only added several kilometres in stress for some travellers, but caused chaos up Mosgiel Main Street and out of the town. A very strange decision considering the roadworks were north of Riverside Road, which is the turn-off from the main highway to connect to Gladstone Road South, especially when this route has been used on other occasions. As Karen has mentioned, this possibly happened due to a section of Gladstone Road South recently being resurfaced with a semi-permanent seal of which the 2 neighbours concerned had to pay for. Upon inquiring myself, Bruce Wood of the DCC Roading Division advised me that we could have the seal applied in front of our own property at our cost. When I queried the cost, I was personally shocked and quite disgusted at this expectation, especially considering the amount of rates paid over the past 20 years. Now, I understand a portion of our rates goes to maintaining all the roads in the city, not just the road that services our property. But with that in mind, I would think a portion of the rates of every non-resident that frequents this road in question should go towards helping improve this road. If Gladstone Road South only serviced the residential properties, I would not hesitate in sharing the costs, but this is a public thoroughfare. It's used by many motorists, business vehicles, farmers' vehicles, cyclists, recreation workers, walkers, etc., etc. Now, I love to go walking, but I'm finding the 2-kilometre round walk from our home to the end of the gravel road is impossible to enjoy due to the number of vehicles now using this road and the dust caused by them. I always wear a high-vis vest to give oncoming cars plenty of warning a pedestrian is on the road, but some motorists don't know the meaning of consideration. Just a few days ago, a sign-written vehicle passed at such speed that the pursuing dust unfortunately prevented any hope of reading it and possibly reporting it. It was really dangerous. I've shown the videos. I don't know whether they all come up. There was some of the road and the dust effect there, and the hope, Mayor Raddick and councillors, that you'll recognise and understand the extent of the problem and issues the residents of Gladstone Road South have been contending with for many years, and see for yourselves that this concern isn't an exaggeration. The problems are very real, and we are very interested to know what the council can do to help us, please. This road is only 2 kilometres from the main town of Mosgiel at the Cemetery Road boundary and is less than 2 kilometres in length. Maybe, as a suggestion, the council would consider budgeting to seal Gladstone Road South in sections over a period of perhaps 3 years, as was done on the road between Brighton and the main highway. The first stage from Gladfield Road along to JT's Golf and Function Centre driveway, the second stage from JT's to 495 Gladstone Road South boundary, which is approximately midway along the road, and the final stage being the balance of Gladstone Road South along to Riverside Road, and by then the present auto seal already applied to a portion of this latter section would almost be ready for replacement. It's 11 years since I last spoke at a submissions hearing relating to Gladstone Road South, and today I stand in support of Karen Bourne's efforts and on behalf of the rest of our neighbours in the hope some empathy toward our frustration and concerns will be acknowledged and a positive outcome will be achieved for all concerned. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and for listening.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you very much for your presentation. You're not alone in this in terms of there's a number of these gravel roads around town that have changed their use over time or have become more busy and therefore not what they were even 11 years ago. And of course, 11 years ago was the stadium that probably caused all of that. We don't have a policy on seal extension. It has never been renewed, and I'm conscious of the fact that it hasn't, and that people are looking for it. So what I'm asking for you is, because I'm sort of foreshadowing that probably when we get to the annual plan hearings, I'll move a motion. Would you want to see that policy basically first looked at as to see what the new policy would look like, because it used to be just straight extensions of seal, as opposed to maybe looking at roads that have become busier or there's more houses on them and they're still unsealed and now being sealed because they have a greater use. But whatever the policy is, the re-establishment of new policy and then a vote to whether we would or would not adopt it.
Yes, we'd most definitely be interested in something positive being done there.
That's about all we can do, to be honest. I mean, I think the point would be then we can assess a road and say, actually, yes, it has changed and it actually now does warrant being sealed. At least you get a clear answer.
There are several more houses along that road now, and as well as that, yes, yeah. I'm sorry, I'm just a bit lost for words.
Very good. Are there any further questions? It appears not. So thank you very much for your presentation.
Yes. Thank you very much for the time. I'm sorry the other photos didn't go up there for you to have a look at, but
we've got photos. We've got photos in the submission.
That's excellent. Yes,
and it's been helpful to see the videos. Thank you.
Well, hopefully something positive comes. Thank you.
Okay, so we've got a couple of people here. Sorry, we're due for a break, but we've got two people that have been here for a wee while. So, Mr. Cock, would you like to present now? Would you sooner wait? Yep, we could take you now before we have a break.
Kia ora koutou. I'm Hendrik Kosh, trustee of the Dunedin Environment Centre Trust and also the coordinator of the Shetland Street Community Gardens for over 20 years. I've been reassured or advised that you have all read our submission. So I'd like to actually show you a video that gives you a bit of a background to all the restoration work we have done within the Kaikorai. So I'll progress and hopefully you enjoy it.
wasteland that nobody went into except to shoot up. It's a good time. I reflected upon this area and suggested that amongst other projects that we were engaged in, the main ecosystems that are under threat and what we could do about it would be a good idea. People in the council could have said who cares, but it's not their stance, thankfully.
Was there on day one when we started putting out the rubbish, chopping out the willows, putting out the doors and broom. And probably for 2 years, I was the sort of the lead organiser there with Joseph, but I was the one on the ground in that period of time, taking out crews of people and spending whole days.
So there have been the organisation gives close funding. So I was only up in a little way.
And we set about trying to clear it up. We had quite a bit of fun, found a few interesting things, such as there was a explosion, there was a canvas manufacturing.
We've looked through it for 3 years, and I like nice greenery. It was really horrible, actually.
I worked in gardens quite a few years ago, and ever since I've had to drop in and see how things go.
Fantastic. Well, the guys and the community have done.
What a turnaround. In the early days when it was just all stormed from across the other side of the stream. You dirty hippies.
Such a nice place.
Was that we already demonstrated on Shepherd Street Reserve that not only were we conscientious, we were following it through. We do not spray, we only use local natives sourced from the Dunedin area that will naturally grow here.
Well, I would have liked to have shown you the full video, but because of the limitation of time, you're all welcome to come and visit any time. Of course, it's open to the public, seeing it is DCC land. As explained in my submission, or our submission, we have made several approaches to DCC over the years to seek some financial support. Far more than 100 hours, well, probably getting on to 1,000 hours of volunteer labour or time is spent maintaining those two reserves. And I'm not exaggerating. Okay, it might not be all high-powered volunteers, some not so productive, but a lot of time goes into repairing those, maintaining those reserves. Not only that, we also got substantial costs in terms of transport, tools, volunteer vouchers for good reason, and also just refreshments, etc. Sadly, and it is sadly, I'm over 70, and I may not be able to continue doing it for another 20 plus years. So what we have been asking for the council is to actually recognise not only is this an incredible asset to the school, to the city, it's enjoyed by many. We've developed over a kilometre of tracks that are now walked that weren't there before. We've planted a riparian along near a kilometre of the Kaikai at that area, but as well as the Kaikoura estuary and other locations along the Kaikoura stream. In order for us to be able to sustain what we're doing, we need to get some assistance maintaining those reserves. And as I put in my initial submission, getting grants for maintaining reserves, and particularly on public land, council land, is near impossible. We would like to see that the council identify maybe $10,000 per year allocated to this purpose and administered by the Parks and Recreation. And if we manage to maintain a standard that they're happy with, that we are paid $5,000 for each reserve as a stipend per year. This would enable us to actually fund possibly a coordinator for those times to help sustain our mission on those reserves. Otherwise, the reality is once I'm incapable of volunteering and doing the work for nothing, it probably will come to a halt, and the DCC will have to take over maintenance anyway. I'm not wishing it to sound like a threat, just the reality. I'm not getting younger, and we don't easily see a lineup of volunteers willing to commit that sort of time that I have over the years. Welcome any questions?
Yes, well, start with me. I have a little one. I saw the flyover above Araitiuru. So where does that track, I see the track along the stream there, where does the track, where is it formed from the start to the finish?
From Bishop Court?
Sorry?
From Bishop Court,
Yes.
where the school, it's DCC grounds, but the school kids play their football games and so on, right through to the Shetland Street, and then and there's also a couple of little detours as well within that reserve, but then across the other side of the road there is the Kaikoura Commons, which goes for another about 600, 700 metres, depending on whether you follow the track or fly like the crow. But we have put immense amount of work into forming the tracks, growing, as I said, natives that provide sustenance for the ecology, but also artworks, seats, and so on. Sorry, I got distracted by someone coming in.
Yes.
And we would like to continue doing so.
Do many members of the general public use the track?
I would say in the hundreds a day. Hundreds a day, if anyone has had the fortune of walking along there.
Great. Thank you. Next question is from Mr. Walker, Councillor Walker.
Thank you, and thank you, Hendrik. I think I've known you 20 years. I think you are getting younger. Hendrik, when I read the submission I just wrote here, you want support of 5 to 10k, let's call it 10 per annum. And I think you've answered this already, but I'll give you a chance to do it again. I was just wondering, why not apply to a general cities grants round process?
Because the community grant...
Microphone.
Well, the community grant scheme is limited to 2,000, and it's specifically for a limited purpose. It does not recognise maintenance of a public reserve. It also, the community amenities grant we don't fit their criteria either. And in terms of biodiversity, we've done the job. It's very difficult to apply again for another biodiversity grant. So we're finding this is not just in our situation, but there are a lot of groups that are in sort of partnership of some sort with the DCC, providing amenities to the city at large. And the reality is many community groups, charitable trusts and so on, do get to that point where they have to hand it back to the city. And not that we are wishing to do so. And I feel, as I think Nick Wills, who's the reserves manager now, has said, it won't be looked after as well if it goes back to the city. I would like to think this council here can see an opportunity to identify this as an ongoing need and allocate more monies to Parks and Recreation so they can help resource these partnerships we have with the council.
So in essence, despite the good work you do, you just fall outside the criteria of many of the other funds.
Great. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, kia ora. I wonder, I've just been looking at the Aroha Kaikoura Valley, which was formed quite recently, and I wonder, have you connected with them about maybe them being an umbrella to continue some of this work? Because I see they're working with water, plants, predators and birds, and that kind of covers the same area, is that correct?
The reason why we haven't connected...
Oh, you need your microphone. Yeah.
Sorry. The reason we haven't connected with them because we didn't know that they were umbrellaing anyone. We just assumed they were helping to facilitate pest management within the city centre. And what we're doing is maintaining public amenities. Not only that, I would like to feel as though we're not sinking all our capacity in just maintaining the city, when my passion is to keep developing more options, including if anyone knows the work we're doing at the Kaikoura Estuary. But I will take that in mind.
My next question is just about how big are the reserves? Like, you showed us a bit of a video, but it didn't quite cover how much land you're actually looking after on behalf of the city.
I'd say it's probably around the 2 hectare mark. I would guess it's in the 2 hectare mark or plus, including the complexity of it as well, being again, very public space.
Are you aware of any other groups that are also maintaining council reserves? Because you're asking on your group's behalf for a couple of reserves, but I'm just wondering if this is like a citywide issue that needs to kind of be addressed.
I don't know specific, but I know Smells Beach Group. I know that Stop on Otago Peninsula have taken on many projects, and again, ongoing maintenance becomes increasingly a problem, especially when much of their passion is going towards Smiths Creek development and so on. And there's an immense amount of work being done by community organisations, and their capacity to do more is limited by the amount of resources they have available.
Very good. Councillor O'Malley.
It's more or less the question that Councillor Barker asked. So
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thanks, Hendrik, for all your work to date, both there and elsewhere. So what you're asking for is for us to put some extra funds into parks specifically, so they can disperse that with this particular purpose in mind to you guys.
Yeah, just to give a little history to that, originally when we started it, we were talking with council staff, Parks and Recreation staff, and there was this notion that they could provide a certain amount per reserve, and they said up to 5,000 per reserve, as in some way as a stipend to organisations like us to help maintain and develop reserves. But we were told about 5-6 years ago that would be difficult because procurement policy, I think, has created some problems there. So in that sense, yes, I'd still like to think it's managed by Parks and Recreation and able to be paid out as stipends to organisations like us to do legitimate work that otherwise council would end up having to do.
Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation. That's good.
Much appreciated. Thank you.
Now we are overdue for a break. But Miss Christine Neal's been waiting for a while. Would you like to wait, or would you like to go now? Right? Okay, so I move we'll adjourn for 15 minutes for a walkabout. Seconded, Councillor Walker. All in favour, say aye. Carry it now. Oh, yeah, but so excuse me, Councillor Mayhem and Councillor O'Malley.
Sorry.
Can we resume? It's all right. We've got till 5:30 or 7, depending. Rightio. Seeing as we were almost on track, but here we go. So, Ms. Neal, welcome along. And you know, whenever you want to speak, you have to press the microphone button, and the timer's on the wall. It's all yours.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor and councillors. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Christine Neal. I've lived over 55 years out on the Otago Peninsula. I do live at Allen's Beach, which is terminally known as Over the Back. But I have been very involved in various community organisations, including the Community Board, and I have been involved in tourism for 38 years to a greater or lesser degree, so I'm fairly interested in that. I have watched Portobello and Harrington Point roads get busier and busier over all those years, and I would have to say that it was wonderful to see the road finally being widened and the bends made more friendly. Probably about 40 years ago they said this couldn't be done, but it has, and I congratulate you for what you've done so far. The road is actually, I call it a dream to drive on, and it is, but it's not complete. And there's still areas to be done. So I'll start with the area leading from Portobello down to the school and further on. I'm really concerned about the school, that whole area. We've got small children, and I just think that at times it just seems to me a bit chaotic there. This is, of course, caused by increased traffic and tourist buses. And as over those years, the tourist buses and tourist traffic has just gone like growing and growing and growing. It's mind-boggling, actually. So I would really push for that area to be. I'm concerned about kids getting killed, to be quite honest. And so I urge you to sort that area out, and preferably right to Weir Road. The next really bad spot, in my opinion, in fact they're on a par, is Allison's Corner round to the Otako Jetty. Now, for those of you who aren't familiar with that, it's actually an area it's the area where you leave when you go to Harwood, you leave the harbour, and then when you get back into the harbour, that's the area I'm talking about, Gill's Corner. Now, that is incredibly narrow there, and as I say, the buses have got bigger and bigger. And they now, well, in fact, for years now, some of those buses, they have to use their half of the road and half of the other side, and to get round. But not where it's been widened now, but still down there. And in 1990, one of my sons met a bus round at the real bad bend down that area. He pulled so far over to the left that he had to mount this little stone wall, and he blew out a tyre. In spite of that, he was still hit by the bus. Fortunately, he wasn't hurt, but he managed to get home, and unfortunately for the bus driver, my son had a mother that was actually involved in tourism. And so before the bus even got to its destination, I'd found out. by various communications. And what infuriated me was that he didn't stop, but then I think maybe he couldn't. And anyway, so I spoke to the hotel receptionist and I said, when that bus comes in, would you go out and see if he's damaged on the right-hand side? And sure enough, he was. So I said, get the driver for me, please. And anyway, to their credit, the bus organisation paid for all the bills. But I'm telling you that because it does happen. You think, oh, you get past. Well, sometimes they don't. And now the buses are even bigger. That area happened right down Allison's Corner to the jetty, and the other area involved is what's called from Gill's Corner to Allison's Corner. Now, Gill's Corner is where you turn off to go round to Harwood, and I see it's not next to the harbour. It's an area that I think could be done relatively easy because there's no harbour reclamation required and there's plenty of road reserve. And that needs to be done. You would agree that Portobello Road is just so much safer for everybody, be they in a vehicle, on a bike or walking. And right at the beginning, this was agreed to do from Vauxhall to Harrington Point. Now, we've done to Portobello almost. I think there's a walkway still to be done there. And then the areas I've talked about. As a council, do you want to wait until people get killed in areas that are left to be done? This isn't a want, it's a need, and sooner rather than later. This is a purely a health and safety thing. And at the end of the day, perhaps I've focused a little bit on tourism, but that is a major income for the city. And so when they're there, they're great. But also it's the locals who are on the road too, and they're meeting this tourism traffic as well. So it's for everybody. And so I just really urge you to, or just a wee thing, when I was a child, I was told when I was about 8 that if a job was worthwhile doing, it was worthwhile doing properly. And that has been my modus operandi all my life. And I urge you to think about that, and please, please, please complete the project.
Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's the second time today in relation to the project we've heard that particular saying, so thank you. I wanted to ask from your tourism experience, Christine, what is if the road, the only access to the albatross colony is cut, what would be the impact on the colony from your experience?
Well, they can't get there at the end of the day. And there's no second choice to get out to Tairau Head once you get further down. I mean, there's only one road. To the economy, well, I've been away from the Albatross Centre for a few years now, but tourism is a major income to the city, and I just want to see everybody kept safe. We have national and international tourism things on the peninsula. Major assets for the city, and so it's a no-brainer to keep that area safe for everyone, including the locals.
Thank you. Well, that's it for questions, but thank you very much for your presentation. And we have had, Councillor Weatherall, but yes, we've had quite a few presentations on this today. Councillor Weatherall, sorry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mrs. Neal, for your submission today. In regards to the submissions that we've had from the Peninsula, we could have probably filled a whole day. I would imagine your community is absolutely fantastic and very passionate for your area. You mentioned do it once, do it right. I've got to say to you that I was brought up with another motto, live within your means. And my question to you is in regards to how we can pay for the extensions and finish this job off, because in my belief it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. It's just how we fund this. Are you quite comfortable, because the city simply has not got that sort of money unless we raise it? Are you quite comfortable with the city raising its debt level to fund these 3 stages that are left to go? Or would you rather prefer to see a staged approach, that we do it measurably and at a slower pace to perhaps not have the same impact on the debt to the city?
You know what's just popped into my head? How about a tourism levy?
So when you say a tourism levy, are you talking about a road toll?
Yeah, sort of, yeah. Yeah, sort of. I don't know how that would be, how that you would actually do that, though. I mean, it's only just popped into my head with that question, and I'm throwing it out there. Just a thought.
Yep, well. And would that apply to the residents beyond Portobello?
No. No, I'm really talking tourists. I'm talking about. Just a thought.
Well, it's absolutely it's a positive suggestion. Thank you.
Does that sort of answer your question?
Not quite, but I think that I could see there's no other way of funding it unless we increase debt for the city.
Well, my way wouldn't increase debt, would it?
Only temporarily.
Yeah. Get the job done, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. And next we have Mr. Dave Bennett, who's not going to talk about the Peninsula Connection.
No, definitely not. All right, good to go?
Yep.
All right, kia ora, Mayor and Councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak at these hearings today. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge the submissions of the Fringe and Mr. Craig Monk yesterday. They are good people doing good mahi who are driving events and youth engagement in this city. And I'd like to firstly put Save Dunedin Live Music's full support behind all the measures that they suggested to Council. The 2 main areas I'd like to highlight here today, firstly, are the linchpin aspects of the Otipoti Live Music Action Plan with respect to the changes in the timelines for resourcing the plan. And secondly, inaction around DCC properties that have potential use in deliveries of venue commitments made in the old map, specifically Sammy's, on which I submitted on in the previous annual plan. To start, we'd like to recognise that we understand that this is an interim process and that the funding has been shifted to a 9-year plan, which is an abnormality. We'd also like to recognise that the DCC has a strategic refresh, and this has affected a lot of areas within Council. Yep, we know that. However, the plan has been in the works since 2021. It's endured pandemic lockdowns, council elections, staff changes, a myriad of other setbacks. And in that time, we've seen the closure of 3 established music venues, the closure of Spaceland, which is an established community music hub and rehearsal space, the disruption of funding and severe risk of permanent closure to Te Whareia Rukatia, which is one of 2 all-ages venues available to the youth of the city. And we've seen the approval of residential apartment complexes next to the Crown Hotel, threatening its very survival. Why do I bring all this up? Because the situation was dire when we started work on the plan, and it's only gotten worse. So urgent actions are needed. There's always going to be delays. There's always going to be factors beyond our control. That is no reason to delay the work, only to be more targeted in what we can achieve right now, because a lot can happen in a few short years. There are many, the final 2 points under Theme 4 of the Live Music Action Plan, titled Supporting Live Music Infrastructure, are 1, a music ambassador position, and 2, a music advisory group. These 2 points are key, and now we understand advisory groups also are undergoing a restructure. Yeah, cool. So we'll put a pin in that one for now, but we'd desperately like to see action on that as soon as possible. But the music ambassador position, we can see that done right now. There are many aspects of this plan that fall outside the purview of Aratoi. Interdepartmental coordination and external collaboration is key, and work across many different areas of council and community needs to begin now. Town planning, compliance, creative partnerships, events, industry partners, youth programs, and the music community all need to be engaged to find the correct solutions for Otipoti. So even though we are limited in what the councils can resource at the moment, we can still make a start by making somebody responsible for driving the plan and acting as that first point of contact for the community to engage with the plan. We need a person to start building those relationships within council and externally to create the frameworks for tackling the big ticket items on the plan. So when it is time to act on those, we are ready to do so, because time is not on our side. So resourcing for point 35 on the Otipoti Live Music Action Plan is my first request. Second point, DCC property assets and how they relate to the Otipoti Live Music Action Plan. Firstly, Sammy's. I submitted on this last year. I'm back to do it again. I'll be back next year and the year after until we have a price. Not an educated guess, but a proper assessment on the cost of making that building safe and usable. Without accurate information on what is a ratepayer-owned property, how can we be expected to make or accept any decisions on its future? Without a price to weigh against its potential benefits to the music ecosystem, it will continue to be raised as a potential mid-sized venue. We own the building, let's find out if we can use it. In addition, the Fortune. I was unaware of the current condition of the Fortune Theatre until it was raised as part of discussions around potential sites for rehearsal spaces in the inner city. I was shocked to learn the state that the venue is in now compared to how it was when it was vacated. From my understanding, what has happened to the Fortune is akin to demolition by neglect. And it may not have been the best venue, but its location alone put it leagues ahead of other council assets for accessibility, and the thick stone walls and semi-subterranean nature of the venue are excellent acoustic insulators. The Fortune is a perfect example of a council asset that with some work could have been instrumental for delivering positive outcomes for the arts and music community in Otipoti. Instead, it was left to rot and eventually discarded. We believe urgent action is needed on Sammy's to prevent it facing the same fate. And that is me. Good for questions.
So,
how far was I over? A little bit.
Come back.
I practiced that so hard.
Yeah, you did well. Councillor Ward.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Dave, for all your mahi in the group. I've got two questions. Another one's just popped up, so I'll be very quick. I'll go to the last one first. And you've talked about Sammy's and Fortunes, so just to ascertain, A, where they may sit in delivering some of the points in the plan, but secondly, for example, if we ascertain that Sammy's is going to cost 25 million to bring up, that information itself would be useful.
Yeah. So firstly, where buildings like that sit within the plan, within the Live Music Action Plan, there is commitments to scope and investigate sites for a mid-sized music venue, two, a music hub and rehearsal spaces within the inner city, and it is also specific to investigate what council-owned assets already can apply to these things. So they are prime candidates for assessment, fulfilling those roles within the plan. The second one, Steve, sorry?
That's good enough, because I want to get on. This is important, though, because it's part of what I believe as well. So following up, you talked about the importance of point 45, resourcing somebody to oversee the plan. How crucial do you believe this is in making everything come together and work?
That's like absolutely crucial. This is part of our policy, our discussions with policy towards the end of the plan. We believe from the community that without a central point of contact or a central person responsible for delivering aspects in the plan, that council would continue to achieve the very basic day-to-day business areas of the plan, but kind of let us down on the big ticket items that require a lot more political will, a lot more resources, and a lot more interdepartmental communication. And we saw that role as being the person who we would pin driving that aspect of the plan with. So basically, I feel a lot of the plan will be kind of left gathering dust if they don't.
Thank you. And just briefly, the last one. Since the plan's adoption, how do you feel the first stages of the OLMAP are being acted upon?
Once again, I think council is doing a great job at hitting the day-to-day kind of things that they can do in the normal purview of what Aratoi achieves. A lot of their workshops and programs and their visibility stuff, that's all tracking and going fantastically. It's basically any of the big ticket stuff. Like, I've got a little list here of points like investigate DCC-owned properties, investigate and consider options for mid-sized venues, establish targeted live music venue funding that can be accessed, consider creation of one or more entertainment precincts in the city. These were all slated to be scoped 2023, 2024. We're in October 2024 and we've had zero engagement at all about any of these, which it's nice to have all the small stuff that we can do it day to day, and that stuff's great. But there is some glaringly big infrastructural and regulatory issues that have always been the stumbling block in where we started this whole thing. And without somebody driving that interdepartmental will to achieve these things, they're just going to be left and not occur.
Cool, thank you.
Councillor Hulan.
Thank you. Do I recall last term a motion was put, and I think, but correct me if I'm wrong, that it was for $10,000 to be used for like an ambassador or someone to work with the music sector. Do you recall that? I remember Aaron put it, I'm sure of it. To write the plan.
Yeah, that was for the writing of the commissioning of a external export and us to write the plan. So, yeah.
External input.
But what you're saying today is that it would be really good if there was like an ambassador or one person that people could go to and they could go around and work like maybe an arts advisor type thing to go around and talk to everybody in the sector and say, is that what you're saying?
It's actually a point in the plan. It's more a staff resource, but what we're asking for is somebody to actually be allotted with, a position or a 0.5 position or something, so that we know that there's somebody working on the plan a set amount of the time and somebody who we can directly turn to track the progress on these things.
So there used to be a staff member, Cara Patterson, who's now C&Z, but is that the type of thing you want? Is someone like where she used to go around and had all the contacts, and is that what you're thinking? Because do you think there's a gap now in that area?
Yeah, I think Aratoi does a great job at doing Aratoi things. I think they are fantastic, and they are really good at liaising in the limited ways, because they were never really intended in a lot of ways to do the kind of work we're asking them to do. And they do a good job at it, but I think having somebody specifically tasked with driving that as a key part of their employment with the council, and forging those interdepartmental relationships and driving the plan from many different angles, because it is not just about arts. It is also about regulatory. It's about infrastructure. It's about property. It's about many things.
Are we done?
Yeah.
Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett, for doing the music industry a solid for Ōtepoti. So getting back to the ambassador role, do you think that should be a member of staff from the DCC?
Yeah, I do believe that they should be a staff member. It should just be a staff member who is allotted with a specific responsibility for the plan. Because right now, our current engagement, a lot of this was what we talked about at the end of the plan, and what we feared kind of occurred when we came back and engaged with Aratoy in a lot of things. We're saying, right, so who's the point of contact for this? Who's driving this part? Who's driving that part? And the response is generally, oh, you can just bring anything to us. Like, we'll have a look at it. And that's not how this was envisaged to go. We wanted a person driving the plan. We wanted that person to be engaged with the music community and engaged across all the sectors within council, so that we could have those channels open to get things done.
So an insider, because they'll have a best grasp of how the council works and how frustratingly slow those wheels turn. So the next most urgent thing with the loss of Spaceland in the paper today, are you aware that a lot of the city halls, community halls, are listed as potential venue spaces?
Very aware of that. We were the ones who suggested it in part of the Live Music Action Plan planning process. Like a few things in the plan, it's kind of been taken as a half of what we suggested and then thrown out there. And it's great that those facilities are available, and they are available to people with means, but having something like a local hall be a rehearsal space is very dependent on the boards running these halls. It's dependent on the neighbours of the halls. It's dependent on your ability to get transport to the halls, on your own equipment to rehearse within the halls. Something like Spaceland was a relatively central location, had all the equipment in-house, and made it very... My daughter, who's sitting here watching today, did bass lessons, and it was a multi-pronged thing, but it's a community hub and access point that is already geared up and ready to respond to the need and doesn't require you to bring it along. So the halls are great for the people who have the means, but they're not a solution to all the problems of rehearsal spaces.
So ideally, it's a youth-focused place with a very minimal cost that is completely set up with all the gear there. So you just walk in, plug in, get busy.
That's it. If they can take their guitar after school and meet their mates down there and jam out for an hour before they go home, or if a band on the weekend, if you're not dragging your drum kits around and amps to your mate's house, it makes it easier for everyone. It makes it efficient, and it also allows you to regulate the environment where that building sits. So instead of having people rehearsing in garages all over the city, it gives people an option. Right now, we don't have the option, so people rehearsing in their garages all over the city is just what you're going to get, regardless of how that sits within noise ordinance.
And Councillor O'Malley, finally.
Yep, thanks. Like you, I'm also bringing up Sammy's about on an annual cycle. The general feedback is that because there's asbestos in the building, it can't be entered until you can get the asbestos out, but you can't go in to do the asbestos because it's a triple brick building and it has an earthquake strengthening issue, and you can't do the earthquake strengthening work because the asbestos is in there, which creates a circular relationship of not being able to enter. Now, if that doesn't get broken, that logic, the only thing that can happen to Sammy's is it gets demolished from the outside. That is the only outcome. So I am looking for it, so I'm wondering if you're looking for it, some plan to be able to get back inside the building, or an acknowledgement that the logical loop is so difficult that in fact we are just going to demolish it because we're not going to go back inside.
Yep. I'd be hesitant to think that after thousands of years of human evolution, somebody can't figure this out. Like, surely we can just knock a hole in one area of the building to gain access or something. I'm sure there's people who deal with this stuff who are smarter than me. I'm sure you've probably asked them, Jim, and they've sent you in a circle. None of that's been explained to us. So it's those answers that we need. We need to be sat down, explained to us, and just see that we have exhausted those options. See that there is no option for a cost. And if it is what it is, if it costs 25 million, if it's unable to enter and we just have to knock the building down, fair enough. But that means we can move on to other things until we have a definitive answer on the end point for Sammy's. The amount of sentiment towards that venue in the city, combined with the desperate need for a mid-sized venue that is accessible to the community and a wide range of touring activities and band sizes, which Sammy fits the bill for, it's going to keep getting brought up. So we just need a definitive answer one way or another. How much is it going to cost to fix it? If it is absolutely insurmountable and we have reports and everything saying that, then fair enough. But we just need an answer.
Okay, then I guess I'm flagging also that there'll be another resolution at the annual plan probably to actually get some action on moving in one way or the other. Thank you.
And the fortune.
Rightio. Thank you, Mr. Bennett. We've had we've covered all our questions, so thank you very much for coming along and thank you for your presentation.
Could I say one brief thing
Sure.
at the end here? I just feel it would be remiss of me, as of anyone with any kind of public platform these days who's been on this earth for the last 6 months, not to just express my deep sympathy and sadness over what's happening in Gaza. My heart breaks on a daily basis for the Palestinian people. So, free Gaza.
And next we have Nicole Bizimur from the Tomahawk Smales Beach Care Trust.
Here and here. I think it's already on. Kia ora. Thank you so much for having me to speak with you today. It's pretty exciting to be here. I'm joining from the Tomahawk Smales Beach Care Trust. We work in a partnership with the Dunedin City Council to restore native vegetation to the sand dune system of Ocean Grove Reserve, which is the sand dunes behind Smales Beach and Tomahawk Beach. We have an agreement with the Dunedin City Council to plant at least 1,000 native trees and shrubs into Ocean Grove Reserve each year. I'd like to just point out a few of the really great achievements that have happened as a result of our very successful partnership. We've not just planted 1,000 trees each year. So the year before last, we managed to plant 2,063 trees. Last year, we planted 2,531 trees. This year, we're set for a cracker year. We won't be planting 1,000 trees as per agreement. We'll be planting 3,000 trees. That is made possible in part from some funding from Trees That Count. They have funded us to plant 1,500 trees. So in exchange for the funding that we get from the council to plant 1,000 trees, this year you'll be getting 3,000 trees. So that's good news. I'd like to talk briefly about sea lions at Smales Beach. So our group has been active for over 20 years, restoring habitat to smales. This year we had 9 sea lion pups using that habitat at Smales Beach. That's nearly a third of all the sea lions that were born in the area. There was actually a 10th pup, which unfortunately didn't make it. It was a stillborn, and I found the remains a couple of weeks ago. I'd like to talk about what our team, that is us and you, have achieved for our community. The year before last calendar year, volunteers contributed 1,857 volunteer hours. That's 220 hours more than the year before. This year we're having another cracker year. Last month in April, we logged 500 volunteer hours in the space of a single month. What these volunteer hours mean for the Dunedin City Council is that we're really taking a lot of pressure off of the Parks and Reserves team. So you don't really need to look after Smales and Ocean Grove Reserve a whole lot. We're doing that and we love doing it. I'd like to talk about something else, another part of our community that's, changed at Beach Care. So I've noticed that we have a bit of a problem with youth crime in Dunedin. I don't know that because I read the paper. I know that because I'm getting a lot of phone calls from Oranga Tamariki and Police Youth Aid asking Beach Care to host young people for their community service hours. Last year, I hosted 3 young people, that's young people between 15 to 17 years, for community service. As of now, this year, I have hosted 7 young people for their community service hours. Those are hours that have been ordered by the youth court that these young people need to complete. I hear from their support workers and police youth aid that they're finding it really difficult to find placements to complete these hours. Okay. I'll get to the point. I think we've got a really good thing going between Beach Care and the Dunedin City Council. At the moment, you are funding us $13,000 each year, and I'm here today to ask that we continue that current level of funding for the coming year. Okay, I'll get to the trees. I have some beautiful trees here. I have a horowaka and a tōtara. Beach Care is a pretty amazing place. It's a wonderful place to hang out. And so I would like to extend the invitation to 2 of you to take one of these trees home with you today and then return to plant them, either at one of our weekday volunteering sessions, Tuesday or Thursday, 10 till 4, or at one of our community tree planting days. Would anyone like, oh, I have a hand up. Could you, excellent. Which tree would you like to plant? Okay. That's yours. And excellent, thank you, Councillor Weatherall.
There's no more left. That's all right. Yes, we have a couple
Excellent.
of questions.
Now, if you didn't get a tree today, the good news is that you're all invited to our Community Planting Day, which is happening on Sunday, the 19th of May. We'll be meeting at 10:30 a.m. at the Grant Braes Football Club. If you come on that day, you get to hang out with the community, plant a tree. You also get a sausage and some cake.
And you can look at the old school.
You can.
And
Okay,
the old school area.
I'll leave it at that, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
We have a few. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. Times have changed. 3 years ago, you gave me a ko-fi that big. You told me to grow for 3 years. It's now that big, so I'll bring that down. 2 questions. I've been down there. I love your work. Can you just tell me, because I've seen the work you do, what is the most challenging aspect of your work at the moment down there?
There have been a lot of challenges this year. It was challenging to turn up to work after my summer break to discover that a female sea lion had stashed her pup in our volunteer shelter. It's difficult enough to manage all our volunteers, who are very different people from all different walks of life. And then I had to manage the sea lion as well. The sea lion antics didn't end there. They started following me home. I opened my front door one night at 11 o'clock to discover a baby female sea lion in my shoebox. She removed my gloves, my socks, my shoes, playing with them all, and then she went to sleep in there. There's also challenges with hosting these young people that I told you about. About a month ago, it was a really cold, wet, rainy day. I had a 17-year-old join. He really did not want to be there. His mum dropped him off at 10 o'clock in the morning, and he admitted that he'd been in the car with her arguing, begging not to be left at Beach Care with me. I don't blame him. No one else turned up that day, and to be honest, I thought I'd just get to spend the day in my shed drinking coffee and making cool plans. So that day, that was challenging. I spent 6 hours in a small shed in the cold and the rain with someone who didn't want to be there. But it was all good in the end because, you know, we had some good conversations in the end. And for example, I found out what he wants to do with his life. if you're interested, his dream job is to own his very own stall at the Otago Farmers Market selling fresh and dried herbs. I wish him luck. I'm not done. So one of my biggest personal challenges is that I really, really, really love my job and I want to keep doing it next year. At the moment, I'm paid to work 21 hours a week. As of December, that will go to 12 hours per week unless I can find more funding. At the moment, I have some salary funding from New Zealand Lotteries Community. For the Beach Care Trust to be able to fund that bare minimum of 12 hours a week, the $13,000 that we get from the DCC provides the starting point. So for me, it's really challenging not to know what's going to happen next year. And that's not just for me personally, that's for all our volunteers and our community who really love beach care. We host, as you can see in our submission, we host a lot of different groups. We have the young people from Oranga Tamariki, Southern Youth Development, Otago Polytechnic, local secondary schools and primary schools. We host Department of Corrections. So continuation of our WE operation is really important to a lot of people. Thank you.
So, important follow-up question related to that. So so just so I'm clear, so confirm if I'm right or wrong. The 13,000 you got was for a 3-year cycle via the long-term plan. We don't have that process this year. So first question is, if we did, you'd have come to that process to ask for that. And what you're asking for now is the 13,000 in essence as a carryover until you can come next year to the 9-year plan and try and get it re-embedded.
Yes, that is correct.
Great, thank you. Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you. I think we'd all want to congratulate you and thank you for your enthusiasm in the work you're doing. I think you put it nicely yourself, saying we've got a very good thing going, actually, thanks to your initiative. I'm wondering, though, with appropriate further resources, whether you and your volunteers might not have a role in the rehabilitation of sand dunes elsewhere on our coast. And I'm thinking specifically in the first instance around the Kettle Park area.
I'm not quite sure where Kettle Park is.
It's behind the St. Clair tennis courts.
Yeah, cool. Well, I would say that yes, we'd love to be involved with other areas, but at the moment we're struggling with the time that I have just to keep on top of things at Smales.
That's what I'm pleased to hear that. Not that you're struggling, but that you think you might have a role, and that's why I said with further resources. I meant beyond the 13,000 you're asking for.
I will talk more on that at the next annual submissions for your 9-year plan.
Thank you. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to follow up on some of the talk around the sea lions. I think there were issues around people speeding down the Smales Beach area and also issues with, I believe, glass and rubbish in the sand dunes damaging the parents and perhaps the sea lion pups as well. Can you just tell us a little bit more about your work with the sea lions?
I had a really tragic start to the year. On Boxing Day, a 4-year-old sea lion was hit by a car, later to die. I watched the sea lion being loaded into a body bag and it absolutely broke my heart. Over the coming months, on my walks to work, I constantly watched people speed down the road to Smales Beach, where we had, as I mentioned, 10 sea lion pups using the area. These sea lion pups were often on the road. They're quite attracted to the potholes. Being little pups, they like to play, so they would hang out on the road in little pup parties and splash in the puddles. On that, with sea lions on roads, I figured that I spent around 12 hours every week for 2 months on the road shepherding sea lions around. This year I turned 35 on the 2nd of February. I got out of bed to go treat myself to a breakfast. I got to the road and then discovered that 2 female sea lions were in the process of moving their pups out of home down to the reserve. So I didn't get to go out. Instead, I spent about 8 hours in the rain and the cold making sure the sea lions got home safely, and it was a really special birthday, and I wouldn't want to change it. So we also hosted a cleanup as part of the Wild Dunedin Festival. We worked together with the New Zealand Sea Lion Trust. Honestly, I thought we had got most of the rubbish in previous years, but this was not the case. We had over 100 people turn up to Smales Beach to come and collect rubbish from the sand dunes. I thought we'd run out of things to people to do, but we did not. We pulled up around 5 very large piles of glass and rubble out of the sand dunes. This glass and the sharp objects are of particular concern because as sea lions move over the ground, they can scrape their bellies. I also personally observed sea lion pups playing with plastic rubbish in the sand dunes.
So is there any, you call it fly tipping, any fly tipping still going on? Like, is that rubbish old rubbish, or are there still consequences from people coming and dumping rubbish there currently?
I would say that around 70% of that rubbish we pulled up was old rubbish that is buried in the sand dunes and gradually becomes exposed with erosion. The remaining 30% is new rubbish that's dumped recently, like now. There's some really gross things down there. I went down the reserve the other day and found a dead pig.
Right. Thank you. We've exhausted questions, so thank you very much for coming along, and thank you for bringing the trees, although they will come back to you. So
I will leave the trees out the front for the planters to collect, and then just get in touch with me when you're ready to plant them.
Wonderful. Thank you.
One more thing. Thank you so much for having me here today. I really appreciate it, and I hope you all have a very restful evening.
Thanks on behalf of all the sea lions.
Yes. Now, it doesn't look like anyone on the list is here, but Ben, is it Ben? Yes. You're not going to say any further? Yeah. Fantastic. I don't know whether we'll have to sit tight for a wee while because there are a few people who may turn up. And have we had any word from any of these people?
I know that the one at 450 is definitely coming.
450?
Yeah, because we couldn't move her at all, we tried.
Right, okay. So, yes. Yes, I will, yep. Yeah, I'm surprised that she's not, but she's. Yeah, so, okay, so in the meantime, I'll adjourn, because, so I'll move that we adjourn for however long it takes. At the worst case, it'll be till 10 to 5, so 4:50. But in the meantime, so someone to second that, please. Councillor Mayhem, all those in favour say aye. Yes, carried. No. So, we now have Megan Ironmonger. So, the next 5 minutes are all yours.
Kia ora koutou. My name's Megan Ironmonger. I'm currently in my third year at the University of Otago studying a Bachelor of Arts with a major in Theatre Studies and a minor in Music Production. I come before you today as an emerging artist in the Ōtepoti art scene, a passionate individual invested in the cultural vibrancy of Dunedin. Over the years, I've witnessed venues close, limiting spaces for budding talent like myself. For more than a year, I've closely collaborated with the Dunedin Fringe Arts Trust, serving as a volunteer, intern, and technician. Throughout these roles, I've had the privilege of working at Te Whare Katia, an essential venue that now requires your support to thrive. I originally come from a small town outside of Palmerston North called Pahiatua. I've been involved in dance and musical theatre and music. However, pursuing my artistic endeavours often caused me having to make a 1 to 2 hour trip out of my way so I'm able to find the spaces to perform in. There were venues in my hometown, however, due to scheduling conflicts or lack of technology in the venues, they were unable to be used. As a creative individual, I found myself constrained by venue limitations, having to scale back my ideas and choreography. What I truly needed was an adaptable space, much like Te Whare Katia. Te Whare Katia is the ideal venue, with accessible entrances, a central location, and a versatile layout that can be transformed into a perfect performance space. It offers amenities like Wi-Fi and changing rooms, which are often overlooked. I run shows on mobile data, and I've used a camping tent as a dressing room before, and it can be challenging and limiting for us artists. One of the most disheartening experiences I've encountered is witnessing my hometown theatre society struggle, from performing amazing musicals like Les Miserables and Beauty and the Beast to struggling to break even. And being that they weren't able to break even, they couldn't afford the general maintenance for the building. Fortunately, with the new leadership, the society is on the path to revitalising the venue. However, it's going to take years to bring it back to its former glory. All of this underscores the urgent need for your support. We need your help funding Te Whare Katia before it reaches a critical state and becomes difficult to maintain. Currently, the Dunedin Fringe Arts Trust with the DCC has sustained this venue as a temporary solution to support Ōtepoti's performing arts community post the Fortune Theatre's closing. Since the take-on, more venues have closed, limiting spaces for artists, and so we need this temporary space more than ever. Without immediate support, Te Whare Katia will struggle to remain operational. Keeping a venue running is akin to pushing a massive boulder, easier to maintain momentum and harder to restart when it stops. A question has been posed: why can't another community group take this on? I respond with why. Fringe hires and rents out the space for affordable rates that are easily found on the Te Whare Katia website. If a group was looking to make a profit out of this venue takeover, it limits emerging artists from being able to take a step to amateur and professional. Furthermore, the Fringe team's occupation is the arts. They know all the quirks of the venue and the industry. This is a 25-year-old local institution. It has a reputation of being accessible for artists and the wider community. In my 3-month internship with them, I learned more about the arts industry, leadership, venue management, and importance of a venue like Te Whare Katia is, apart from in my other 20 years of acting experience. Having another group take over runs the high risk of the space needing to be put on pause while they take over, and they'll stop the boulder's momentum. And how much of a push will it start for the boulder to roll again? So I call on the DCC in support of the Dunedin Fringe Arts Trust for the request of $75,000 in DCC funds to support the continued fringe operations of the venue of Te Whare Katia for the next 12 months. I thank you for your consideration, and I welcome any questions you may have.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. I'm curious about, as an art student, was it the arts culture in Dunedin that attracted you, obviously from the North Island, and there's a big town-gown relationship that I'm seeing from some of the students. So would you like to just tell me a little bit about why did you choose Dunedin as a place to study?
Absolutely. I was looking for a place that had a really big arts cultural society that I could get in outside of the university. And when I was looking at festivals that were here and there, the Fringe is one thing that popped up on my Google and Facebook searching. So that's one thing that really drew me to Dunedin.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Dressing room in a tent sounds miserable, but well done you. You'll be aware there's been a plethora of submissions on this, and one of the pieces of feedback we get is, and I think you've alluded to it, if we pause what has been achieved, I guess, in 25 years, the chance of that beginning again and reinvigorating itself is going to be extremely problematic. Just reaffirm to me that's what I'm sensing you're saying.
Yeah, absolutely. Once it stops going, then you're going to have to re-find people who want to take it on. And if you have found those people take it on, do they have the right knowledge to run that space to the best of its ability? Are there going to be any quirks that come up that the new people don't quite know how to solve? But with an amazing leadership you already have now, again, they know the venue inside and out. So they know all the quirks and how it goes.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Councillor Barker.
I couldn't find it online. How many students come and do performing arts at Otago University?
That is a very good question. I'm not too sure how many take theatre studies or BPA as their major courses. However, I do know a lot of students are often studying perhaps psychology or something else, and they'll have a minor in theatre studies, or they'll take a few theatre papers as interest papers. But I wouldn't know the exact number of theatre students or music students.
Thank you. Councillor Mahan.
Thank you, Ms. Ironmonger. Can you elaborate a little bit more on your internship and the excellent skills of the Fringe team and why they are such an incredible asset to our city?
Absolutely. So when I took on the internship, I was really looking for experience in the industry, and I definitely got that, plus getting to learn from people who have amazing mentorship and leadership skills. There are a few times where perhaps a conflict would come up, and just seeing how they'll deal with it was amazing. It just kind of really helped me reflect on, yes, I'm going to perhaps just take a breath before I deal with it. I can be a sometimes pretty impulsive person, so being able to see people in a position that I respect take that moment to breathe was really important for me. Also, being able to go to them and no question was a stupid question. That's really important in the art scene. People can be quite gatekeepy and not wanting to share all their knowledge. However, they want to share everything they know with you.
Yes.
So I'd like a little bit more detail about the sort of things you did on the internship. I'm curious.
Absolutely. So I would do run sheets for the running orders for the events that happen in Te Whare o Rukatea. I would email performers who are in the events at Te Whare o Rukatea and make sure that they're on track, what their tech aspects are, what's happening with them. I would do quite a bit of work for the website, so I helped with the accessibility audit that was undertook. I'm going around to each of the Fringe venues and doing the accessibilities. So I helped out with that, uploading it to the website, and I also created the accessible word program, which could be easily read on e-readers.
That just reminded me, the disabilities group is meant to write a letter of appreciation to you about that. Is it the first time that accessibility's been looked at as part of the Fringe?
I wouldn't be too sure. This is the first year that I was involved on the behind side of it. I have been an attendee and a volunteer before, but this is the first time that I've been working with Fringe.
Excellent. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
That's great. And now, the grand finale. We have Nikita Chavot from Dream South D Trust.
Kia ora. Thank you for the opportunity to talk. I imagine it's been a long couple of days, so I really appreciate the time. So I'm Nikita Chavot. I'm the manager at Dream South D. I'm also a resident of South Dunedin. Dream South D is a community-led development project in partnership with the Department of Internal Affairs. Our kaupapa is that we work with the South Dunedin community to facilitate community-led projects over a 5-year period. Last year, we conducted a large engagement process with the people of South Dunedin. We received almost 400 postcard responses and spoke with over 120 representatives from over 70 organisations. From the feedback we received, we created a community plan and are working with community members to get the projects done. Given the open-ended nature of the questions we asked the community, we expected there to be a wide range of answers. However, this was not the case. Regardless of the engagement method used or the community audience we spoke to, there were clear and consistent themes for each question. One theme that was strongly represented was the desire for greater community connection. We want more opportunities to come together and connect as a community, whether that be at activities or classes, at community events, or at a central location such as a hub. We are fortunate that we have a large number of community groups and organisations in South Dunedin, and we would like to see them supported so that they can continue to flourish. More specifically, there is a clear need for more community spaces that are an adequate size, are easy to book, are accessible, have storage available, and most importantly, are free to use. The rooms at the South Dunedin Community Network are a great example of how well utilised these spaces are and why more spaces are required. The new South Dunedin Library and Community Complex will go some way towards meeting this need. The plans for the community complex are really exciting, and it is particularly encouraging to see the inclusion of the meeting rooms and creative spaces. However, it is imperative that the complex is fit for purpose. The space must meet the needs of the community. We know that South Dunedin has the highest deprivation score across Dunedin. We have higher numbers of community housing, more residents living with disability, and more elderly. The likelihood is that the demand for these spaces will be high. There are limited alternatives for free or low-cost venues in South Dunedin. We strongly recommend that providing these community spaces is prioritised and as much room as possible is committed to this purpose. It is also important to consider how the community complex will cater for our most vulnerable members of the community. What space is available for them? Youth, people with mental health issues and addiction are traditionally moved on from libraries and other community venues. How will these people be included in our new community complex? Our feedback shows that we are keenly aware of those who are doing it tough in our community, and we want to see them supported. If you'd like to read the feedback from the South Dunedin community, or if you'd like to read our community plan, we'd be happy to pass those on. Kia ora.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for being so brave to be last. It's an awful position to be when we're all packing up. Thanks for your submission and thanks for the links which I read for your community plan and the feedback. And on reading that, I got a real sense, and correct me if I'm wrong, that one of the overriding things was the pride people had in living in South Dunedin. Would you say that was?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. There's a real sense of belonging and a real love of the community, and just that sense of pride of place is really evident. Yeah, yeah, it's really heartening to see. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Mayhew.
Yes, you touched on the need for a youth space. Was that part of the feedback that you received?
Yes, there was a lot of feedback around catering for youth, so whether that be a youth hub space and more youth activities, it was around giving youth something to do, really, and a place to go where they could feel like it belonged to them.
Very good. Now, were there any other questions? Councillor Witherall.
Thank you very much for your submission. I'm just reading here, for the first time yesterday I heard the term wet house. Never heard that before. Although I was somewhat horrified, I wondered whether you have any suggested locations in mind that such a developmental place could be put in South Dunedin.
No specific locations or further information about it. It was more a suggestion from part of the community who had seen it being successful overseas and thought that it could work here. So we were looking at things that might support the marginalised people in our community, and that was one of the suggestions that came from the community. Yes.
Councillor Mayhem.
Do you currently have a base where you operate from?
Yes, we just moved in a couple of weeks ago actually, so it's all very shiny and new. We're on King Edward Street opposite the post office, so we've got Dream South D signage for everyone to see. You can't miss us. Yeah.
Councillor Walker.
Maybe the last question of this process. I assume we're all welcome to knock on the door and come and pay a visit?
Of course.
So,
if you give me a nice smile, I'll let you come in.
very good. So do you have a funded person now at that premises?
Yes, we have 3 staff. So I'm the manager of the operations team, and we have a project coordinator and a communications and administrator as well. Yeah.
Very good.
Cool. Thanks for your time.
All right. Thank you very much for coming along. No further questions. Thank you. Nope.
So you're paid by DIA, is that correct? Is that what you said when you came in?
Yeah, we receive community grants from DIA, and they're specific to the community-led development partnership program that we are in. Yeah, so rather than the usual lotteries funds, there is separate allocation for groups in the partnership.
So you weren't directly...
Microphone, sorry.
You weren't directly put together by DIA though, were you? Or you just applied to funding from them?
Yeah, we apply to funding for them on the basis that there's kind of a tagged fund for the groups in the CLDP.
So you're not DIA staff?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, yes.
Okay. No further extra questions? We're done. Look, thank you very much for coming along. It's good to hear more about Dream South D.
Cheers.
And good luck. Yes. So there endeth the meeting, 5:01 p.m. Thank you all.